All right. I hope everybody that may catch this live or is catching this after the fact, I hope everybody is doing well. There's a lot that I want to get off my chest, and there's some things I want to show. I just recently posted a video a couple of hours ago. I had a few people comment on that, so I appreciate that. There are many people that I've seen take to Twitter, many people that go on their YouTube. And of course, they're going to post whatever they're going to post, and it's fine. I have no problem with that. They're going to do them. They're going to chase after their clicks, their views, and all that stuff. They're going to do the typical content creator thing. And I get that. I mean, I'm a content creator myself. However, there comes a time when you are playing a game like this that is very, very large, is globally known, and the developers have basically just said, basically fuck you to the community. That's basically what the developers have been doing. And they have been doing this since, you might as well, I would argue, say from the very, very beginning. And, it's like at some point, what is it going to take for the Tekken community to recognize that these developers don't give two fucks? I genuinely am curious about this, because even now that I have moved on from this party game that you guys love to play and stream, I have spent a good 31 years of my life playing this franchise, casually, competitively. I've gone in a lot of different places in my country of North America over the years. And, it does bother me that the game has gone the direction it has. The only way that I see it changing in a meaningful way is if those in the community, and they know who they are, were to finally make a real sacrificial play. I don't think it's going to happen. I think people are fine with the game as it is, as odd as that is. But for those people that, bitch and complain, and literally, I mean, they it's like almost every day, it's like a new video of this character is broken and this, and I'm like, didn't people see the patch notes? We all know these characters are broken. So you're just basically chasing after fucking clicks and views. And it just, and it is what it is, but I'm going to call it out. It's sad that you have all of these content creators that are saying, yeah, we want Tekken. They are in it for themselves. I have called this shit months ago. I even, in the latest video I posted on my channel, which was a couple of hours ago, mind you, I decided to create a bit of a playlist, a brand new playlist where I go through all of my videos. I have about 100 something videos on Tekken 8. And I decided to go through each of them, and I was like, all right, which videos would I want to illustrate to people that may have no idea who I am, but what can I point to illustrate that I've been saying this shit for months? So I decided, it's like, you know what? Let me just put together this playlist, and I'm just going to put it out there. And that's what I decided to do. Somebody has to call it like it is. And that's why in that video I posted maybe a couple of hours ago, it was around the 24 or 26 minute mark, and I said something. I even made a dedicated chapter to it. It was a very small statement, and I said, much of what I'm saying if you are one of those people that are enjoying the product, if you like Tekken 8, if you are getting your rocks off to the game, then much of what I'm saying, and I will even include in this live stream, much of this you can disregard. Because many people like bad games. Many people like shit games. It is what it is. And there's nothing wrong with that. You are entitled to like what you like. My argument is those people that profess to say they hate Tekken 8, they don't like it, they don't like the direction, this character's missing identity, all that shit, all that fucking nonsense. And yet and still, if I were to go on their channels right now, they are fucking live playing this bullshit. So it makes you so how can I not? I'm at, like, I know some of you in the chat are here. I respect that, but you know, I'm think of this right now. This is like a long opening statement for me. So I see you guys in the chat. Honestly, I don't want my train of thought to be lost, and I will get to you guys. But right now, this is like one of those situations where it's like, you know, I'm driving and you guys are the passenger right now, because I am so sick and tired of seeing people say one thing, and then when I look and I see, oh, they're live and they're playing the very fucking game that they claim to not like, that they claim is against the identity of characters, but yet and still they're playing the fucking game. How can I not? Isn't that the very definition of a hypocrite? Isn't it? I think it is. I think. The development team for this fucking party game, they do not want any characters to have significant weaknesses. Do you know why? It's very simple. If a character has weaknesses, that means that you as the player, you have to get good enough to override those weaknesses. That's going to take time. That's going to take effort, discipline, and everything else in between. The developers don't want that. The developers just want you to pick up this game, pick whatever character, and mash your buttons and go fucking ape shit unga bunga. That's what the fuck they want. That is why it was developed in the way that it was developed. And do you know how long I have been saying that on this fucking channel? I have been saying this for months. And this is the reason why sometime before I end this stream, I'm going to go back and watch some of those videos. Because everything I've said, you know what, there was something else I did a while ago during season 1. Do you guys remember during season 1 where you had these fucking Lee players that were saying that Lee Cha-Lan was the worst character in the game? Do you guys remember any of that? I do. And I made a few videos about this. And it's funny to me that maybe a couple of months after that, I saw a main man video that it's one of the very few videos on my channel that I actually reacted to. One of the very few videos. I usually don't like doing reaction content, but I had to do that. And main man actually said I was wrong. He didn't realize how strong the Lee Cha-Lan character was. And it's just ironic that the great and all-knowing main man finally came to that realization and that conclusion off of something that I said months prior, to which I got completely destroyed in my comments section on that particular video. And the funny thing is that even when at the start of that video, I even gave a disclaimer saying, hey, No disrespect to any Elite players. I'm not an Elite player, but I know I understand the character. I don't need to main your character to understand how the character works. I said that. And I still stand by that. You know the last time Lee was absolute dog shit? Tekken Tag 1. That was the last time Lee Chaolan was absolute trash. Ever since then, Namco has been giving him buff after buff after buff after buff after buff. And you know who else goes in that category? King, Marduk, several characters actually. I can even throw in Ling Xiaoyu. These are characters that have been gaining steady buffs over many years, many iterations. But many people, especially those who main those characters, they'll downplay it. In fact, let me give you an example. For those of you, and I'm pretty sure it's very few of you that even played Street Fighter 6, when Street Fighter 6 first came out, the top characters in Street Fighter 6 at that time was JP, Luke, and Ken, with number 4 being Juri, if you want to add her. But top 3 was Luke, JP, and Ken. And you know the funny thing is, throughout the early history of Street Fighter 6, you know what the Ken mains used to do? The Ken mains kept downplaying their character, and you know what ended up happening? They managed to evade the nerf hammer hard. Throughout the early seasons, the early season 1, JP and Luke were the characters being nerfed. Ken was left alone. And you know what that reminds me of? In some kind of way, it reminded me of season 1 of Tekken 8. Oh yeah, that's right. Wasn't Jin Kazama a top fucking character that was never fucking touched? But everybody wanted to bitch and complain about good old Dragunov. People kept talking about Dragunov's down back both kicks. Like, oh my God, it's a broken move. But somehow the entire season 1 of Jin down 2 was never addressed. 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 4 counter hit was never addressed. How interesting. How very interesting. Oh my goodness. So I even made a few videos about this. And I think I can't remember where, obviously it was months ago, but I basically said, you're complaining over Dragunov's down back both kicks, which while it was a strong move, it had no evasive properties. It basically, from what I remember, I don't think it caused a combo. I don't think it did. I don't think it, well, if it did, I don't remember. But I also know that you had to be very, very close. Whereas Jin down 2, let's see, what did that move not do? It gave you a fucking combo and counter hit. It was a perfect high crush. It basically gave you a lot of Oki options. It had good range. And it basically made all of Jin's other low attacks redundant. And this was left alone for the entirety of season 1. You mean to tell me those developers didn't think that down 2 from Jin or Jin Kazama as a character wasn't a fucking problem? So then you have season 2. New moves. Characters are going to get nerfed, right? Let me give you a description, a visual depiction of what Namco did. You ready? Get ready for this one. This is what they did. Don't do it again. That's what they did. Namco basically gave those characters slaps on the wrist. They gave Clive a slap on the wrist. They gave King a slap on the wrist. They gave Yoshimitsu a slap on the wrist. I mean, people can deny it. They can cope. They can lie to themselves. They can bullshit. At the end of the fucking day, there is not any one person in this fucking community that can fuck with my knowledge of this franchise. I said it. I don't give a fuck. At this point, I am no longer red related. I am blood fucking red. I am bloody fucking bison. I'm going off right now. I'm going back to my old moments right now. I don't give a flying fuck. I'm calling it like it fucking is. This game is absolute shit from a mechanical standpoint. I've said it countless times. And any of your favorite content creators, they are all full of fucking shit. Every single last one of them that continue to play this bullshit ass fucking game and have you believe it's a good game. They're all fucking fraudulent. They have no fucking backbone. They have no spine. And they are lying to each and every one of you. Every single one of them. And the only ones I may give a pass to are those that, for whatever fucking reason, actually like this piece of shit game. I will let them off the hook. But for those that want to complain and say this, that, and the other, and yet and still they're still playing the fucking game, they're still streaming it every fucking day. I bet right now, while you're seeing this stream right now, if you go to some of these larger content creators right now, I guarantee you they're live right now. I guarantee you. And I guarantee you they're playing this fucking game. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. So I know I'm not going to have a lot of people in this live stream, and I'm going to reiterate several things throughout the course of the stream because it's important to be self-aware. So I know that maybe there's going to be more people that's going to see this and see what I'm saying after this goes live, or should I say after the live is over. But for those of you that's in this chat right now, I salute each and every one of you guys. But right now, I am just, this is just scorched earth right now. This is scorched earth. I am at this point where I have said this so many times, and I've seen so many people go on their Twitter, post this, post that, and talking about character balance. These people continue to, these people, they actually believe that the problems with Tekken 8 is the balance of the characters. Oh my God. These people actually believe that the issues with Tekken 8 is character balance. Have any of you experienced Tekken 4 Nina? Have any of you experienced Tekken 5.0 Ganryu? Have any of you guys experienced Tekken 6 Bob and Lars? The Bob and Lars show is what I used to call Tekken 6. Or let's just talk about Just Frame Laser Scraper. We always loved that one from Jin Kazama, right? Just Frame Laser Scraper, where at the time where I was arguably one of the best lay players in the United States, I actually found a way around that shit by simply just dropping to the ground with lay, which allowed me to evade the unblockable launcher that was a part of the Just Frame Laser Scraper. Now, even though lay ends up taking the hit, lay was one of probably the only character that was able to reliably get around Jin's Just Frame Laser Scraper because of something that I invented, that I came up with. Should I throw Brian Fury in there too? I think people forget about the tech roll traps along the wall with the Brian Fury resets. There's so much shit that lies in the dirt when it comes to Tekken history that people actually believe that the problem with Tekken 8 is the characters. No, it's not the characters. It's the fucking mechanics. And that is something else I've said from the very fucking beginning. Anytime you have, I made this analogy. I made this fucking analogy, right? It's like if you're in a fight, right? If we're in a boxing match or MMA, right? Let's just let me cook on this. You're gonna love this. You gonna love this shit. If I'm in an MMA fight with one of you, and at some point in time in that match, somebody from my corner hands me a handgun, and then somebody from your corner hands you an Uzi or a machine gun. Keep it even simpler. I have a handgun, you have a machine gun. I'm now going to complain that, oh my God, you have a machine gun. Is the issue the guns themselves? Or is the real issue who decided it was allowed to have firearms in the match in general? Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Do you? You can press 1 in the chat if you get it. If you don't get it, don't worry. I'm not going to roast you. I'll just put it in a simpler way. The characters that are able to take you from the solar system to the to the Andromeda galaxy in one combo, that's not a character issue. That is an issue with the mechanics that allow the characters to do said combo. Between the bounds, between the relaunches, between the tornadoes, between the strong tornado, between the secondary bound from the heat smash, all of that is under the umbrella of the mechanics of the game. So you can fucking nerf Anna Williams into the ground. You can nerf that bitch to where she sees Hades himself. It doesn't fucking matter, because even if she gets a launch, because the mechanics are still in place, she is still going to do what she is going to do. That is what these people don't fucking understand. I come from an era way back where you would get a launch on somebody and you probably get like maybe 4 or 5 hits. Maybe and I like that stream I saw from one of my heroes, Knee, where he actually showed that you would get like a twin pistons with Devil Jin and you just do a standing right kick. That was your combo. That was it. Now it's like you might as well literally, when somebody launches you, you might as well get up, put your controller down, go to the kitchen, get yourself, fix yourself a plate of food, put that sumbitch in the microwave, set it for fucking 5 minutes, sit down, stuff your fucking face, belch, have yourself a nice cold one, drink. You might have to take a shit. You might have to go to the bathroom and take a leak. And then after all of that, you go back to your controller, and then you find that you're only halfway through the combo. That is Tekken 8. That's Tekken 8. 100%. You know something? Let me stop being selfish. Let me take a moment to look at the chat and see what some of you guys are saying. So, hello, chat. I appreciate Japan Raccoon. Yes, it seems like you understand. Void Walker, you understood. Nexo, what's going on? I see Justin. Nazcac, I think you're new. Welcome. Goro, what's up? Disintegrator, that's cool. Let's see. Okay, we got quite a few people getting that early morning gospel. Okay. So, since I've been talking, I think it's time for me to take this opportunity to go to one of my favorite fucking videos, as I need to do this. This is going to be glorious. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is This is a video. Oh, I got to go through these fucking ads. Hold on. Because I don't have a YouTube Premium just yet. Let's go. Okay, ad. Okay. All right, is it done?
Was around for a long time.
Now, this right here, this is a video I did. Do you see what that says? Let me see. Is my OBS picking this up? Let me make sure. Okay. So now, this video was a year ago. And you see how many? I have a whopping 172 views on this. Now, during this time, if you look at this, I say it's now 2025. So help me reach my next milestone of 300 subscribers. So at this point, I wasn't even monetized yet. I had only 300 subscribers at this point. This was done January 15th of 2025. And there is a part right here where I go, in fact, hold on. Let's go and have some fun with this one. I'm going to let this play.
Yeah. So I have a few thoughts about this patch. I 1000% feel that prominence move from Clive, that forward 1+2, that shit should be minus 14. 13. But minus 12, it's a slap on the wrist. That move is, I don't know who Namco, I don't know who they have play testing their game when it comes to balancing issues. I don't even know if they even have anybody. I don't know. I don't know how you actually greenlit a character to have a move like that and say, no, it's just fine. Let's put it out there. I don't know how you come to that decision. The move was minus 8. It tracks both directions. It's safe on block. The move was literally a God button. Let's just call it what it is, okay? And their answer, their update is to simply only make it minus 12. For a move that does all of that, that has all of that utility, minus 12 for that, that's a slap on the wrist.
Of course, Main Man is streaming. Of course he is.
Slap on the wrist. That's insane. That's egregious. It's complete bullshit. And it will not stop people from whoring that move out left and right. That is not a significant amount of punishment for a move that gives you all of the benefits that it does. I contrast that move, that level of punishment, against Raven, where I have extensively spoken about how I feel that Raven is the worst character in Tekken 8. And when I look at his clones, all of his clones, specific, let's just say if you block his block or get hit with down forward 1 and hit the right kick button, he has a clone that come out. Every single clone from Raven is minus 14 on block. Why in the hell is that move a move that the real purpose of Raven's clones
a fucking interrupter. That's it.
If I do down forward 1 with Raven and you block it and you go to take your turn back, if I happen to let the clone go, you're going to get hit with the clone. That's the whole point of that move. The move does not provide a heat engager. It does not provide any sort of a guaranteed follow-up from a damage standpoint in open field. Near a wall, yeah, you'll get a wall splat. Okay, that's near a wall. But in open field, you get really nothing aside from the hit itself. So why in the hell is that minus 14, but this bullshit from Clive that gives perfect tracking, decent damage, comes out pretty quick, was completely safe on block, and is a heat engager? You give a character a move that has all of that, and it was minus 8. Now, with their little slap on the wrist, it's minus 12. I feel that that's ridiculous. And with that, that lets me know everything I need to know. The patch that I believe all of us Tekken 8 players are waiting for.
Now here we go.
The spring update where
the spring update
move to every character.
The spring update. Now, mind you, this is the update. This was. I'm talking about the upcoming season 2 update, and we all know how fucking season 2 ended up. But peep what I'm saying.
And buffs and nerfs to characters. Seeing this lets me know that I should not expect any significant nerfs to bullshit brain dead characters such as King, Jin, Dragunov, Yoshimitsu, Nina, Victor. I mean, I can go on and on. Law, like these are characters that are they're complete bullshit. Let's just call it what it is. I can just tell you right now, just on Yoshimitsu's side, the fact that he has that unblockable low slash, I get it. I'm an OG Tekken player. I'm 44 years old. I've been playing this damn franchise longer than some of you have been alive. I've been playing the game for 30 years. And I'm well aware that Yoshimitsu has always had that low slash. But I feel in this game, allowing Yoshimitsu, the way he is in this game right now, to get a combo out of that is ridiculous. I would prefer to see that move just simply knock you down. Yoshi gets maybe a guaranteed follow-up, maybe some Oki options, but a full combo? Nah, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And characters, and this goes for every character, no character in the game, as far as I'm concerned, should have an unbreakable grab.
Oh, yes.
That is complete bullshit.
I called this shit a fucking year ago.
Stupid running move where he could just do a RKO literally out of nowhere. Oh, it's supposed to be slow. It doesn't matter that it's slow. The fact that he has it in his kit. Oh, and it's a heat engager. Oh, and not to mention, it actually does pretty decent damage. It's ridiculous. That shit gotta go. That Yoshimitsu, the thing where he's in the air flying with the sword he grabs with his legs, that shit gots to go. Those grabs should be made breakable. Like, it's not going to, castrate those characters. Both of those characters, Yoshimitsu and King, they got way too much shit.
Yep.
And don't even get me started on King. I have zero respect for anybody who uses that character. That character is fucking brain dead. Okay?
Yes, still is.
I don't care about his grabs because he's a wrestler. He's supposed to. But the fact that the King character has offense that is in some ways better than characters that are designated as strikers. Like, I don't know how, as far as I'm concerned, King should have the absolute worst offense in the game. He should have the worst frames in the game, but his grabs are strong. The fact that he can grab you crouch, the fact that he can grab you sidestep, that's what King should be. King should not have the best of both worlds. So that needs to be completely nerfed into the ground. Jin, down 2. That shit needs to be castrated. Down 2.
I'll take a look at it.
At least at the very minimum be minus 15 on block. And that's the low end. I really think that move should be like minus 19 or something. Because Jin already has down back 4, which is 20 frames. He also, on counter hit, it actually, I think it's like plus 13.
This is why at that point where I was talking about, now mind you, again, this is a video I did back in January 15th, 2025. For those that's just popping in right now, I'm basically detailing that and I believe it's still the case with Jin's down back 4. Down back 4 and down forward 4 are both 20 frame attacks. So there's no way that you can go and attempt to fuzzy guard because the move is coming out at the exact same frame. People who want to say, oh, well, you can look at the animation, they are absolutely full of fucking shit. They're full of shit. By the time you recognize one, you're going to get hit by the other because it's coming out at the same fucking frames, and a human's reaction time is about 200 and something milliseconds, which is quite slow when compared to other animals, for instance, like fucking mongooses and things of that nature. So basically meaning that the human reaction is not that great. So when you have a move that is down back 4 with Jin, that gives you +3, or at least at the time of this video. I don't know what I don't know what the fuck they did with him nowadays. I honestly don't give a fuck. But at this point in time, you can easily mix between down back 4 and down forward 4, which is a safe mid option that gives you a free fucking heat engager. And then on top of that, you give him down 2. So that lets me know that these developers are shit when it comes to balancing their game. Anyway, let's continue.
A +14 on hit, on counter hit. It's 20 frames, so it's an actual very good, it's a strong move. It does decent damage. And on hit, I think it's like +3 or +4 or something like that. And you know what pairs very well with Jin's down back 4? Jin's down forward 4. That move is also 20 frames. So you're dealing with a low that's 20 frames and a mid that's 20 frames. That is a perfect mix-up. You have to commit to either option. And that down forward 4 from Jin is a safe mid heat engager. And then while we're on the subject of down 2, which happens to be a 22 frame startup, by the way, a perfect high crush, as well as only being -14 and giving a full combo on counter hit. On top of that, Jin also has a move that complements down 2 perfectly as well, and that is Jin's up forward 3. That move, to my knowledge, I believe that move is safe on block. It's 22 frames, and on counter hit gives you a gut stun, giving you a free combo. Oh, and of course, because he's hopping off the ground, it's also a low crush. So there are characters in this game that need to be nerfed into the absolute ground. But seeing this patch, and seeing what Namco decided to do with an obvious brain dead bullshit move, forward 1+2, my hopes for that upcoming spring update is shot. I would be, at this point, I would be very surprised if Namco does anything significant to Jin, Yoshi, King, Dragunov, any of these characters. I would be very surprised because at this point, looking at the way they handled this Clive situation, I no longer have confidence. Yeah, like I said, that the Shadow clone from Raven being -14 and just having that Clive move now being only -12, that's ridiculous. Yeah, so I don't know what else to say about it.
So at this point, I basically called this whole situation. I said a fucking year ago, when they were leading up with this whole season 2 situation, I had absolutely zero confidence in this because of how the development team decided to handle the Clive situation. Because the Clive situation, you can almost argue that was kind of like an emergency update, because that particular update was it was largely about Clive. I mean, I think they had a few other changes there, but the main star of that update was Clive. And seeing what they chose to do with that character, that right there told me everything I needed to know. But unfortunately, like a dumb fuck, I continued to persist. I coped. I will admit it. I coped. I thought things would be I was like, let me give it a chance. And what ended up happening? How was season 2, ladies and gentlemen? How was that? I think that season was, that shit was hot garbage. And yet I played through the entire season using suck-ass Raven like a dumb fuck. Then, now we get the announcement of season 3. And the amount of people I heard that were thinking that this was going to be, that was the back to basics. Like I said, if you really want to go back to basics, this is what you really need to do. You need to go back to a time where you played Tekken as a game, where the thing that affected you as the player was simply what the character did to you, not the mechanics of the game. For those that don't understand what the fuck I meant, or maybe I could have just did a better job explaining, the way the mechanics are in Tekken 8, they are highly egregious. They are highly offensive. The mechanics of Tekken 5, for instance, was that you had the crush system. They introduced the crush system, which actually made sense because if you do a hop kick, you should go over a low attack. It shouldn't just clip you out of the air. If you're doing an attack, like say back 1+2 with Lei Wulong, he does his headbutt move. If you're doing an attack that's high, he should go under the attack. That was the mechanic of Tekken 5. The mechanic of Tekken 4, the wall push situation. And also they had stage elevation, which was never brought back, by the way. Even though I do believe that Tekken 4 was a bit ahead of its time, but I think it was just too much for the developers to figure out. And that led to a lot of uneven, sloped situations where a character would be at a higher elevation and another, you know what I'm saying? So they didn't understand how to make that work. Therefore, it was subsequently removed. In Tekken 6, I believe you had the rage arts, which I wasn't a fan of, but based on my time, because I competed in Tekken 6 a lot, and rage arts wasn't something that people were like, it was there, but it wasn't to where it is now. So there's been many different types of mechanics that has been introduced in Tekken as a franchise over the years. However, Tekken 8, the mechanics that they have for this fucking game, it literally takes a character from them being in their base form to basically making them Ultra Instinct level, just to use a Dragon Ball reference. I have watched people use characters like Lydia, for instance. And I remember when I first seen Lydia, because I didn't really work with her that much in Tekken 7, because at that time when she came out, I had already walked away from the competitive scene. But, I decided to invest in the DLC like a dumb fuck. And when playing, or rather when I would go against people online using this character, I felt like this character is very, very easy, very brain rot. Like it was just forward 4-2 out of nowhere. Like it comes out like a blink of an eye. Like by the time you're reacting to it, it's already on you. And then you have all these extra follow-ups, all this extra shit. And you're like, what the fuck? And now they end up buffing the bitch for reasons unknown. To where now when she's in heat, and I've watched this many times because people post their fucking footage on Twitter, and it is one of my, it's sometimes one of the favorite parts of my day to go on Twitter for like a few moments, maybe half an hour to an hour, and I'm going through it and I'm watching people literally raging out, posting their fucking videos or videos of other people. And I'm watching this and I'm like, I'm literally seeing a player. They basically abandoned all manner of retaliation because this character in heat is basically broken. And this is allowed to persist. And then, of course, you get Anna, of course, another carry character. You have fucking Law, which I've always said Law was a bullshit fucking character. From the very moment I saw them say that Law can auto parry while he's in heat, like auto punch parry, and then to make matters even worse, fine. If you want to make this brain rot, scrub friendly fucking character that my fucking sperm cell can fucking use blindfolded, if you want to give him that property, okay, whatever, fine. I don't like it, but whatever. But when it happens, you give a segment of his heat back? What in the Omega level class dumb fuck shit is this? So let me get this straight. So you mean to tell me you have a character that from the very beginning of the inception of Tekken, Law has always been a scrub-friendly character, or to put it nicely, a beginner-level character, much like Paul Phoenix. So you take an already beginner-friendly character, then come Tekken 4, you give him the DSS stance and add a tiny bit of complexity to this character, just a fucking smidge. Okay? A fucking smidge. Then you remove all of the little bit of difficulty the character did have. It's like you can't even make this shit up. You can't make this fucking shit up. It's like you take an already simplistic character that may have required 5 brain cells, and now the character only requires half a brain cell. That's half of a brain cell. So much so that you have a guy named Ninja Killer, some fucking random, I've never heard of a day in my fucking life in this Tekken scene, until I'm like, okay, he's like a Mortal Kombat type player. Okay, whatever, right? Because that game has had its own share of bullshit. So this guy basically comes into this scene and completely eviscerates everybody to where I believe he was the highest ranked fucking player in Tekken 8. You know what that would be like? That would be like me. You have a game where you have Justin Wong, Sanford Kelly, IFC Yipes in a Marvel Capcom type game, right? These are like the 3 gods of Marvel, in case you guys don't know, Marvel vs. Capcom. That would be like all of a sudden I come into that game and I'm washing them and I'm giving them the business. It's like, what? What the fuck? That's what that That is what that reminded me of. Like I said, I don't know who this Ninja Killer is. I don't know him personally. I'm sure maybe he's a good guy in real life. But when I started hearing this guy, him just dominating everybody, I'm like, what? How as a Tekken community, how do you allow that? That's embarrassing. That's like you're letting somebody in your game completely dominate you. Like, it goes to show how fucking brain dead this game is, that any fucking random could just come into your fucking game and destroy people that have had fucking decades of experience. Because I can tell you this much, throughout all of my time of competing, and believe me, in Tekken 5 and Tekken 6, I was all over the United States. I've never once heard of this guy. Never once. And even part of Tekken 7. So I'm like, what the fuck? But it's nothing against him. It just goes to show how stupid and brain dead the developers have made this game, that basically any random, I'm pretty sure if Sonic Fox wanted to come and apply maybe 5 of his brain cells to this game, I'm pretty sure even he would do well in this game. I wouldn't even be fucking surprised. I would not be surprised. But yet and still, either of them would get their shit pushed the fuck back in Tekken 4, Tekken 5, and I'm pretty sure of that. But in Tekken 8, anybody can be a fucking superstar. and it's just like, I'm just like, it's an embarrassment. It's a fucking embarrassment. But then when you understand the industry as I do, you realize that this was done on purpose. When you are privy to an interview that good old Katsuhiro Harada and Michael Murray, and I guess even Kohei Nakatsu, or whatever his fucking name is, the guy that worked on that shit franchise called Soul Calibur, yeah, that one. That's where Nakatsu comes from. That's another thing. That's another thing for you guys. The guy that's leading, the guy that is in control of the Tekken franchise since Tekken 7, by the way, because many people don't even many people actually believed that Harada was the director of Tekken 7, and he was not. It was Nakatsu. That was his first time at lead. This is a guy that comes from the Soul Calibur franchise. I want you to understand that. Let me tell you something. Soul Calibur is a dead fucking franchise. That franchise has went into the depths. It literally traversed all 9 circles of hell to where it discovered a 10th circle. And that is where Soul Calibur exists right now. Anything that came after Soul Calibur 2, as far as I'm concerned, never happened. Never fucking happened. So your Nakatsu, game director of Tekken 8, he comes from that franchise. So am I really that surprised that this game is the shit show that it is? No. Then we hear, oh, you know what? We want to make this game aggressive. Let me tell you how to interpret this. You know what is most difficult for a beginner player? Let me tell you, and I think some of you may not understand this. Some of you do. If you're going to make a game more accessible, you know what you don't do? You don't give characters weaknesses. You give a lot of moves that give you advantage on block, especially. Why? Because it's easier for scrubs to mash buttons and get lucky than it is to take a scrub and teach him or her to play defensively. This is why, in a real life example, since I train as a fucking boxer in real life, it is easier to get people without proper form, but it's easier to get people to throw their hands at the heavy bag and just think they're doing something, as opposed to actually teaching them how to properly defend themselves. To where now you have to know how to catch, you have to slip, you have to roll. It's much easier to just get somebody on the heavy bag and just because I've seen that many times. I'll go to a boxing gym and I'll see these fucking people they're literally just flailing away. That is exactly what Tekken 8 is to me. It is a bunch of people on the heavy bag that's literally just flailing their fucking arms all day. There is no notion of real defense at all. That is the reason why the developers decided to go with the theme of aggression, because it is much easier. You ever heard the expression, a great offense is like a better defense or something like that? You ever heard of that? That's basically what they wanted with Tekken 8. They felt like if you can keep somebody on block, you can't do anything. You're basically, and then what's happening is you're flipping a fucking coin. You're doing rock, paper, scissors in every interaction. It's going to keep the casuals, those people who don't know who the fuck I am, they don't know who the fuck Arslan Ash is, they don't know who the fuck Main Man Sui is, those randoms that pop up in the game here and there, it's going to keep them playing because they don't have to think. They don't have to get better. They don't have to learn shit. They can just press shit. In fact, I like that. I'm going to save that. Fuck that. In Tekken 8, you don't have to learn shit. You just press shit. I like that one. I came up with that, by the way. So I'm taking ownership. You don't have to learn shit in Tekken. You press shit in Tekken. There we go. That's what it is. You just mash. Just go ham. Just go fucking nuts. Isn't that what these characters do? Isn't that what fucking Lydia does when she's in heat? Heaven hurts. That's what the fuck she does. There's no need to think. There's no need to think. What are you thinking about? Just press. Just mash. Just fucking mash. And that's why they added the element of the armor attack. That's why they changed the armor attack to where it is. In fact, I would argue and say that is probably the only thing about Tekken 8 that I actually don't mind. I actually like the changes they made to an armor attack, because before I can tell you with the utmost certainty that armor attacks in Tekken 7 were next, like I rarely saw anybody use them. Because in the event, if I'm doing an armor attack to you and you in turn do a very quick and fast recoverable move, I'm going to tank through your attack, but it's going to count as permanent damage to me. And then by the time the armor attack reaches you, you're able to block. And if that armor attack was unsafe, you also can punish me. So now they changed it to where, okay, in the same situation, if the armor attack I'm doing is unsafe, if I tank through your move, I may not be able to hit you, but now I'm taking recoverable damage. And because the move now lands on your block, even though I didn't get the hit, but now because I tanked through an attack that you did, now my armor attack has been rendered neutral. That was an actual good change because it also retains the startup weaknesses of if you attack it low, it's going to get snuffed out. If you grab, you're going to get snuffed out. And also, it doesn't necessarily mean that if you happen to throw out a jab that you're automatically going to get hit by the armor attack. So it makes it more balanced across the board. That whoever came up with that was the developers actually using their fucking brain for once. I give them credit for that. But the rage art, get the fuck off the planet. A rage art, and I've said this till I am literally blue and red in the face. A rage art should have the exact same weaknesses as an armor attack. And also, it should only be able to be used once per match, not every single fucking round. Now, if you want to have the rage art added damage, that's fine. A little extra added percentage once you're in rage, that's fine. That's been there. It is what it is. But the rage art itself, it should be limited to only once per match. And if I really want to be a fucking dick about it, I would just eliminate that shit it's all together. But I try to be fair. And I do feel that when you introduce a bit of scarcity to your game to where you don't have access to that mechanic all the fucking time, now you add an extra layer of strategy. Because now if I'm down on life and I'm about to lose round one, do I want to try to take back round one using my rage art, or do I want to sit on it and accept the loss of round one and go into round two while I have my rage art? That's the type of shit that's going to make people think. But like I said, Tekken 8 developers don't want you to think. They just want you to press and go fucking random. So that's probably the main reason why my very educated suggestion will never happen. That's precisely why. That's precisely why. See, you know how many times I've dealt with people online in my comment section that will just say, well, I don't have if I had $10 for every person that said this, I don't have a problem with rage arts. It's a skill issue. So you know what that lets me know? That lets me know that you are a selfish fucking player. Because you know how many times I used to hear that? I used to hear that all the time in the Soul Calibur tournament scene. Soul Calibur was known for having absolutely horrific mechanics. Absolute bullshit, broken, busted, brain rot characters that was in the Soul Calibur franchise after part 2. Because like I said, everything that happened with Soul Calibur after 2 did not exist as far as I'm concerned. So, you know how many times when I would go to a Tekken event, I would go to a Tekken tournament, and they would have Soul Calibur as kind of like a side tournament. And while I'm waiting for my match, or I'm waiting for the tournament to start, and I would kind of go into Soul Calibur, like in, where all the players are, and I'm hearing the arguments and the discussions, and they're talking to the tournament organizers saying, oh, well, I want this character to be banned, or this character, or this stage, or whatever. And they would say, well, I don't have a problem with it. Get good. That's on you. And you know what ended up happening? The majority of Soul Calibur players said, fuck your game, we're out. And as a result, their community slowly died. That's not my opinion. That is a fucking fact. Because I was witness to much of that whenever I'd go to events. I was witness to that shit. And it's like, I would see characters in Soul Calibur that would just, I'm like, why? Who thought that this was a good idea? It's like, the fuck? Who thought this was a great idea? And now I'm finding myself saying the same thing about Tekken many years later. It truly is history is repeating itself. And unfortunately, people are just not recognizing it. They're just not. So I know I went around the mountain, but this kind of goes back to the content creators that will continue to stream this piece of shit game that has the most horrific and the most egregious gameplay mechanics of any fighting game that I have seen or played in the last 10 years. Now, for context, I've played Eternal Champions, I've played Pit Fighter, I've played World Heroes, I've played KOF, I've played Art of Fighting, I've played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Tournament Fighters, I've played Dragon Ball Fighters, I've played every single Marvel game, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men vs. I've played every fucking thing that has a punch, kick, or slash button. I've played Primal Rage, Killer Instinct, you name it, I've played it. And Tekken 8 has some of the most horrific mechanic. I can't stress it enough. The developers, they need to get heat and rage the fuck up out of Tekken 8. I will say this again. The Tekken 8 developers need to remove heat and rage out of Tekken 8. I could try to dance around the issue and say, oh, let's limit, which I just did. You know, I said, oh, well, they should limit a rage art to once per match. If I'm just going to be decisive, I would eliminate both of those fucking mechanics out of the fucking game. No more of this fucking tornado shit. No more of that bullshit. Because right now, as it is right now, this game is an absolute shit show. It's a shit show. And fine, if you're one of the fucking few people that you don't mind getting hit by a Kamehameha wave from Jun Kazama from halfway across the screen, if you don't mind that shit, hey, that's fine. That's cool. That's cool. Keep enjoying it. However, when you're talking about back to basics, as somebody that has been around the Tekken scene for like since Jesus Christ walking on water, that type of length of time, I can tell you that kind of going back to basics is during a time where I would play Tekken, where sure, I would go against some bullshit characters, but at the end of the day, I never cursed the mechanics of a Tekken game. I would complain about maybe the character, oh, maybe this character is bullshit, whatever. I would say that. I have said that. But never once have I fucking said, fuck this game. I've said, fuck this character. And that subtle difference in language, it tells a story. Because to fuck this game is I'm including the mechanics that the game is built on. I could say fuck Tekken 5 Steve because he had a fucking infinite, which led to Crow becoming a 2-time Evo champion. And I put air quotes, and I know it's not his fault, but I put asterisks all over those Evo wins. Because quite frankly, he won because of a fucking broken, busted infinite, which anybody in the scene knows, but we try to like, hey, well, whatever. But it is what it is. But the mechanics of Tekken 5 was nowhere near as fucked up as this. And that's why I will say until I am blue, red, green, and all sorts of other colors than my current fucking pigmentation right now, and I will say that the mechanics of Tekken 8 has got to fucking go. And unfortunately, those people that can elicit that particular change, or at least send a striking, meaningful message to these developers, they will continue to play this game, stream this game. In fact, like I said, they're probably streaming it right now. It It boggles my mind. I don't, you know, there comes a time where you have different things available to you if you want to bring about change. If I were to kind of give you a very tiny, brief history lesson, not even a history lesson, but just a lesson in, I guess it is history. If you are a conqueror and you're conquering people's lands in war, what ends up happening is you tend to not kill or execute the leaders of that land, because you can get those leaders to get the rest of their people to fall in line to the new regime. For those who are unaware. So the leaders of that culture, of that community, holds great influence over the common folk, over the general population. So what ends up happening is in this situation, you have the movers and shakers of the Tekken 8 community. We all know who they are. I'm sure we do. I'm sure even some of you guys can even list a few of them in the actual chat, who the movers and shakers of the Tekken community are. I'm sure some of y'all know. While they continue to play this game, nothing is going to change. Now, there might be some instances where the developers may listen to fan and or community feedback, right? Unfortunately, that is not the case right now. So, and then you have these Tekken developers. They give you guys a Tekken portal. I don't even know if that Tekken portal is even still active. You guys can let me know in the chat if that shit's even still a thing. I don't know. But I can tell you this much. That thing, that means about it's not worth anything. It's a fucking illusion. It's to give you, the community, the illusion that you bitching and complaining, that you're having your say, that what you're doing matters. I'm here to tell you it doesn't. It was there to placate the community. It was just there because so the developers can't say, well, you can't say that we didn't try. We're giving you a portal to voice your feedback. We'll take your feedback under advice. Fuck out of here. The Tekken 8 community has been giving these developers feedback since the fucking closed beta, or should I say after the closed beta, after the fucking open beta. Because even back then, you were able to see just how fucking stupid Tekken 8 was, even as early as that point. So, unfortunately, it is unfortunate that it takes somebody who has a very small subscriber base, who, speaking about myself, when I post a video about matters that really do matter in the gaming industry, whether I'm talking about Microsoft, whether I'm talking about PlayStation, whether I'm talking about AI, whether I'm talking about the direction of the gaming, and when I talk about these things, it's almost like a waste of my carbon dioxide. Almost. I mean, I'm appreciative of the few people that do tune in, but it's wild when I look at the landscape of YouTube and social media in general, that people, like, it's like people, they prefer to listen to drama. They prefer to listen to bullshit, lies, half-truths, shills, copium. I think that's the word. But when you have somebody that's telling it like it is, they're oftentimes kind of ignored. And it's a sad reality. It's a sad reality. I've been saying everything about Tekken 8, everything about this fucking game. I've been saying it from from Jump Street. I've been saying it from the beginning. And there are still some people in this community, and it's hilarious. They are actually, some of them are now hoping for Tekken 9 to fix things. So we went from season 1 to season 2. You then hope from season 2 to season 3. Now some players are now saying, well, Tekken 8 is what it is, but by gosh, that Tekken 9. Oh my God. I guess that's copium, right? I guess that's the proper placement of that word. It's like these people are just so, I don't know, sipping the Kool-Aid. They are just, I don't know. And look, it's fascinating to me. It's truly fascinating to me how people are this naive. Truly naive. This game will never get better. Not in the way that you want. This is a game that is meant for casuals to mash their buttons, to go unga bunga, to not think but press buttons. That is the nature of this game from the very beginning. So on that front, I guess I can give the Tekken 8 developers credit that, hey, they weren't lying. Shit, they weren't lying. But it's like the community that, you know, many of you, even some of you that's in the chat right now, and I salute you guys. I respect you guys, whatever. I appreciate you guys tuning in, listening to me go off on this in this whole fucking thing. There are some of you that have been playing this franchise for a prolonged period of time. You guys bought the game. You guys may stream the game. You guys may have played the game, made content if you're content creators. You guys bought the DLC. You guys spent money in the Tekken shop, all of this stuff. You guys done all of that. And some of you wanted specific changes. Maybe some of you wanted changes that are not aligned with what I'm saying, and that's fine. We each want different things. However, it's safe to say that the majority of what people wanted did not happen. And it went in the opposite direction. This is why I say that Tekken Portal is absolute fucking bullshit. It was a smokescreen. It's a smokescreen. And, you know, so at this point, after me yapping for almost 2 hours now, it comes back full circle to what I said at the very beginning. And the nature or the thumbnail of this video is you have fraudulent, spineless, defending, copium shills within the community that have high viewership, high Twitch numbers, high Twitter followers, all of that. These are the same people that continue to play this game for their own benefits because they are here for clicks, views, ad revenue, and whatever super chats that some of you have probably even donated to them. And on one hand, I'm like, well, I can't hate so much because, you know, everybody's trying to get their money. However, when I saw that video of Shane Faison of Fight Tips and him taking a stance of going to delete his entire Instagram account come May 31st, there was something in me that was like, you know what? I need to speak on this. Because if somebody like him with 3.5 million subscribers on YouTube and hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of people on his Instagram, If a guy like him is willing to take a stand and make a sacrifice of that magnitude of deleting his whole fucking Instagram, then what is the excuse of some of these larger fucking Tekken content creators that get around and in their little fucking circle jerk fucking podcast where they're talking with each other in this little forum? All that shit is bullshit. Because I can tell you, I would go on a limb and say the vast majority of them, I don't want to say all because I don't like to deal in absolutes, but I'll say the majority of them are all still playing this fucking game, despite anything they may say. So they're all hypocrites. They're all fucking fraudulent. They're all fake as fuck as far as I'm concerned. They are for themselves. They don't give two shits about the community. And you know the thing is, I was also going to mention, since I was on this topic, and it's kind of funny when people say, oh, damn, now you got something else catching a stray bullet. I can also extend this to Dead or Alive. I can damn sure expand this entire to fraudulent fucking content creators and streamers over to Dead or Alive. In fact, it's even worse. Here you have a fucking game that's coming out come June 25th that's basically a copy and paste of a fucking game they came out with in 2019 that the developers lied to their entire community and ended the game a year after it was launched. Oh, and mind you, Dead or Alive 6 launched with no lobbies. The development team of Team Ninja sold a pipe dream to their community. And you know what they did? They bought into it and they got fucked. And they have the fucking nerve to come back almost a decade later with the same fucking game, but this time we're going to call it Last Round. Oh, and they're charging $40 for it. Oh, and it doesn't have rollback netcode or crossplay. Oh, and the two guest characters that was in the 2019 game, oh, they're not in it. But they're charging $40 for it. And you know the funny thing? The main content creators of that community are just as spineless as the content creators in this community. So you bet your fucking ass I'm going to throw in the Dead or Alive mover and shaker content creators and streamers in this, because I can lump them all together. I can lump them all together. I don't respect that sort of weakness. I don't respect that sort of fucking shilling. I don't respect that sort of lack of awareness that you are benefiting off of your community. You are having a bunch of people tune in, probably subscribe to you, might be giving you fucking membership and all this other bullshit, and yet and still you're not keeping it real. You're not keeping it real. I cannot and I will not respect that ever. It's weakness. And maybe it's just because, you know, I'm from the 80s era. Maybe, you know, that's just how I am. I'm no fucking millennial, but I look at that and I'm like, yo, you motherfuckers are spineless. Because like I said, I can guarantee you this. If the majority of the major content creators were to fucking say, you know something, we are no longer going to be playing this game, I'm moving on, and really stick to it. Like, you're moving on. Whether you're main man, fuck it, let's call them out. Main man, King J, K Swiss, Wiz, fucking everybody. Who else is out there? Fitty X, D All the Way, Fighting GM, all of these fucking people. Every single one of them. If they were to all make one last video and say, you know something, this is what I don't like about Tekken 8, and proceed, like I said in my latest video, and proceed to show that they're uninstalling the game from their PlayStation, from their Xbox, or their PC, and then upload it and tag fucking Nakatsu, the Tekken creator, the Tekken 8 creator, and even Namco Bandai itself, tag both of them. And if enough people do that, I can guarantee you, and I usually don't like to deal in absolutes, but I can guarantee you that is going to fucking send Namco Bandai in a panic to where they're going to fucking go down the hall in the office and go to the Tekken project team and say, what in the fuck are you guys doing? We just lost some of our main content creator and streamers. They've basically left a whole bunch of videos on our social media saying they are done with the game. And also, fuck, you know what I'll also add? Let's add this. If every single one of those content creators would also say, I am now going to move on to other games. And then you would later fucking show that many of those, like imagine Fighting GM, for instance, just use him. All of a sudden he starts playing Street Fighter 6 all day. He starts playing fucking Street Fighter. Arsenal Ash, he goes to fucking play Fatal Fury. I'm just using this as an example. I can guarantee you, you would have the most. You thought that emergency patch happened fast? You would have such a swift reaction from the development team. It will make your fucking head spin. It will make your head spin. But you know what they're counting on? They're counting on that many of those players are not going to do nothing if just bitch and complain a little bit, but they're still going to play that fucking game day in, day out, stream it day in, day out, make content videos talking about this character and this character lost their identity day in and day out. So at the end of the day, the one emergency measure that the Tekken community could use in a break glass in case of emergency, no one is willing to break that glass. You're going to have main man is going to keep playing that fucking. In fact, if I were to look, I wouldn't be surprised if he is fucking live right now playing this suck ass game. Or maybe Blackheart will make another fucking this character. Not only this character is broken. Yes, we know all the characters are broken. We know. What we do need is, instead of you making fucking videos on this character's broken, why don't you make a video saying, you know what? I'm quitting this game and I am moving on until you, the Tekken developers, do something to fix this game. That's what I would like to see. I would like to see that from Main Man. I would love to see that from Blackheart, with respect. I would love to see that from many players, many content creators. But I'm not. They're going to keep making their fucking videos. It's like nothing's going to change. It's like, basically, I accept that me ranting about this for like the last 1 hour and 42 minutes is a complete waste of my carbon dioxide. I am self-aware to recognize that. But you know, there's a thing that I have. It's passion. And while I have quit this fucking shit show of a game from playing it and streaming it, which is hurting my channel, because I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, if I kept up with those suffering streams that I was doing, if I streamed this game like Lil Majin and those other guys, if I streamed this game every fucking day, I would have. By now, I probably have maybe like 3,000, maybe 3,500 subscribers by now. Just judging by the trajectory that I had when I was streaming this game. But I made a sacrifice. And I recognize that while I hate this game mechanically, I recognize that the only way for it to change, and I mean meaningfully change, is that people are going to have to quit the game. That is the only signal that is left that is going to force the developer's hands. Or even it may not, it will be the publisher or whomever. The word will get to the developers and be like, okay, we have a situation here. We have a serious situation. Because at this point, there's nothing left. There really is no other thing you can do at this point. All of the videos complaining about this character lost, all of that shit has been explored already. You only have one last option, and that is the total and complete elimination of playing this game. That is the only message that you can send that will have a significant enough impact to force these developers to make meaningful changes. And as far as I'm concerned, I doubt it. I don't see it happening. I just don't see it happening. The only thing people will continue to do is play the game, and they'll do their little circle jerk, their little fucking fellowship of the ring sort of thing, where you'll see like 5 or 10 of them in one person's podcast, and they're talking for like fucking 20 fucking hours about, oh, what can be done? Well, what do you think can be done? Well, this character is broken. Oh yeah, well, this character, yeah, they lost his identity. Oh my god, can you believe that if you sidestep to the left, now he has a move that covers that direction? Yeah, man. Please spare me. None of that shit means a fucking thing, except for your own pockets. It's not going to elicit any sort of change. It's like that. It's like somebody that hit me up in one of my comments, one of my video, the last video I did, where they said, "Oh, did I see something called a heat speak?" Some shit with spaghetti. The guy, I don't even know what, the guy looks like a fucking fool as far as like, with the guy wearing glasses all fucking day. I don't fucking get it, whatever. But anyway, so that guy, him and whoever else, they're busy talking about the game, and it's going to do what? What is it going to do? Unless you're going to tell me that each and every one of those people have come to the consensus that they are quitting Tekken 8. They will no longer play it. They will no longer stream it. Now you have my attention. But if it's just a bunch of fucking dudes on another podcast talking about their fucking grievances, yeah, Tekken is this, I don't give a fuck. Because as far as I'm concerned, if that is all they're doing, then they fall into my category of fraudulent, spineless content creators that are only out for themselves. And that's what it is. That's what it is. Anyway, let me look at some of these chats here. What's up, Keylocks? I see you. Oh, I'm good. I'm hanging in there. The Every Sleeping Dragon. Good on you, Sleeping Dragon. Somebody with the fucking balls to fucking uninstall. Respect to that. Lethal Colonel. That's a good name. Nazcac. Moonslayer. Oh yeah, I forgot about him. I don't really listen to Moonslayer. Honestly, his voice annoys me. I'm gonna be honest. I've kept it to myself. I don't know, man. He just has an annoying sounding voice to me. It's petty, I know. And honestly, I just feel like I don't want to say shill. I don't want to say that, but I'm just not a fan. Just not a fan. But I do recognize that Moonsault Slayer does have a sizable audience. He doesn't have a main man audience, but he does have a sizable presence. And if you're to tell me that Moonsault Slayer came out and said, you know what, given the current climate of Tekken 8, I've decided that this game is not good for the community, and I'm choosing to take a stand. And from this moment on, until further notice, I am no longer playing this game. I'm no longer streaming this game, and also shows him uninstalling it and just simply moving on to another game, because it's not like there's plenty of options. If he says something like that, infinite respect, but I highly doubt he'll do that. I highly doubt any of them will do that. Like I said, many of us that are smaller content creators or just regular casual players or whatever, you'll have people that'll do that, but the larger content creators, they don't want to lose out on that ad revenue, man. They don't want to lose out. That's why I say they're not really out for the community. They don't give a fuck. They don't. It's all bullshit. It's all lies. Oh, NASCAC, I see you've been deleting your Instagram account today after you saw your video. Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. Racing games. I'm not really a fan of racing games, but I'll fuck with Street Fighter. In fact, I'm thinking about getting back into Street Fighter, and there's other games coming out that I'm definitely looking to get into. And let me see what else. Who else did I miss? Let me see. Shaolin Phrase. Tekken 8 feels more like Street Fighter mixed with Soul Calibur. It's definitely mixed with something. Shadow Fiend, King can kill you with one Jaguar. I call that shit the track star. I literally call that shit track star. And literally everything from King, whether it's track star 1, track star 2, track star 3, every move is safe on block. Every single move. It's absolutely ridiculous. Aaron Burnett, good morning to you as well. I know I'm catching this comment super late. I'm just kind of catching up. Yeah, I played Pit Fighter Goro 911. Yeah, I played Goro. I didn't like Buzz. Just to kind of speak on Pit Fighter, my favorite character was Tai. Tai was my favorite character. I used to fucking whore his jumping double kick all day. Even though Kato was cool, he was kind of smaller, but I was very good with Tai. Very good. Very good. In fact, I would argue that fucking Pit Fighter has better fucking mechanics in this fucking game. Shit, now that I think about it, fuck that. Let me see. Disintegrator, weren't armor attacks giving up a turn on block? Armor attacks would, armor attacks you would, for those, armor attacks you would give up your turn, right, after you block it. You might, like it would, usually they would be like -9. But usually they wouldn't be like plus. Usually they wouldn't be. But the changes that they had from 7 to 8, I didn't mind them because they also retain actual specific weaknesses. But when I learned that those weaknesses were directly correlated to the design decision of Tekken 8, which is where I say, if you remember, heat engagers were also tied and tethered to armor attacks. So if you do an armor attack, it would activate the heat engager. That was the actual meta that the developers wanted. They didn't want you really playing defense per se, but they were letting you use an attack of sorts to armor through someone's offense, and then as a reward, now you're plus 17 off of a heat engager by way of an armor attack that you used to blow through your opponent's offense. So that's why heat engagers were tied also to armor attacks. That's why it was like that in season 1, because season 1, that was the game directly that the developers wanted, but because many people bitched and complained and so on and so forth, it caused a shift. But at this point in time, you need not only a significant backlash similar to what made the change, or shall I say the removal of heat engagers from armor attacks, you're going to also need high level, or just, or should I say prominent content creators and streamers quitting this game and actually making it known that they're quitting the game. You're going to need a balance of that to bring forth more of a significant change to Tekken 8 moving forward. That is the only thing I can see happening at this point. And unfortunately, the developers are counting on many of these creators not willing to part ways with that, with that ad revenue. So it becomes this vicious cycle. And because right now I don't see anything else that can happen that's going to make any change to this game. I don't. Already seen before season 3 came out. Some been saying if they do play, and it's hilarious. One of the funniest things I saw was I think it was a Devil Jin player. I think he's from the United Kingdom. I don't know if I think, well, on Twitter it was Momo something, Momo Dog maybe, I don't know, but he was a Devil Jin player. And I remember this was maybe a week or two ago. He's complaining and complaining, but yet and still he posts he posts that he ranked up and got to like God 3 or God 4 or whatever the fuck it was. And somebody in his comment section called him out on it on his Twitter and said, "Why are you complaining about this game, but you're posting images of you getting promoted?" It's wild. It's wild to me. So I don't know. It's really fucking crazy. Yeah. But hopefully you guys aren't hearing any background noise. If you are, it's somebody, I think they're doing work outside, some kind of construction, I think. So hopefully that's not too much of a distraction. I don't know if my microphone is really picking it up or not. I don't know. There is another video. Let me have some fun with this one, because there's a video. Remember I mentioned that I made a Lee video. I think this is no, is it this one? No, I don't think it's this one. Hold on. I don't know if I added that one. Let's see. Let me see if let me look at this. I want to, I hope I added chapters to this. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I watched this video. It's been a while. Let me see. if I'm going to be honest with you, and I would say on this channel, I'm very authentic and real. I don't see any significant changes that will be coming to this game for season 3.
Nope,
And I
look
will
at that.
tell you why. And I understand that there are some of you, perhaps many of you, that really do enjoy Tekken 8. You guys love this game. And believe me, on my channel, I do not shame or throw shade at anybody for loving what you love, regardless of what game that might be. However, speaking from an OG standpoint, considering that I have been playing this franchise for 30 years, I'm 45 years old right now. I've been playing the franchise since I've been 14. I'm a former competitive pro. I've put my time in. I've earned my respect. I was a Lei Wulong user. And so I've dealt with many broken and busted characters over the history of the franchise. However, when I look at Tekken 8, not only are you dealing with absurd character balancing, or should I say lack thereof, but you're also dealing with ridiculous gameplay mechanics that no one in the community that has played the game or the franchise for a significant period of time has asked for. Rage was just something, you get your opponent low on life, they get that little reddish aura, and they do a little additional damage on their moves, a small percentage extra. Now, if you look at Rage, it gives the losing player a nuclear missile that you, as the offensive player, you have no idea whether or not that player that has gotten his ass beat from one corner of the screen to the next, whether or not he's going to unleash this rage art or not. And for those people that have said, if you're getting hit by rage arts, you're trash, or you should have not been pressing buttons, there's 2 points I can make to that. At the very beginning of the development of Tekken 8, when the most earliest news that we have gotten was that the general theme of Tekken 8 was going to be rooted in aggression. I put this in air quotes. So it didn't surprise me too much that sidesteps and movement of Tekken, which has been a staple in the franchise, being able to move around, sidestep effectively and efficiently, was toned down because the developers wanted to prioritize offensive, aggressive gameplay. And this led me to have the theory as to why armor attacks were changed in such a way.
That's what I've been saying.
If you were to armor through an attack, you would no longer incur permanent damage while tanking through a move. It will now just be recoverable health. And also, they combined landing an armor attack with a heat engager. So my thought, and this is just my own little, my conspiracy theory here, is that armor attacks were designed for you as the defensive player to counteract your opponent's aggression.
That's it.
So it's like in order to deal with your opponent's aggression, the game did not necessarily the design of the game did not emphasize sidesteps to get out of danger, but rather utilizing the armor attack to burst through attacks. So what we've seen later on was that the community, let the developers know that this was not the direction they wanted. And then we have what is current, where armor attacks no longer incur a heat engager. When you do land a heat engager, you're not minus 17,000 on hit. You're now, -9, if I'm not mistaken. So there are certain changes that were made. But I will tell you, and I will come back to this again in the video, depending on how long you watch, these changes were made solely because of the Tekken community's rage and outcry, or backlash, whatever word you want to attribute. I do not believe any of these changes would have been made were it not for the
the hardcore audience of the Tekken community remaining silent.
And that's it. At the end of the day, much of what's been going on with this game, it's the changes that has happened, as slight or as moderate as they are, is because of the backlash that the community basically rose up and said, look, this is too much. However, it's for the game to really be changed in a more drastic way, more drastic action is needed. And it's that action that is required for the larger content creators to actually coordinate with each other, and that's what has to happen. That's basically it. Like, anything else is going to be small time by comparison. If you really want to make a significant impact, the larger content creators and streamers, they're gonna have to get on board. And this is why I call them fraudulent. This is why I call them fake and spineless, and all they want to do is talk, but they're not willing to they are not willing to make the needed play to bring about these types of changes, because the developers are going to only do the bare minimum. They're going to do the bare minimum. I mean, when you think about it, wasn't there a change that the developers were thinking about adding, where it was something to do with if you break a grab? I'm not like, I think if you break a grab, let's say if you're king, you go to grab me, I break your grab, but somehow I'm the one that gets recoverable damage. When that was on the table, the Tekken community was like a hornet's nest. And that change, I'm not even sure if it happened. And if it did, it must have been patched out like immediately. So when you have developers that are willing to put shit in there like that, that should tell you everything you need to know about the competency of your development team. That should tell you what you should know. And I had that first moment when I played the older video, depending on when you join this live stream, I played the video of when they did a bit of a balance nerf to Clive, which really was more of a slap on the wrist. And that's just what it is. Now, okay, I see Mr. was CEO of Darkness. Okay. Never seen you in the chat before, but anyway, welcome. I've been speaking about this for a long time. And I do feel that in some cases there are things that do need to fail 100%. But unfortunately, because this is not an independent game, because this is not a small studio, Namco, are doing well with the Tekken franchise. However, in order for certain changes to take place, as I've been saying, the community needs to force their hand. There exists other developers that actually care about their community. They listen to their community. Many of them, I can give the examples of single player games. This is the reason why I tend to support developers that put forth viable effort, like CG Games. Many of you probably don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about, but CG Games, they're the ones that make a title called Lords of the Fallen. Lords of the Fallen has undergone 60 plus updates, all of which, well, at least most of which, I would say, were led by community feedback, and to where the game is in a great place now, and it is in a very positive, what's the word I'm looking for? The development studio is in a positive light with their community, because their community, and they're rightfully so, thinking that this is a studio that listened to us, fixed the game, and now the game is in a great spot, so much so that many in that community are looking forward to Lords of the Fallen 2. Many, and in fact, I will argue that is going to be a future Game of the Year contender, by the way, when it does come out. So when you have development studios that actually put forth the effort and take time to really listen to their community, and this goes beyond just fighting games, because video games exist in multiple different ways and so on and so forth, from first person shooters to roguelike, souls-like, you name it. But when you have a development studio that are not willing to listen, and they're clearly just saying fuck you, take it or leave it, that's where at the end of the day significant action is going to be needed on behalf of the community to make sure that you force the developer to listen to you. But unfortunately, if your game is filled with people that they continue to play the game, stream the game, they don't give two fucks about their own community, they're just looking to see how much money they can get out of it, your game and your community is more than likely going to die. It's more than likely going to die. And it is what it is. And even though I have moved on from this piece of shit game several months ago, I would say, but as somebody that has been playing the game for as long as I have, and not just playing it, because anybody can play a game for a long period of time. Like, it's very different when you are actively in the community, when you are actively going out to actual tournaments, not just online. Okay, this is why there's a difference between people who play something for a long period of time versus people who got out there and did something. Very different. Okay, I'm here in New York, and I've traveled to Cali, I've traveled to Canada, I've traveled to Florida, I've traveled all over the place. So my connection to this franchise is much deeper than somebody who probably played it in their fucking mom's basement for X amount of time. Like, it's different. It's different levels to this. But at the end of the day, I recognize this in the way that in order for change to really happen, it's got to the point where the larger content creators and streamers, they have to grow a pair. They have to fucking develop a spine and say, you know something, fuck this. We are no longer playing this game. We're no longer supporting this game. And until further notice, we're going to be playing this particular, whether it's Street Fighter or the upcoming Versus, Invincible Versus game, whatever the fuck they're going to play, they're going to pivot. And these are channels that have upwards of fucking 30 to 50 to 100 to 300,000 plus subscribers. So for them to pivot and give their audience a viable reason, like, look, this game is in the state it's in, you're not going to have, oh, everybody's just going to leave your channel. That's bullshit. It's not going to happen. You're going to have some people that might leave. Some people might dip out, and it is what it is. But that's what's called making a proper sacrifice. And that's something that many of my peers on YouTube and Twitch, they are unwilling to fucking do. And for those of them that are willing to do it, if I come across them, maybe if I come across a video saying, hey, we're done, I will give them all the respect in the world. I will comment on their video. I will give them all the praise in the world. But from what I see and from where I sit, I don't see them doing anything. I see them still playing this game, still bitching, still talking about, the identity. It's all the same bullshit. It's all the same bullshit. So until I see something significant, I just think that they're all frauds. They're all fraudulent. They're all fake. They're all spineless. And that's you know, and that's not, you know, that's just how I view them from a content creator standpoint. That has nothing to do with like me personally, because many of these guys I know personally. We come from the same era. You know what I'm saying? So it's nothing personal. It's just this community of Tekken 8 needs a significant show of strength and unity of sorts. And you know, somebody like me is too small. I'm too small of a creator. I'm too from an influence and numbers standpoint, I am far too small. I do not have the type of reach that a Fiddy X or Main Man Swee or Lil Majin has. I don't have that reach. I don't. It sucks. I wish I did. Because if I did, I would be having a very different video right now. But because I don't, part of me does feel like I'm ranting at 8:14 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for no reason. Feels like I could be in my bed asleep right now because I've been up all fucking night. But I guess I'm still awake because I got all of this. I just feel how I feel. And maybe it's adrenaline. Maybe when I'm done, I'll black out and won't see. I'll probably wake up and it'll probably be fucking, I don't know, 9 p.m. or some shit. But this is where I'm at right now with it. And Cause I know this, like, as a content creator, you kind of know when your shit ain't gonna go nowhere. Like beyond the people that's in this chat right now, it's not gonna go anywhere. Not really. You know, and it sucks because, you know, I posted a short earlier yesterday. It was on Virtua Fighter, and it was kind of like some of you may have seen it, many of you haven't. I wasn't doing anything really spectacular, but I was in the lab and I picked the Aikido character, the female character in Virtua Fighter 5, and I was just going through a few of her grabs, and it's just kind of like I want to get in the groove of, like, you know what? Let me go in that direction. You know, I mean, right now I've been busy playing Diablo 4. I've been loving that game. It's an action RPG. But I can tell you right now, this is the very first time in 31 years that I have not played Tekken almost like every day. Back in Tekken 6, when I was competing, I would learn every single matchup, or at least enough to give me a good chance to win, because that's where I was at. Tekken 5.0, same thing. Tekken 4, mostly, because, well, in Tekken 4, I was very local, but Tekken 5.0 was when I started to travel. And but in Tekken 7, same thing, but I ended up kind of walking away around 2018. And then all of a sudden they end up bringing out my character Lei, literally on my birthday. And it was September 6th, which was so ironic that the character released on September 6th, which is fucking mind-boggling. But I had a lot of life things going on. I didn't have the finances. I wasn't in a good headspace at that time. So I wasn't really going out to compete with my character. But I was still playing online. I was still playing Tekken 7 often. But Tekken 8, it's like I'm done. And this is why I tell people I'm not done, because oh, I had an issue with a particular character. I can care less about that. Like I'm from the 80s. I played every fucking thing. The issue is the gameplay mechanics. I can deal with broken characters. I mean, shit. You don't know what a broken character really is until you play fucking Marvel vs. Capcom 3, the vanilla edition, and fight against somebody who's using Dark Phoenix. You want to talk about broken? Come talk to me when you dealt with that. So, or I can just talk about Tekken 4 Jin. That's an easy one. Tekken 4 Nina. Tekken 5.0 Nina. Tekken 5.0 Steve Fox. I can just go on and on. But I still endured. I still played those games. I still competed. I still traveled in those games. You know how annoying it was to travel from New York to Virginia only to lose to some fucking player that you know you're better than, but because they're fucking playing like Lars or one of those other busted characters, you know deep down you lost because of the character they played, not because they were better than you. You know how many times I dealt with that? But I still persisted. I still endured. I still traveled. But this Tekken 8 is a whole different monster. It is a disgusting, shameful, soulless fucking game. I hate Tekken 8. I hate that fucking game. If there was any way for me to get my money back, I would. But unfortunately, I bought the digital version of Tekken 8. If I had the physical copy, I would have fucking snapped that shit in two on live stream months ago. In fact, what's up, King's IQ? That's Grand Kintara. That's exactly my point. You know, my point is that there are many people that continue to support this game, continue to play this game. Even earlier on, maybe a couple of weeks ago, where I said I made a video. Let me see. I'll show you what I mean. I made this particular video. Show you exactly what I mean. Let me go to this video. Let me go here. So let me make sure that this is being picked up by OBS. Okay. So this, let me see. This video right here. This one right here. You see where my cursor is? This is Tekken 8, my season 3 thoughts and closure. Now you see this video has over 1,000 views, 82 comments, most of which I did respond because I tend to like to respond to comments. Then look what happens. I made a Diablo video, of course, not even 100 views, but that's fine because I enjoy Diablo, and I understand that if I talk about something that has nothing to do with Tekken, it's probably not going to get no traction. But the point is that when I made this Tekken 8 season 3 thoughts and closure video, it was basically to kind of give my perspective as to why I'm walking away from the game. However, so we did the Diablo video, we did Sony raising prices, and now we did Tekken 8 again, where you see I did more thoughts than last time. This one, I was kind of going off on some of the changes of the game and stuff like that. Mostly the game itself, not so much on me. I was talking about me with this video here. So now if we go further up, I made this video here comparing Tekken 8 and Guilty Gear Strive. There might be some of you that may have watched that video where I liked that the Guilty Gear Strive developers, they have decided to remove a particular mechanic within the Guilty Gear Strive game. So the point of that video, which I think some people might not have understood, was that this is not to excuse any of the gameplay issues Guilty Gear Strive has, but it was just to highlight that the developer, after 5 years of Guilty Gear Strive, they still had the fucking nerve to remove a gameplay mechanic, which is more than I can say about the Tekken 8 developers. So I made that video as kind of like a means to compare one developer to another. And then I made these videos, which are kind of smaller, as you can see, you know, why modern era games are easier. Nobody gave a fuck about that video, really. And then a few things to consider when adding certain characters back. This game, kind of like a similar traction. And then this is the last video I did, which was the message to the community of hypocrites and shills. This was my latest Tekken 8 video that I posted earlier today. So that's sitting at 281 views. It's fine. But then after I posted that video, I felt like, you know what, there's still something I still want to say. I still want to get this off my chest. And I felt like, you know what, the best way to do that is just to go live. And like I said, I haven't gone to sleep yet. It's 8:24 in the morning right now. And so here we are. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is. But yeah, but I will say also, I appreciate you guys, for tuning in. Those of you that subscribed, I appreciate that. It does help. You know, but I just wish in certain cases that I wish that I was a little bit larger in this space. And that's also another reason why hopefully, maybe sometime this year or maybe even next year, I'll go on other people's like podcasts or something like that, to where maybe I can spread the message on certain things in the industry. Because like I said, I do more than just Tekken. I never wanted to be the Tekken channel, but at the end of the day, that's where a lot of my subscribers came from. And I understand it because I have such a history. But when it comes to business, marketing, stocks, the game industry as a whole, that's basically what I wanted my channel to be rooted in. That's why I call my channel Red Related, not Tekken related. You understand what I'm saying? So, but unfortunately, my channel is going to grow very, very slowly because I'm not hyper focused on any one particular thing, more notably Tekken, because that game is just an absolute shit show and is not deserving of my time, my effort, or my mental health. And I would dare to even say it's probably not worth you guys either, when there's so many better options out there, you know, right now. And I would like to see Tekken 8 improve, sure, but I just highly doubt it. And if anything is to happen with that game, it's going to take something drastic from the community. And like I said, you know, people who enjoy the game, you know, it's fine. You know, like I said, you know, I think I'll probably have to repeat that because some people are new to the stream right now. But I do say, hey, if you are, for whatever reasons, you are liking Tekken 8, more than likely it's probably your very first Tekken game. If you are, then that's fine. You know, I don't care about that. You know what I'm saying? You enjoy whatever the fuck you enjoy. The thing that I call out are the people that bitch, piss, and whine and moan about this game, but yet and still they're still fucking making content left and right for it. That's my point. So I do feel like I have to repeat that, especially if, you know, as people probably pop in the stream and they're like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? So hopefully that makes sense. It's just that sort of fakeness I'm not a fan of. If you like the game, that's fine. You can enjoy your game and that's cool, but it's because at least you're staying true to yourself. But it's these other fake motherfuckers out here that have a large platform that are literally, they're outwardly saying, hey, the game is trash, the game is this, but yet still they're fucking playing it every fucking day. Like, that's the shit that's fucking, that's I'm just not a fan of. So yeah, so just to be clear, if you like Tekken 8, hey, like I can say this guy I know, Shinblade, you know what I'm saying? He's an elite level player, one of the best Steve Fox players in North America. The last I heard, he loves Tekken 8. You know, he's a very strong advocate of Tekken 8. So I can't throw him under the bus, you know, because quite frankly, you know, he lets his position be known. Now, you know, obviously I can't speak for him or any other person. For those that may like the game, maybe they would still take that sacrifice to say, look, I'm going to stand with the community. If many people are like feeling this sort of way about the game for this time period, I'm going to be streaming something else. I don't expect anybody to do that. But you know, for those people, like I said, that they feel how they feel about Tekken 8 in a negative light, but yet and still you see them fucking live. They're probably live streaming the shit right now. Those are the people that I call frauds. Those are the people that I call fucking spineless. Those are the people that I call fake. Those people. So hopefully that makes sense. As far as Street Fighter 6, I played Street Fighter 6 very early on. I was an early adopter. I bought Street Fighter 6 at launch, much like I bought Diablo 4 at launch. And I can say that both Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 at the time being early on in their infancy, I actually enjoyed Street Fighter 6 more. Like overall, like I enjoyed the world tour. I felt like there was more meat on the bone with Street Fighter 6 than it was Tekken. However, because I have so much history in Tekken, I just ended up playing that more. And early on, you know, in Tekken 8, I was using a variety of characters. I was using Raven, Paul, Hwoarang, Nina. I used Dragunov for a time. I was because I didn't have Steve. I used Steve, but I have Lei. So and Tekken 8 Steve was a little bit odd for me to acclimate myself to because he was so different from Tekken 7. So I ended up going with Raven, and then halfway through season 1 of Tekken 8, you know, I started being more focused on Raven. And then season 2, I basically did season 2, I would say 92% Raven. And just seeing how the game, the direction they decided to take the game, I was like, look, I made videos about this for those that were subscribed to me at that time. I said, look, I think at a point I stopped playing season 2, but I told people I'm gonna come back and I'll see what season 3 has to offer, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. I don't think it's gonna make any significant changes. And for the most part, I was correct. And I did one stream for Tekken 8, I believe. Ironically, the what is it? I would say the day before season 3 came out, I got really sick, so I was kind of bedridden. I think I might have had a touch of the flu. Well, from what I know, I made a community post to my subscribers so they would know that. So I made that, and I think I ended up, the last time I played Tekken 8 was not September. I was thinking September. It was March 18th. I played it offline. I was like, all right, let me fuck around with it. I'm in the bed. I'm sick. What else am I going to do? So I was like, let me try. I had a few ideas with Raven. Let me try something out. And I was like, I think I played it for maybe 30 to 40 minutes just in practice mode. And I was like, I'm done. And after that, I uninstalled the game and I went back to Diablo. And that's what happened. Hyper Starkade, what's up, man? Best friend's brother likes Tekken 8 and been playing since the old days of the game. Likes the game, you know. Yeah, I mean, like I said, like people have different tastes. You know, like when I mentioned there was a I mentioned my interest in Diablo 4. You know, for those that don't know, in the action RPG genre, Diablo 4's, you can say, main competition is a game called Path of Exile. Many people in that space are like, you know, they feel that PoE is a better game. The point that I try to make to them, and I think some of them understand and others don't, they don't really get it. They just, all they see is what is better than the other. The point that I try to make to them is, the point is that Diablo 4 has competition. And Diablo 4, when it comes to action RPGs, Diablo 4 is the fucking market leader. Whether you play Diablo or not, you have heard of Diablo. If you're a gamer, you have heard of Diablo. It's that same competition that Tekken does not have. And that's what I try to explain to people. Tekken 8 has no three-dimensional competition. So that is also another reason why the developers are kind of like, fuck the community in a sense, because where else is the community going to go? Now, sure, some players can go to Street Fighter 6. Some players can go to Guilty Gear. But what do all those games have in common? They're all 2D. MK1, 2D. Guilty Gear, 2D. Street Fighter 6, 2D. 2XKO, 2D. They're all two-dimensional. So from a market standpoint, the two-dimensional side of fighting games is very, very competitive. Very competitive. The 3D side, your only real option is to go and play a 20-year-old game called Virtua Fighter 5 Revo. And I would say, shit, that's the better option. If you want to talk about from a gameplay standpoint, a game that actually respects your ability. But there really isn't nothing on, like, in the 3D space. So this is why I am hoping that games like Virtua Fighter 6, Dead or Alive 7, I hope that they deliver. And I'm kind of like at this point where I feel that by the time either of those games come out, Tekken 8 is going to be pretty much out the door, or you're already going to have Tekken 9. Because who knows when DOA 7 is coming, and who the fuck knows what Sega is doing with Virtua Fighter 6. We don't fucking know. But regardless of whether or not you play those games or not, whether or not you are looking forward to those games or not, it's irrelevant. Why? Because regardless of whether or not you are playing those games, it is going to give Namco Bandai some form of competition. That is the very thing that Tekken does not have. So that's why when I look at other genres, you look at Souls-like, you got your Elden Ring, you have Lords of the Fallen, you have Lies of P, you have all these different games in that genre that is fighting for your attention as a consumer. In action RPGs, you have Diablo, you have Path of Exile, you have No Rest for the Wicked, in other games in that genre. In first-person shooters, you got Call of Duty, you got Battlefield, you got this, you got that. Tekken, what the fuck is Tekken? Tekken has no competition. There's nothing else. And you would be surprised. Well, I was surprised by how many people that this point just goes right over their head. They just can't seem to understand. This is why This is why I say it is a little bit fucked up. It is a little condescending, especially when I'm talking about the industry as a whole in terms of where the gaming landscape is going in relation to AI and the cloud and Microsoft and the PlayStation 6, that many of these people, all they know how to do is mash buttons. They have no real business acumen. They don't understand anything beyond getting that next combo. It's frustrating. But when I do come across a few people that seem to get it, if only a little bit, it's a breath of fresh air. It's like, finally, somebody can speak my language. They get it. They understand. It's like people complaining about the fucking, Xbox raised console prices. Now PlayStation raised console prices. Where's the outrage there? I can tell you that the outrage of the Xbox side was much higher than on the PlayStation side. Because unfortunately, when it comes to Sony and Nintendo, most people, they don't see those companies doing that much wrong. But if Microsoft does the same thing, it's like the world ended. It's what I've come to know since the Xbox One era, just to kind of put it by comparison. So when I explain to people why these consoles are having a price increase, it's like, you would think common sense is common, but it isn't. So when I try to break things down as to why Tekken 8 is the way it is, I'm left with the feeling of me trying to explain to people on Twitter, which is basically a Reddit 2.0 from what I can see. It's like, look, this is why this is going on. No, it's not. I'm like, oh my fucking God, just shoot me now. This is what I feel like. It's just absolutely insane. So imagine how frustrated I am, where I can literally talk circles around most of the content creators that some of you probably even follow. I can literally embarrass them on their own channel. But unfortunately, with me speaking the truth on things and giving the actual facts and actually taking the time to research the articles, supply the articles, read in between the lines with a level of understanding of someone like myself that's been a part of the industry for about 20 years, it's frustrating to see so many people that have high followers on Twitter that spew absolute bullshit, and the people, they fall for it hook, line, and sinker, and then they come to my channel and they're trying to tell me what they think it is. And at that point, I literally feel like detaching my own skull and smashing it repeatedly against this brick wall behind me. If I had it my way, I would completely get rid of Heat and Rage. Or I would get rid of rage arts in general and leave rage the way it was originally in Tekken 6, where you get your little extra damage boost or whatever. That's what I would do. But in trying to be fair, I would simply have a rage art only once per match, because I believe that there was a Mortal Kombat game. Maybe it was MK9, could have been MK10, where they had like some sort of like a rage art style move that you could only do once per match. So I did like that, because it's like once you use it, that's it. So you have to be a little bit strategic with it. And that's something that clearly the developers don't want. They want players to just go crazy. And that's why they're gifting a lot of these mechanics to players. But in terms of going back to defense, I don't mind the changes of the armor attack. I think those are good changes overall when you look at it from an offensive standpoint, and how you can go about stopping it at startup, and to where, if I were to throw a jab, if you do an armor attack, I'm not caught. Whereas if we're both neutral and I throw out a 10 frame jab and you just so happen to fucking mash out a rage art, I'm going to watch your cutscene. That's bullshit. That's absolute bullshit, because now you're making a game that's centered around aggression. Now you're adding a component that is basically killing aggression, because it's like you have no idea when an opponent, it's like you have to go into bait mode. So I can be whipping your fucking ass every single round in Tekken 8, and once you get into rage, I don't know when you're going to just go random and just throw out a fucking rage art and just steal a fucking round off of me. I don't know. I have no fucking idea, and there's nothing I can do about it, because even if I'm trying to bait out and just try to throw a jab, which you should be allowed to do. Now, if it's a slower move, that's different. If you do like a death fist or some other like a 20 frame attack, that's different. But we're talking about a 10 frame move. You should not be rage arted on reaction for that. That's bullshit. But there are people that they deep down, they rely on that shit. So of course they love that's a part of the fucking game. Of course. Why wouldn't they? Because without that rage art, they probably would have fucking lost that round. That's real talk. So a lot of the people that like Tekken 8 the way it is, they like it largely because they're able to fucking win for the first time ever in their Tekken career against players that they would get washed against in other games. It is what it is. It's the harsh reality. Because back in the day, if you weren't good enough, then you get smacked. That's it. You get that's it. You're done. Get better, get good. Go back to the fucking practice mode. Learn some shit. Now it's like, fuck learning. I just want to press shit. So that's the thing with the game. It is what it is. So of course some people would love the way the game is now, because they're able to win and get and challenge players that they would never be able to challenge under different circumstances. Never. Fuck, they would get destroyed. They would fucking get destroyed. In a game like Tekken 8, Tekken 8 should have never had these type of mechanics. They should have never had these mechanics. Heat, all that shit, they didn't need it. They didn't need it. At the end of the day, it's like you're taking a game that was already pretty much a dial-a-combo game, because that's what everybody, at least back in my time, that's what people call the game. Tekken 8 was a dial-a-combo game. It was not a game. That's why it's funny when people say, oh, Tekken is a hard game. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Tekken is not a hard game. For some, I don't know who came up with this. I remember when I first started hearing this float around, I'm like, what is hard about this game? Like, what? Like they make it like it's some significant, like, bro, like I've played difficult games. I've played King of Fighters. Like King of Fighters at a high level. Now that's a hard game. Okay. But like we talking about Tekken? That fucking mashy game, and then they added fucking Eddie Gordo and all like these fucking button mash characters, only to have them exponentially get buffed game after game after game. Hwarang, Bake, all those button mash, they were designed as button mash characters. Hate to break it. So with Tekken, it's like when you look at when you look at characters that can get you in the air, sweep you off your feet, and get you in combos, those are usually the characters that tend to be at the higher tiers. The characters that have a more effective way to get you in the air, those were usually the characters that were of higher tier, usually. and then you proceed with your fucking dial a combo from one end of the screen to the next, and then all of a sudden Namco ends up fucking stealing the bound aspect from Virtua Fighter, because that's where they got it from. Where do you think they got that bound mechanic from? You think Namco developers developed that on their own? Fuck out of here. They took it from Virtua Fighter, and also the Sabaki type attacks. They also fucking copied that from Virtua Fighter. Believe me, man. Many people don't know their fucking history. They don't understand. A lot of players, all they've done was play Tekken, so they don't know much else beyond that. Many of these techniques, these aspects that's in Tekken came, or should I say, were bastardized from Virtua Fighter. It is what it is. I've seen it. I lived it. So it's just unfortunately that, you know, they the game is in the state it's in, and what's even worse is that you have a community that's filled with spineless, fraudulent content creators and streamers that, you know, they're just caring more about their next view than actually putting their foot down and saying, hey, enough is enough. We got to make a change. And the only way it's going to happen is if we fucking stand 10 toes down and be like, yo, we stand our ground, be like, look, enough is enough. But like I said, I've repeated this many times because I've been on this stream for about 3 hours now. These content creators and streamers, they're all for the most part fraudulent and full of shit. I give a pass to those that actually for some reason they enjoy the game. I give a pass for them, but for the others, they're just they're milking the rage. They're milking the bad feelings and the community wishes of the game being different. They're just milking it for their own benefit, and I could just end the stream off of that alone because that was the whole point of the stream. But yeah, it is what it is. Nigas TV. You feel that there should be an unspoken rule where players should pop heat? Well, the funny thing about that is that I reference Mike Hollow on this because when Hollow got on my radar, he was talking about a stream that he had. This was like months ago, where people on his stream at round one fight, both players burned their heat. They activated heat, did a heat smash, and then they started fighting. That was good. And that's where I thought about it, and I kicked it around in my mind, and I said, you know what? Namco should give an actual mode where they split whether the mechanics are activated, which is Tekken Heat, and the mechanics are turned off, which is Tekken Cold. So it's a play on words, right? So when you activate Heat, well, if Heat is deactivated, it's cold, basically. So I came up with that. But yeah, it is what it is, That's an interesting point. Maven Dojo. Tekken VF6 will make Tekken 9 better. It's possible. It's possible. This is why you need competition. This is why I say all the time, without competition, you are essentially the developers don't have that added pressure to do their best or innovate. This is why even on the console space, when people seem to have this fascination of Microsoft, exiting out of hardware, and I'm like, you guys, and and I would mention this. I was like, you guys are aware that if all you're left with is Sony and Nintendo, and Nintendo, let's be honest, Nintendo is a fucking piece of shit company, where they just basically do the bare fucking minimum and they charge premium pricing. So I'm like, fuck Nintendo. But then that leaves just Sony. So if you just leave Sony to their own devices, do you really think Sony is going to really put forth much effort if you know that they don't have anything else really to combat against them? No. So that's why it's important to have competition in every aspect of business, because it is only going to benefit the consumer. That's just what it is. But a lot of the typical gamers who all they know how to do is mash buttons, that they don't understand this shit. And a lot of times I've come to the realization that video games seems to be the only industry on earth, from what it seems to be, that grown men and some grown women as well, they cannot separate their childhood history of playing video games when they were a kid. They can't seem to separate that aspect and recognize gaming for the business that it is. And these developers and these publishers are going to do what they feel they need to make money. You know what I'm saying? And that's just something that I've seen a lot of gamers, they can't seem to grasp. When I look at other industries, like say the automotive industry, you know, the automotive industry don't seem to have that sort of bitching and complaining that gamers tend to do. And that's where I kind of thought about it. And I was like, I think it makes sense that, because video games have been a part of many people's lives as a kid growing up. So now that they're grown men and some grown women, they cannot turn that aspect off. They still view video games as like a toy. And so therefore they don't understand the nature of this business. So when you have people like me that's trying to, you know, not be like, hey, I know this and you don't, ha ha ha. I try to bring people up to my speed. I try to explain to people, this is why the developer did what they did. This is the mindset that goes into this. This is why Sony raised their prices. This is why Microsoft raised their prices. Like, it becomes very, very difficult, and I just do the best I can, because it's not easy. It really isn't, because I come across so many content creators that they just don't know shit. And I don't blame the regular people. Like a lot of you people that's in the chat right now, I don't blame you guys, mostly because you guys, you follow your favorite content creators, or maybe your Twitter people on online. And a lot of times it becomes the blind leading the blind. And because these people have such high influence, 300, 400, a million fucking subscribers, you kind of take what they're saying as gospel in a lot of cases. So when it's like, when somebody like me, who's 45 years old, who's been around the block for many, many times, and I'm like, no, it's not like that. It's actually like this. I respect your passion, but I just want to tell you this is what it is and this is what it's not. I either get trolled, I get unsubscribed, or both. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know, I just feel like it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But yeah, I appreciate you guys are pretty active. You know, I just like, the thing is, I have a lot of thoughts, and so yeah, I guess we hear ranting, You know, I see CEO of Darkness. It's a cool name. You know, he's he has a lot to say. I can see that. And several the rest of you also. I like this question. If you have a choice to delete one company, your choices are Microsoft, Nintendo, Sony, or Steam. That is a great answer. I would 100% delete Nintendo. I would 100% delete Nintendo. 100%. I don't really consider Steam really anything. I consider Steam more of a distributor. Steam don't really make games, so I can't really add them. Like, they're more of a platform. But with regards to Nintendo, I just don't respect them at all as a company. I respect Nintendo from the standpoint of their developers. They bust their ass. They're very talented. I will never go against the developers outright. Well, with the exception of like something like Dragon Age: The Veilguard, because I went to town on that fucking game and those developers. But in terms of Nintendo, their company is so fucking full of shit. And it just amazes me how people here in America still choose to support this company. And then that's when I realized, some time ago, that Nintendo does a very good mindfuck job on many of you, because what they do is they weaponize nostalgia. I can tell you this right now. Nintendo, and I know this is off topic, but fuck it. I've been speaking about this Tekken shit for 3 hours, so I can deviate a little bit. Nintendo, they do the bare fucking minimum, yet have the audacity and the unmitigated gall to charge premium pricing for low effort. And not to mention the fact that even buying a Switch 1.5, because that shit is not a 2 for me, this is a 1.5, you are waiving your legal right to represent yourself legally in the event Nintendo fucks you over. So you have to arbitrate with Nintendo and get their permission and okay, even when they fucked you. Can you imagine that? Like, so that means you fucked me, you screwed me over, but I have to arbitrate with you and convince you to give me justice. Fuck you. Fuck that fucking company. I played more than enough Nintendo. I mean, this motherfucker has been a doctor. This motherfucker has been a plumber. This motherfucker has been out in outer space. He's been a fucking janitor. He's been a kart racer. This motherfucker has done everything except, I don't even know if he's made pasta. I don't know. Maybe that'd be racist or some shit. But this motherfucker has done everything. I am over Nintendo. They are literally a company that, like I said, they do the bare minimum, charge premium, and weaponize nostalgia. That is Nintendo in a fucking nutshell. At least I can give Sony a bit of credit in the fact that, at least with Mark Cerny, the guy who does the architecture of Sony hardware, at least they put forth effort in putting out viable hardware to the Sony fan base. At least I can give them respect on that front, to where at least they respect your money. You are spending what I don't even know what a Switch 2 costs nowadays, but there is no fucking way a Switch 2 is worth the money that they're asking for, given the actual capabilities and what you're able to do with that system. Nobody fucking asked Nintendo to create a hybrid system. Nintendo does not have the financial capital to burn candle at the both ends, much like Microsoft does. Nintendo could have simply came out with a regular standalone console and continued on with their handheld market. They could have did that, but instead they decided to let's do both and create a hybrid console handheld console. Unfortunately, when you do that, you are now in the territory of charging extra for said product. Unfortunately for Nintendo, the product that you're buying is essentially last generation hardware from a capability standpoint. Oh my God. A Switch 2 is $500. It's disgusting, man. It's fucking disgusting. But again, you know, what ends up happening is you have so many Nintendo fans that they sip the Kool-Aid. I think somebody in the chat says something about they're tired of FOMO. It literally is a fear of missing out. Nintendo, I believe that they do hire psychiatrists and psychologists, I believe, to try to get people to feel that longing, that wanting to play that next fucking Mario game that you played when you were fucking 6 years old. Like, it's the same shit. And the funny thing, what the people that bitch and complain about Microsoft and I remember I covered this talking about Avowed. You know, whatever you want to say about the game Avowed, that's fine. It is what it is. Not every game is for everybody. However, they were giving the game a lot of flack that Microsoft was going to charge $80 for it. And I'm saying in Twitter, Reddit 2.0, I was like, you are aware who were the ones that started the $80 game, right? You are aware that it was Nintendo that started the $80 game when they wanted to charge $80 for a fucking Mario Kart game. So say what you want about the game Avowed. Say what you want, but I am going to die on this hill and say that there is a lot more content that you can do and get out of playing fucking Avowed than a fucking kart racer that you played when you were probably fucking 12 years old. Like, but they want to charge $80 for that shit. So but the thing is, it's funny when you are like myself, when you're able to look at multiple different perspectives in the industry as a whole. When I looked at the outrage of the Mario Kart $80 situation, and then when I juxtaposed that with the $80 Avowed situation, most people lost their collective mind when it came to the Microsoft situation, because I don't know what it is, and that's not to say Microsoft doesn't do bad shit, but the double standard is real. I have literally seen Sony and Nintendo do some fucked up shit, and the games media, and to be clear, I'm not talking about the casual gamers, I'm talking about like the media and the major like content creators. They might talk about it for like maybe a few days, a little while, but when Microsoft does something, it's like they're ready to crucify. It's a very clear difference in reaction when Microsoft does something versus when Nintendo or Sony does something. Because I can remember when fucking Sony, many people, and I know the Sony fanboys, they don't want to acknowledge this, but there've been a few times where Sony's infrastructure has been hacked, and Sony actually knew that their infrastructure was open to be hacked, and they were vulnerable, and they did not tell any fucking body. They didn't warn any of their fucking customer base on the platform, and many people, I think lots of people had their debit card numbers revealed and all sorts of shit. And I remember that story was circulating for a little while, and then it faded away. But then Microsoft raises the price of one tier of Game Pass by 10 whopping fucking dollars, and the entire internet loses their fucking mind. I'm like, wow. You know, it's one thing to have your favorites. You know, there are several things about Sony I respect, but it's another thing to be so blind to one side and to one perspective that you truly do become that fanboy in the way that they term it. Because it's, you know, I'm a Microsoft guy, but I'm well aware of what Sony has going on. I'm well aware of what Nintendo has going on, and I've always been like that because I like to know how the overall health of the industry is going. If we only have one company, that's not going to benefit much people. It's not. In fact, this is how your industry implodes into itself. But unfortunately, when I try to explain this to people, it falls on deaf ears. So it is what it is. You know, I do what I can, but it's just, I'm a very, like I said, I'm a very tiny channel, but hopefully maybe sometime next year, you know, I'll have that impact to where I can put out viable information where even if you don't agree with me, that's fine, but at least you're able to make an informed decision. At least it might be something that, you know what, you can say, you know what, this Red Related guy, I don't agree with everything he says, but you know something? I understand where he's coming from. I don't agree with him, but I get it. I much rather that than somebody who just completely just misinterprets everything I fucking say. It's annoying. It's really fucking annoying as fuck. But yeah, man. What's up, John Diaz? Yeah, it's just, you know, like I said, man, I don't mind Nintendo from the developer standpoint. I know these guys, and the same goes for Sony. You know what I'm saying? Sony, they make great games. Santa Monica Studios, God of War is one of my favorite franchises. I don't know about what they got going on. I made a video about it where they're trying to position the woman, the wife, the dead wife as a new god, the new god. I don't know how that's going to work out, but y'all will see because that's going to be y'all game. But you know, I've said many times that a lot of times developers they choose to go along with controversy over community. You know, I've seen that with several games. You know, where they're making decisions that go against the identity of the brand and what the community is wanting. And just, you know, you can even look at Tekken 8 for this example. There are people, and, you know, just kind of get back on the Tekken 8, you know, because I know that's the point of the stream. But Tekken 8, there are people that do enjoy the game. And that's totally fine. I never want to shame people for liking what they like, you know. However, you know, as somebody that has seen the evolution of the entire franchise of Tekken 8 since Tekken 1 back when I was 14 fucking years old to what it is now, it's clear that there was a complete delineation from what got it to the dance. And they did that because of the amount of money that they were able to accumulate from Tekken 7 with their DLC with Negan and Akuma and Noctis and all that shit. They were able to get very successful with Tekken 7, and that's why in past videos I've explained to people that's why you have the Tekken 8 that you have now in terms from a graphical standpoint, because Tekken 8 is a phenomenal looking game. I think we can all agree to that. You know, it is definitely, if you need convincing, boot up Tekken 7 and then look at Tekken 8. It is a night and day difference. It's very, very, very well done. However, I've said this some time ago, and but at that time I think I had maybe 400 subscribers, so many people didn't see that video. But I said if Namco was confident in releasing Tekken 8 with only its graphics, enhanced netcode, new moves, some new characters, they would have done so. Namco felt that in order for them to recoup the development costs of Tekken 8, that they needed to go a completely different direction, and that direction is aggression. And as I said earlier in the stream, I know some of you guys been around for the stream, so this is just for the new people that might have joined recently. Namco, they were not confident that Tekken 8 would sell even halfway the way Tekken 7 would, given the fact, even by Harada himself going on record and saying it, that the actual budget the budget of Tekken 8 was exponentially higher. Now, when you have a higher budget and you make a game, you are expected to make that money back and then some. So the developers were not confident that they were going to be able to recoup those development costs by prioritizing the community that got them to the dance. And that's the sad reality. That's not my opinion. That is a fucking fact. That is a fact. So that's why, if you look at what they decided to do with Tekken 8, that's why they decided to do it. That's precisely why. It was their effort to try to get more people to buy the game. And then I can remember, maybe some of you might have forgotten this. Remember when they first added the Tekken shop, there was a lot of people that were up. I remember there were YouTube videos left and right saying, oh, they added a Tekken shop. Oh, here comes the microtransactions. Da, 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 da. I remember those videos. It was a long time ago now, but I remember. And I knew that was part of the long-term play, because microtransactions, they serve a purpose to continue to trickle in revenue over the lifespan of the game. Now, I personally don't have a problem with microtransactions. I personally don't, because I understand from a business standpoint, I understand that the developers have to make their money. However, when your game is really a shit show when it comes to its balancing, and I mean, look, in a fighting game, it's next to impossible to have a balanced experience. Character balance. You've had character balance issues even as far back as fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tournament fighters. Like, it's rare you're gonna have a balanced fighting game. But what you can at least do, you can at least try to like identify those characters that are head and shoulders way bullshit than the rest. You can at least try to balance it as best as you can. This is something that was not present in Tekken 8 from a character balance standpoint. So then you have that. Then you have the netcode situations, right? Because while the netcode is much better, it has had its issues. And then you've had number 3, you've had all the cheating and the hacking, to where now the fucking hackers now somehow found their way to the console version. You would think that shit, I'm on PlayStation, I'm on Xbox, I'm safe from hackers. No, you not. Shit. So you have that. Then you have the mechanics themselves. Bullshit mechanics that really have no place in a Tekken game. Like, you should not have a mechanic in the game of Tekken where your character is becoming augmented. This is not Dragon Ball. Like, that's some shit you do in Dragon Ball. You have your base Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2. You don't fucking add some fucking augmentive state for Tekken. Like, what the fuck? You guys can barely balance the game as is. So now you have to balance the augmented state of the characters. Because if you see, the thing is, this is something else a lot of you gamers may not be aware. And I'm just going to put this on your radar. If you look at characters, if you look at people's tier lists, you look at your main mans, your Fitty X's, maybe even your King J's, all these guys that do their little tier lists and shit. You know what I've never seen any of them do? Why don't you make a tier list of characters when they have heat activated? Because I can tell you, characters are vastly different when they are in heat. Now, if somebody has done that already, and I mean I don't mean like a small channel like mine. I mean like a major size channel. If that person has done that, let me know. But I haven't seen it. So it goes to show this, that while you can have a tier list or a pecking order or a hierarchy in Tekken 8, do you really think that pecking order remains once characters activate heat? Because they fucking don't. They don't. What's up, call me DJ? Anyway, I just want, without shouting out people's names, I appreciate you guys, whoever is in here that may have jumped in the last, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. Salute to you guys. You know, I'm kind of like just on a roll here, just kind of, I guess you could say I'm speaking my truth, but I feel that there are many people that agree with a lot of these sentiments. But yeah, like when it comes to like heat and stuff like that, you know, look, characters are vastly different. Yeah, hackers are prevalent on console now at this point. Yeah, they definitely are. I've actually played a hacker one time. It's not fun. It's not fun. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, fighting GM, I have like a ton of history with him. I've known him since he was 13 years old. So, you know, I have a ton of, even though we haven't spoken with each other for a long time. But you know, we're, you know, same era. But it's good if he made a tier list like that's good on him. I wish more people would probably follow suit. But at the end of the day, he is also another content creator that, you know, I would like for him to kind of take a stand in that regard. But then again, if I'm saying him, I'll probably have to throw in Shinblade as well, because the two of their channels, they're very similar in size. I think they're in the 23 to 25,000 subscriber range. But I know Shinblade loves this game. At least last I checked, I think he does. He looks at Tekken 8 favorably. But when it comes to oh, what's up? Thanks, Real Shredder. I appreciate for the subscribe. But fighting GM, I don't know. I don't know if fighting GM actually likes Tekken 8 or if he's just enjoying his character. Those are two different things. Like when I was using Lei, I couldn't stand any of these Tekken games, but I enjoyed Lei, so I was able to endure it. So I don't know what GM's position on that is, but when I see many other larger content creators, you know, bitching and complaining, and like I said, you know, I'm mentioning it again, they're making all these videos, but yet and still, like, I thought you don't like the game, but every time I see you live, you're playing this fucking game, you know what I'm saying? So it's kind of weird. But yeah. But yeah. Who asked if I was done? What, Dion Marfo? Oh yeah. I'm done. Yeah. And welcome to the stream, by the way. Yeah, I pretty much was done with Tekken 8. I would say toward the end of season 2. I would say maybe might have been like a month or two. I think I made a video about it, if I'm not mistaken. But I still maintain that position of I was going to check to see how the patch notes were. That was something many people that were following me and subscribed, they heard me say that many times. Like I'm going to wait till season 3. I'm going to check out the patch notes, and I did. And I would literally tell people, expect the worst, hope for the best. That's what I used to tell people. Even though I really wanted to say this game is fucked, but I wanted to be fair, but it turned out I was correct. Season 3 is a shit show. So once I realized that, there's no reason for me to play the game. Especially since my character's not even in. Like, I would say if Lei was in season 3, I would have made some content. I would have got my clicks and views. I'm not gonna lie, shit. I'm at least I'm real about it. But also, because I love Lei as a character, I don't see myself making a lot of like the online playing, but I would have made some guides and some content to help the people that do enjoy Tekken 8 that are Lei players. I would have made some guides for those players. But in terms of me doing long, drawn out online rank sessions, no. I'm being honest. If Lei was in the game, I would definitely be in practice mode. I'd be learning the character. I would have made videos for the character. I can't lie and say I wouldn't, as I would have. But in terms of me playing the game on a serious level, no. My purpose would have been, I want to do my part for the Lei side of things and just share what my knowledge, and players might take what I know and maybe they'll go somewhere with it. That would have been my perspective on it. But now that Lei is not going to be in season 3, now it's easy. It's an easy choice for me. It's like, fuck this game. And that's where it is. That's where it is for me. All things, everything. I see that you're probably new. I see you. All things. So I did mention that earlier, probably before you popped in, and I did mention that Nakatsu is the game director of not only Tekken 8 but also Tekken 7. For a time, I didn't even realize that. I just automatically assumed it was Harada, but when I was like, oh shit, he was the director for Tekken 7, and that explains a few things. Because that explains the change that was happening in Tekken 7 and would later give rise to Tekken 8. And so it makes a lot of sense now. So yeah, Virtua Fighter, I said also, so not Virtua Fighter. How dare I say Virtua Fighter? That's blasphemy. Soul Calibur. Soul Calibur, anything after Soul Calibur 2 just doesn't exist for me. I would play Soul Calibur 1 and especially Soul Calibur 2 to this day on some Deontay Wilder shit. To this day. Shit, I would play those two games right now. But Soul Calibur 3, that's where that shit just started going fucking wild. Soul Calibur 4 was a shit show. Soul Calibur 5 was a shit show. And yeah, that fucking franchise lies in ruin. So, and the thing is, I knew some of the best players in the Soul Calibur franchise. So I had Shout out to Kid Disaster. If you know the Soul Calibur community, you've heard of KDZ, Kid Disaster. He was a very elite level Sophicia player, Cassandra. He also had a very good Maxi. I was more of a Maxi main, and Taki. And, you know, he was a phenomenal player. And he had very good matches against other people. I think you know, then you had people like Kayane, the French girl, you know, and then you had this this very elite level Nightmare player. I think he was French. I think I can't remember his fucking name. He definitely used Nightmare. I can't remember his name, but he was like top level Nightmare. But yeah, like a lot of those, like the Soul Calibur scene. I was definitely nowhere near elite level, but I was around in the community enough to be around the good enough players to see the issues that Soul Calibur was facing. So, you know. Keeve, that's his name. Keeve, yes, him. He was fucking god tier. God, man, that shit. I remember he would run, like Nightmare had this fucking just frame. It was like a super fast move. It was like I don't know if it was a guard break or plus on block. He would whore that shit to no end. Like he made it was actually kind of like a bad gameplay decision, because Nightmare is a heavy hitting character, but the way Keeve used him, it was like watching Taki. It's like, how the fuck is a character like Nightmare moving as fast as he's moving? Like it was a shit show. So while it was impressive that, you know, Keeve was able to play the way he played, but that's like making Zangief in Street Fighter able to fucking fight on par with like fucking Ryu or some shit. Which if you look at Street Fighter 6 Zangief, I don't know. I think that motherfucker is broken sometimes, because I'd be watching like, how the fuck is Zangief doing all this shit? Like, but anyway, that's a whole different topic right there. But I see a lot across different fighting games, and that shit is wild, bro. Keeve was. But again, the guy was very, very good, elite level. But that's the thing that I had an issue with, and it wasn't his fault, is the way they designed that game. There is no reason why a character like Nightmare was able to be used in that way. It was, like I said, like, it's not on him. He was just doing what the character could do. But you're looking at a fucking character that's clad in armor, that's using a sword, the size of a fucking, I don't know, like some huge shit. And he's moving around, zipping around like he's Taki or something. I'm like, what the fuck? So not only do you have speed, it just, that's why I say Soul Calibur was just, I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know. Snake Eyes, yeah, very, very strong player, but yeah, Zangief was, there's a lot that I see Zangief is capable of doing, and it kind of reminds me of King in Tekken. It's like, fine, you're a grappler character, but why is your offense so good? Like it's like, I've watched people play Street Fighter 6 and using Zangief, and it's like their offensive capabilities is almost in line with like a Ryu or like a strike-based character. And that's the issue I have with characters like King with, you know, in Tekken. It's like, so you give King these ridiculous grabs. You can't break crouch grabs, which is another fucking stupid gameplay mechanic. And you give King godlike offense and buttons? Like, what the fuck? I don't know, man. That shit is fucking crazy. That shit is crazy. It's like it completely changes the whole archetype of the character is thrown out the window. That's like giving a character that's very small and very fast moving and giving her huge amounts of damage. Like if you look at it from the opposite end of the spectrum, it's like, you know, that makes no sense. Like you the character is very fast, very small, hard to hit, and she does fucking crazy damage. That's how I look at characters like Nightmare and Zangief and King. It's like you have these big characters, but it's like they're going against their fucking archetype. It's like they could do everything. And that's the fault of the game design, of the character design. They're not having properly defined roles within the game. You know, that's like giving fucking Ken a fucking command grab. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like what the fuck? He already has godlike offense. He has that run, stop, cancel bullshit. And you're gonna give Ken a fucking command grab? Like, bro, like, come on. Like, this is why I question a lot of game developers, because one, I don't believe they know what the fuck they're doing outside of actually creating the game. Once you create the game, that's fine, whatever. You made the game. But now when it comes time to play test your game, you know, balance test your game, I don't think there is anybody on the Tekken team that knows what the fuck they're doing in that regard. And that's why I said, it might have been in a prior stream that I was talking about this, and I said that I also do believe that the Tekken development team, they should invite higher level and maybe even some mid-level players that the community trusts to go and play test many of these upcoming updates before they go live to the general public, so that you don't have like what you guys had with Tekken 8 with the emergency patch, which was fucking embarrassing, because you have your season 3 update, and then what? Many players in 24 hours found a whole bunch of broken shit that they had to go and fix. If they would have actually had viable players that they were able to have access to that particular build of the game, they would have found out a lot of those things in advance, to where maybe they probably wouldn't have needed an emergency patch, because as far as I'm concerned, that's very embarrassing. That's like you are a major company, a hardware, or rather a software company, and your website gets hacked in less than 4 hours. Like it's kind of like that. It's like who did you have to check to make sure that your fucking website was protected? You just went live and you got hacked in like 4 hours. Like, bro, I don't know. Oh my fucking God, man. That shit, they really do need to fire. They need to fire a lot of people. But unfortunately, like I said, you're going to have people that their positions are secured. I think I even heard something about Michael Murray, where apparently he can't get fired or something like that. I heard something about that. Some people were talking about that, saying they were saying something along the lines of the way that Michael Murray is embedded in Tekken, that they don't see him getting fired, or maybe that's not really the culture in Japan or something like that. I don't know. It's something. I don't really know. You know, I would say to what CEO said here, the hardcore players, I bet, don't even make up anything close to 1 million sales. The one thing I will say to you specifically, CEO is when it comes to particular markets, the hardcore market of mostly everything. I don't like to deal in absolutes, but mostly everything. The hardcore market of something is usually the smallest market, but it's also typically the most dedicated and vocal market. The larger market is the casual market, but they tend to be more fleeting and finicky, and they're not that quick to voice too much unless it's something like the game doesn't start, like if it's like game breaking glitches. But if it's something along the lines of balancing, gameplay mechanics, those are usually the things that the hardcore side of things would speak on, hence why we are all here. So I don't know how many sales number wise the hardcore market contributed to Tekken. I don't know. But the thing that I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the hardcore market of Tekken 8 is, one, it was not the market that the Tekken 8 developers designed the game for. And number two, they felt it was worth the risk to remove a lot of the player, or should I say the hardcore player identity. They felt that it was worth the risk to do that in favor of appealing to what they felt would have been the larger casuals. Because and this is another thing, just because the casuals tend to be a larger market doesn't mean all the time that the casual market will gravitate to everything. So it can be very you can argue, and I'm saying you in terms of general to everybody in the chat. And you raise a great point. You know what I'm saying? I get what you, but I felt like it was worth expanding on. Even though Tekken 8 was designed for casuals in mind, it doesn't always mean that the vast majority of the casual market adopted the game. So it can be also likely that your intent, the game developer, your intent to appeal to this larger casual market, but what ends up sustaining you yet again is us, the hardcore market, that you deemed, not worth. And that is a position that if somebody were to argue that, I wouldn't give much pushback to that person, because I can definitely see that. Because the fact is that the casual market is the casual market will always outstrip the hardcore market for the most part. It usually does. But it doesn't mean that even though you designed your product or your service to be adopted with the intent to attract the casual audience, it doesn't mean that it's going to connect and resonate with that audience. So it's yeah. But I'm glad that you made the point though. I'm glad that. And that's the thing. Like, I think you can kind of argue that maybe the Tekken developers, they overshot. Maybe they and this is where I've even said this in the past. I said, if you wanted to make a Tekken game cater more so to casuals, you can do that, and that's fine, right? Every company for the most part. If you're a C corp and you're trying to grow your business, you are trying to increase your total addressable market, or TAM, TAM. You are trying to do that over the course of time. There's nothing wrong with that. However, there is a certain balance that you should keep in mind as to not alienate those that got you to the dance, so to speak, when your company or your product, your intellectual property was shit and hardly nobody knew who you were. So there's a fine balance that I do believe that the Namco developers could have maintained, but it's clear to me, and maybe even some of you, that they just said, fuck that balance. We're going to go mostly over in this direction. And that's what I see. That's what I see. They've decided that's the choice they decided to go by. Whether or not, people want to, acknowledge it, hey, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Nakatsu and them constantly got their asses handed to them in the older Tekken games. Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Smash Brothers Melee is a perfect example. It had the casual and had a dedicated hardcore crowd. See, now, I love it to this day. Another one you could throw in there also, and I am not a fan of this game. I think but my personal feelings aside, if you look at Marvel vs. Capcom 2, there are people that love that fucking game. I'm not a fan of it, but I can't deny that game had a lot of staying power. In fact, I remember several years ago, that game was competing with some of the newer games and even outpacing them. I think it was one particular Evo, they decided to bring, I think, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and I think they were playing on the Dreamcast or something, and they had a hell of a lot of numbers for that game, and it shocked a lot of people. So yeah, there is and what you say, it's in line with what I basically said, is there is a way to have a bit of a balance. But I just feel that the Tekken 8 developers, they decided, whether it was on purpose or not, whatever, we can argue that, but that balance is not, like it's not present. It's not present at all. Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 4, believe me, I was around that time period. In fact, I remember I played Lionheart one time on stream. Well, it was kind of like we was in the crib and shit, because we had this house, we call it the Arcadian Resource Center, and that was the days. Oh, you know something? Let me fuck it. Let me see if I can get this shit. Hold on, because this was pretty interesting. I wonder if I can find it, because I know I was playing. I'm gonna see Blood Red. Oh wait, no, I gotta go to regular YouTube. Let me just show what I'm doing actually. Let me see, because even though I lost, I mean, shit, I think I did well. I had a few drop count because I was using Bison, because Street Fighter 4 Bison was fucking ass. Bison was just a crouching short and a scissor kick. Blood Red versus Lionheart, Street Fighter 4. Let me see. Oh shit, here we go. Oh my god, I gotta watch this. There I am, hunched over and shit. Oh my god.
Probably gonna get a couple of licks in. I'm gonna do baby wipe damage, and then basically I'm gonna be limited to pretty much nothing. I'm gonna be staying full screen because I'm gonna get nothing but tiger shots thrown at me.
Yeah, it depends. Yeah, but like having your charge on point definitely helps though. Avoiding all that, but it's hard.
Oh god,
it's not easy. Yeah,
Well, I mean,
old school.
Bison doesn't have a lot of moves like Guile to advance him forward while he maintains the charge.
So anyway, right now it's Lionheart against Blood Red. Lionheart with that meaty knockdown, nice fierce. Sorry, no overlays. I'll do it next match. Oh, Blood Red with the no meaty safe jump setup. Trying to get something started, but Lionheart just content to stand his grounds. He doesn't feel threatened. He's still pressing buttons.
Of course, spicy. Why would it be threatened?
And I'm commentating while I'm playing.
Oh no, meaty setup on Sagat. Yeah, safe jump. Nice by Blood. Oh, he just pressed roundhouse.
Dag nabbit.
Yeah.
It wasn't a hop kick, it was just a standing kick.
Oh yeah, well you probably have to
Oh, how dare I do that move?
I don't think I can do links on my YouTube. I think I have to activate it, but you can probably hit me up on Twitter or something.
Ooh, yeah, nice.
That was backside. I didn't mean to jump there.
Oh no, it's a lot of damage. But Blair has a lot of meter. He can still, depending how he uses his meter, he can still try to get some damage, but he's gonna have to work for it.
Nah, I wish I could. I wish I still had the opportunity to go back to the character select screen and make a better choice.
Oh wow, one hit scissors got focused, but no punish from Lionheart.
Yeah, so he can just crouch all day and I can't open him up. Yeah, because they have no overhead. Yeah.
Oh no.
Here we go. That was complete by accident, by the way. Controller malfunctions.
There's Yipes in the background. Nah, the thing I got Street Fighter. I'll play it. Fuck it. Shit, I might as well, right? Bison is way better than Street Fighter 6 at least.
Okay, I guess I can. God, does everybody know that cross-up? Jesus.
Anyway, sorry, back to the match. I wasn't paying. I was trying to do some stuff. Stream. Nice. Ooh, nice confirm from Red. Oh no, mess up his setup. Level 2 focus. Uh-oh, he's working the frame traps. Maybe Blood Rush or Psycho in between that setup. That's not a true block string. You can actually escape. Yeah, you can escape that with EX Psycho. Oh, little too. Ooh, punish. Oh, okay. Could have got more damage, but it's fine. Corners himself. Be careful. Red.
Come on, man. Shit.
Be careful. Oh,
I gotta get this.
Meter. Relax. Oh, you're just going hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to grab him. Like, fuck this shit. Oh. Fuck that shit.
I don't know if you only live once, so.
Yo,
I got one round, yes.
Huh?
Oh, man.
No, I can. I just didn't put it for this match. I forgot. I'll do it for next match.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I'll do it for next one.
What?
Yo, it's like watching this like going in a time warp, yo.
Nice from Red.
Fucked up.
Good break. Red doesn't have any meter. Maybe doubles reverse? Or build. Yeah, we gotta build meter at this point because you have to figure. At this point, so John and EX not gonna do any damage, so you may as well build meter. But Red going in. Oh no, overhead. Oh no!
I'm like, what am I supposed to do? Like,
you could have built two if you were actually lean.
Guy is fucking trash in this game, man. He ain't got nothing. Shit. Fuck.
All right.
I'm sure that I'm sure the Bison Sagat matchup in Street Fighter 6 is much different.
Oh no!
How dare I do that?
I forgot which version this was. Honestly, it was so long ago.
Oh, you need that. All right, Blower getting some corner pressure going. He has the corner advantage. Ooh, oh, wow, really? I didn't hit? Blur still has 2 bars. Ooh, this is a meaty jump in. Ooh, nice. Setup. All right, EX. Now he's in the corner. Oh, no, this is bad. Good jump back. Oh, no. Ooh, okay, made himself safe. Nice. Ooh, oh no.
Come on.
Yeah, bad jump. Anyway, GG's to Lionheart.
Oh, well.
Back when I had hair.
So the next match is, yeah, I know, his mic is good. So the next match
heard
is
Bison's pretty
Kraymore
good.
versus CD Jr. Kraymore and CD Jr. come to the deck, please. Immediately. Yeah, look at these guys. Don't even hear me.
Yeah, man, this is bad.
Yo, Kraymore.
Back in the day.
You have to play CD Jr.
We got Sanford.
You have to play CD Jr. Go, play. Play. Yeah, it's like his own vortex.
We got Dominion.
Like I'm trying to do mad shit. Okay, so
Lincoln Morris.
yo, you're still DMG, Junior? You still DMG?
I think,
Okay. No, I
I
was
think
asking 'cause, like,
Sanford.
I don't
I
know
think
if
they
these
were playing
days will allow
Marvel. I
anybody
think
sponsors.
at that point. At least I think so.
Yeah, you're playing Kraymore.
Yeah, we used to do this shit all the fucking time. This was literally like this was my life. Like literally, this is what we used to do. And like believe me, I miss those days. Cause you know what I mean? Like they don't have the fighting game community is so different nowadays. It's like it's too corporate at this point. It's way too corporate. You know what I mean? And it's just it is what it is. Like the Tekken World Tour and Capcom Cup and all that bullshit. Like it's too fucking corporate. And I just feel like some of the soul was taken out when the suits came in. But if any, you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I see CEO, you in South Florida. That's what's up, man. I've been to Florida many times. I've been to Miami a couple of times, mostly Kissimmee, Orlando. I think I remember I went to a MLG event in Orlando, obviously several years ago. This was like during Tekken 6. But yeah, and then I remember there was a lay player there named Ani Stampa. I think he was in Miami. I got a chance to play him. Pretty good guy. Well, at least, you know, from what I can tell, like they have like their TN from Dragon Ball. I don't think I would function in today's tournament. Especially since I don't even have my fucking character. I don't have Lei. I have no real interest in the game. And I think that's the difference between me and somebody like Poke Chop. Poke Chop, shout out to Poke Chop. I don't think he minds Tekken 8, you know. Obviously he would prefer to have Bruce, but he still has Fakamram, so he has some kind of a close similar character, you know, and you know, but for me, I just wouldn't really want to. I don't think I would operate very well. At least I don't think so. Tekken Underground. I've heard of it, but is that like the one where people are like they found a way to make some of these games like cross play or some shit like that? If that's what you're talking about, probably not, because I play on console, so that sort of shit sounds like it's like a PC kind of thing. But yeah, like yeah, Anakin, that's another thing. Me and Way Gamble, we go way back. Shout out to Way Gamble. Even though he jumped over to my character from using Law, I mean, you know. But it's all good. It's all good. He did okay, I guess. It's been a while since I seen him though. Been many years. Shit, you know. All I can do is hope that they're doing well and all that good stuff. But yeah, Anakin, I met Anakin, yeah. I think the first time I met him was at MLG DC when I fought Clint. And that's a match that I absolutely love. Even though I fucking lost that match, I didn't feel so bad because I gained a lot of the ATL respect. And I fought a legend. I mean, Clint, he's an OG from ATL. You know what I'm saying? And he's from like he's before the generation of like Poke Chop and Anakin and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, he's really good. There was a guy named Bane. I never met him, but a friend of mine who's friends with him told me about him. Bane, JOP. I heard JOP was originally from Atlanta, and then I think he went to Texas. Same thing with Crow, actually. I heard Crow was originally from ATL as well. So ATL had a lot of fucking ATL outside of New York. We were like the top Tekken territories. California was pretty strong, but California was mostly strong in Street Fighter. And then Midwest started to come up. They started having good players. You got Jody the Great. Is definitely a good friend of mine. But yeah, you know, and then Florida, they kind of was stepping the game up. And especially when they had that, they started having that tournament, the CEO tournament. You know, that was a pretty solid event. Yeah, but definitely back then, Koreans were like the shit. Like, if a Korean, like I used to joke, like if there was a Korean in the Tekken tournament, like somebody's gonna be playing for second place. That's how I looked at it. And then all of a sudden Pakistan came out of nowhere. So it's just, I've seen everything. I've seen everything. I've literally seen everything. And the thing is, like with Clint, God, man, like the only, and it's a fucked up excuse, but it's fuck it, I'm gonna stick with it. The only reason why I lost to Clint was because I did not know that Kuma could stance cancel. I did not know. I had no idea. I will say this until they put me in the ground. Nobody in New York used Kuma. Nobody knew, like what the fuck was Kuma? Nobody used this motherfucker. So I had no idea that the character could stance cancel. So once I was close to getting Clint out of there, he did something, and I guess after the match, because if I show the match, well, I'm thinking about playing the fucking match. Why not, right? Afterwards, we're shown talking on stage, and that's what I was asked. I was like, "Yo, what the fuck was that?" And he was like, "Yeah, like I knew that, you know, you didn't know that, so I just ran it." I was like, "Shit." I was like, "That's some scumbag shit." I got respected though, you know what I mean? But that was good shit. Yeah. It was really cool, man. Everything else, if I knew that, I'm about 88% sure I would have won. Oh, you know I'm gonna play this fucking match. Fuck this. You know I'm gonna play this shit. Fuck that. I'm giving myself some shine. Fuck that. Shit. Fuck that. Hold on. Let me fill myself real quick. Oh, let's see. God damn it. Okay. Hold on. All right. All right, here we go. Fuck it. Oh, man. I played Cody here before. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Mishima player, I believe. Cody? White guy, I think? Unless it was somebody else. Because I remember I played somebody named Cody, and he used Kazuya, I believe. But it might be, maybe you might be talking about... Oh, okay, it might be the same guy. Okay. Oh, man. Ah, shit. I wish I could go back in time with this moment.
We don't know what to do yet.
That was by accident.
All right, Red, go.
It isn't yours. Please return it to Will. He needs it badly. Come out to play. Please have a heart. Whoever picks up that light controller and wasn't yours.
This is back to basics right here.
Winner's round 4 coming up.
No, it was PlayStation.
We're talking. Oh, this is going to be good stuff. You guys are really going on the good All right, on station 1, you can take your seat. On station 2, hold your gun. Versus Mike Cage on station 2. On station 3, Adams versus Wario Master, a.k.a. Malcolm. On station 4, Ethan versus T-Rex.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
On
Let's
station
go,
5,
Red.
Nick versus Candy.
He said, "Where's the rage arts?" Rage art, shit. Them when I had hair back then, they didn't have no fucking heat mechanic. Shit.
Station 11, Havoc versus Nero. Nero. Station 13, Juice Bug versus One Cross. Station 14, Anti versus Will. Station 15, Sandman versus Rich Brown. Station 16, Ally versus Zuko. Let's check your place. Come back and watch. And I would recommend you check out Station 2 and 4. We got the best Yoshi, the best Kirby, the best Mark, and the best Pikachu. All for the
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go. Bloody spicy.
Check out Eastbound versus Shootout. MTPA final.
Yeah.
I took that.
Let's go. No, he don't. Let's go. Let's go, Red.
Hey, yo, I'll spell it myself. Shit. Oh man. Jeez. I was trying to keep my composure, but man, once he made Clint made the adjustment, I couldn't. It just went downhill for me. It just went downhill for me. I was like, fuck.
I don't know where to plug up at.
There was something, basically he told me after the match, there was something that he did that I reacted to it in a way that made him recognize that I didn't know that the bear can stance cancel. Yeah, he blitzed me right there. Ah, I shouldn't have whiffed that. That was stupid of me. Oh God. I was like, fuck. And he's so big that you're like, how the fuck are you not hitting this fucking character? Oh, he snuck that through customs. I had to cancel that one. That's why I got the low kick at the end. Just out of range. That was good read. That was good block. Oh, man. Ah, shit, son of a bitch. Yo, I miss these moments, yo. Oh, man. I mean, there's a few things naturally, like if I was really just analyzing the match, yeah, there was moments where I would have said like, look, Kuma can stance cancel like Lei, and try not to whiff as much. Also, I would have done a bit more poke strings. I would have tried to go for like more Razor Rush 1 on block, try to go for low pokes. I was more trying to bait him so that he could open up, but I wasn't really doing much until I caught him in something. But in the neutral, I was trying to get him to kind of whiff, but a lot of times it wasn't working. So I was catching him on the resets, but that was only after I had put him in those positions. So I would have done a little bit more like just regular Razor Rush 1s and then initiate my offense that way. I ran into that. See that right there? Okay. See that happened a lot. Fuck that. I gotta do this again. Was it here? Or was it here? Wait, did I miss it? Let me make sure. Okay. I think I may have. Okay. Or did I miss it? Okay, it was this. All right. Okay, it was this round here. Okay. There was something that happened here. Right. He goes in the bear stance. No, wait. I think it's after this. Okay, I did that. Okay. It was right here. He does that, what was it, bear stance down 1+2, and then I go to hop kick, and he blocked. That right there, I did not fucking, like, that was I had no idea that, that he could do that. I had no idea. So, obviously, you can punish, the hop kick. So, that he ran that sequence on me a few times, and I didn't pick up on it. I was fucking idiot at the time. But yeah. So you see how he punished me? So this happens a couple of more times, and in my mind, I'm like, How is he blocking? I did not fucking know that. So the whole time, every time I saw that, I was like, all right, I'm gonna go hop kick him. But it was like he kept blocking. I was like, what the fuck? So I'm under a shit ton of pressure, and I'm like, you know, at this time, I think I'm still up, and I just couldn't. I didn't adapt. If I would have adapted, then I would have won this. But a lot of those punishment, me getting punished from the blocked hop kick, that was taking damage away from me that I would have had if I would have known that he could have canceled. If I known he would have canceled, I would have either tried to go for a grab, or I would have just gone for a low attack to try to get him to duck. But I just kept doing hop kick, and it just wasn't working for me. And that's what happened. That's what fucking killed me there.
Come on, Red.
So I did it again right there. Now I think we're tied 2-2, I think. At least I think so. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'm like, bro. Yeah, Clint, he loved to smoke on his squares. He liked to smoke on his, you know, on his nicotine and such. At this point, I was like, I felt like I was already mentally checked out. That's how I felt. Like I felt like at the end, because I think he beats me like, what is it, like 2? What was I? It was 2 up. Yeah, it was like 3-0. At that point, I was like, I don't know, man. I was already mentally checked out. So this whole time, at this point, I'm asking him like, yo. So I started talking to him. And I'm like, yo, I was like, oh man, yo. Those are the days, man. Those are the days. Shit. Oh boy. I did my thing. Believe me, like after like we all chilled and shit, but I was yeah. Oh, what's up, Jules? What's up? Yeah, after that tournament, I was so like upset and but I wasn't too like I was bothered that I lost, but I felt like I lost because it was just something I didn't know. And the thing is, in New York, like I said, we didn't have people that played Kuma. Like we had like Mishima players. We had, obviously we had Fighting GM. You know what I'm saying? We had Eddie Gordo. But Kuma, nobody really played Kuma. And so that was a part, like, that was a fine detail I didn't know. And that's where I started to say, what you don't know can send you to losers bracket. Because I had no idea. If I knew that, I would have done things differently, because now that I think back on it, that last match where he beat me 3-0, I was already mentally checked out, because I felt like shit. Like I was mentally defeated. Like I had the lead. He came back. He had all the momentum. And then it's like, okay, now it's like, now this fucking character could stance cancel. Like now that's like a bomb Like I never knew. So now I'm like, fucked. So now like what I could have done, I just wasn't thinking about it. That's why like that was like one of my weaknesses as a player was that, you know, another player probably would have figured something else out, especially at that time. But like for me, I couldn't get over I'm a different player now, but at that time, like I just couldn't get off the fact that like, yo, this guy literally came back on me, and now it's like he can stance cancel like lay, and like what the fuck? So I just couldn't get my mind past that, and then I started fucking hesitating on my moves and shit, and it just fell apart. But it was a great tournament. I think it was one of my favorite tournaments to go to because that was like one of those events where it was like a big deal. I mean, it was like MLG, you know what I'm saying? It was massive. It was a huge fucking tournament. I got to see so many players. I fucking met Nee for the first time. I met, that's where I met Ani Stampa. I met Sukin. In fact, me and Sukin played a set. We played first to 5. I beat him 5-4. You know, so that was pretty cool. Yeah, it was those are the times, man. Those are the times. I leveled up a lot at that point, at that tournament. And you know, it felt good, you know, being out there. And that's why I say to people, like, it's one thing to play in your mom's basement, so to speak, but when you go out and you travel, and you know that you're like hundreds of miles away from home, it's a different entire. It is different, and you're playing against people that are on your level or better than you, and you can't compare that. And that's one of the things I would say that I'm thankful for in playing Tekken is that I was able to. I was able to travel and got to know a lot of people. You know, that was good. That was cool. It was good shit. But yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, man. I was just kind of checking around online real quick. But I hope all you guys is doing well and shit. I don't really know what else should I've been on here. How long I've been online for? Because I think I've probably talked shit about the fucking content creators all to hell. I don't know how many different ways I can can rip them. But like I said, like there's some content creators in Tekken, you know, they're willing to do something about, you know, many of them are not. So it's just wild right now. It's like fucking 10:31. I think I started this stream at what, 6 in the morning? Yeah, Jules, I've been up all fucking night. I posted one video around, I don't know, must have been like 4 or 5 in the morning, and then I just decided to hop on, go live, and it was 6 a.m. And but yeah, that's the stock market is something I look at when it comes to like the gaming shit. You know what I'm saying? I currently don't have any investments right now, but I tend to look at what's going on with like Nvidia and Amazon, Microsoft, Nintendo, and such. You know, maybe not. You know, not right now because you know I'm not talking about anything that deals with that. But if I'm talking about something that's more gaming industry focused, oh yeah, I will go to fucking the stockbroker Yahoo Finances of the world. I will definitely do that. But yeah, Jules, definitely. I don't know if I would say dedicated. I was more like, I just had something on my, I just had something on my mind. I just felt like getting it off, and I I think I did that. I think whatever I say now, I think it's just me repeating myself, maybe for people who just joined. But yeah, the general premise, since definitely you're new to the stream right now, the definite premise was you have people that enjoy Tekken 8, right? The game that I finally gave up on, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like you're free. You're free to play what you want. You like what you want. It is what it is. It's just that there are a lot of fundamental issues with the game from a gameplay mechanic standpoint. You know, it's like, to put it in terms that you would understand. It's like in a role playing game, you have the story. You have the cast of characters, and then you have like the battle system, right? And then within the battle system, you know, it could be real time, it could be turn based, you know, things of that nature, you know. Well, with Tekken 8, the issue isn't so much with the characters, it's more to do with the actual mechanics that set it aside from a different fighting game. Because the characters are going to do what they're going to do, you know, like some characters are good, some characters are bad, so on and so forth. But the mechanics of Tekken 8 is the issue that I have the most issue with. So let me see what else. But yeah, what else was I gonna say? Because my thought was derailed a bit. So my issue with the game of Tekken 8 was mostly with like the mechanics. So a person that might like Tekken 8, which is probably, there might be somebody in this stream that actually enjoys Tekken 8, and that's totally fine. Like I don't have no beef with those people. My problem is the content creators and the larger streamers that they will complain about the game, they dislike the game openly, but instead of like making concerted efforts to use their platform to elicit change, they instead just comment on, well, this is bad, but the whole community already knows this. So you're clearly just doing this for clicks and views. And as far as I'm concerned, that to me is pretty disingenuous, and it makes you kind of a fraud, because at this point, mind you, Tekken 8 has been out for quite a period of time. We're now in our current season 3. So it's fair to say, you know, hey, I gave the game a chance. So did many other people. We went through an entire season 1, an entire season 2. We've made our issues known to the developers, and they really changed very, very little in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's not to say they didn't change anything, but the things that they really needed to change to make the game to put in a better state, they didn't. So there's a lot of content creators that they'll make, you know, one video on this character, then another video on another character, and they'll just go on and on and on. And it's like, I find it hypocritical that you're saying that the game is bad, you're saying that the game is this, the game is that, in a negative way, but here you are streaming the game every day. So it's like saying, oh, I'm not hungry, but you go in the refrigerator and you take my food. It's kind of like in a weird way like that. So it's like, if you're saying that you're not hungry, then why are you eating? You know what I'm saying? So I just find these people to be pretty fraudulent. And I believe that if they really wanted to make change, you know, they would fucking make the sacrifice and stop playing the game. They would stop playing the game, and they would coordinate with each other, because they definitely know each other. When you get to a high level in gaming, like in gaming communities, it becomes like a small world, because the knee the Knees of the world knows Arsenal Ash of the world and so on and so forth. And they can communicate, whether it's social media or whatever, a phone call or what have you. And they can organize something to where their united stand would send a clear, definitive message to the developers that would bring significant change to the game. But that's just something they are unwilling to do. So I call them what I call them. And that's basically the long and the short of it. But yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And the thing is, we all know who they are, right? We all know, like, you know, and unfortunately, I do know one. Well, I don't know him personally like that, but I have interacted with him here and there, and he seems to be a cool guy. But it's like every video, every day, it's like you're saying, oh, this character is broken and busted. I'm like, bro, we know. Like, if you're obviously farming for views, because this is not helping the community. Like, why don't you use your platform to do better? You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can't play anything else, you know? And that's why I say that, you know, for me being a very tiny channel by comparison, it's very hard to get that word out, because I don't have that massive following the way they do. So my message would only go but so far. Like, you're not going to see people retweeting my fucking live stream. You're not going to see people clipping my shit and be like, yo, check this dude out. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see larger channels like react to what I'm saying. You're not going to see that. So my shit only goes but so far. And that's just me being a realist. You know, that's me being self-aware that I'm not at that point from you know, from that standpoint, you know, in terms of, I guess, influence, that's the word I'm looking for. But in terms of just my understanding of the scene, there's very few people that can rival me in any kind of debate in anything. And I've spent too many years doing this. And if somebody is like, if you're gonna go and be on some like, I'm on here for clicks and views, and yo, I'd have more respect for you if you come out and just keep it fucking real. But like, yo, the game sucks, but I'm playing this shit because I'm trying to step my channel up. Whatever, fine. Whatever. I'll accept it for what it is. But it's like, you're making it out like you're some sort of fucking like you're for the community type shit, and you're really not. Like, you're really out for self. Like, you out for them clicks and views. It's like, I use the analogy of somebody, because I'm in personal fitness as well. It's like when you see somebody that you know is on fucking steroids, but they're swearing up and down to their fucking mother and shit that, oh, I'm a natty, I'm natural. Like, the fuck out of here. Like, but they don't want to come out and keep it real. And to me, I feel like that's mad cowardly, because I've had streams in the past when I was playing this whack ass game where I would tell people in the chat, I was like, yo, I literally fucking said, I'm only playing this game for you guys' entertainment. I didn't give a fuck. I was like, yo, I mean, at least you can't say I'm not you can't say I'm lying. I mean, I'm at least keeping it real with people. Like, I'm playing this game just to get more people to subscribe to the channel, because this game is fucking trash. Like, there were so many times, and definitely I could say Jules, she was in some of those streams where I would get so enraged where I would, at times, I felt like I was gonna black out. I literally was so like, I would get so mad that I'm forgetting, like, oh shit, you know, you are 45 years old. You ain't 20 years old anymore, you know? So I kind of forgot those times. I was like, shit, I was getting beside myself. I was like, fuck this fucking game. Yo, I was losing it. And of course, people, they were having a good old time. They were laughing, cutting up, but I was like, all right, I'm accomplishing the mission. But I already knew that this was something I couldn't sustain. There was no way that I could fucking subject myself to playing this game day in and day out, day in. I would literally fucking catch a heart attack on live stream. I know I would. I would either a heart attack or I would black out, one or the other. Like I know me. And it just was like, all right, well, then it's like, all right, well, if I stop playing this game, now everybody's gonna fucking leave the channel. Now everybody that subscribed, and many did. And believe me, that first couple of days and maybe a week or two, I'd go to my analytics and I'm like, holy fuck, like what, 20 people, 13 people 1 week, 20 people another week. I was like, God damn, man. But then I had to realize, I was like, look, man, just like all money is not good money, not all subscribers are, I'm not saying they're bad, but if they're there only to see you do that one particular thing, and that one thing that you really don't like, all that's going to do is, it's just going to fuck with your mental health. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it at all. Like, I have some of my best peace playing like Diablo 4 or some random open world game, maybe a JRPG, like shit like that. Or if I am going to play a fighting game, I'll fuck with like Virtua Fighter or like, because at least I know if I lose in Virtua Fighter, I know chances are it's because the person was actually better than me. And I can accept that. But Tekken 8 just feels like a fucking, it's just a shit show, man. It's an absolute shit show. And I understand that people have a toxic relationship with Tekken. They do. They do have a toxic relationship with Tekken 8. 100%. I've seen many people, like they'll get frustrated. I'll pop in some of their streams, like leave a few comments, try to, do the good viewer, help them with their stream. I'll leave a few comments. I'll leave them a like and stuff like that, but I can see a lot of these guys, they're playing the game and they're not really enjoying it. And they're playing it because maybe they've built their channel around Tekken. And that's something I never wanted to do. And that's something, if you're like a content creator or you're thinking about being one, you got to be very careful about what games you play, because eventually you're going to come across a lot of people that's going to subscribe to you for you to do that one thing. And that's to be fair, right? Because if you found somebody playing Tekken, then it might be a little weird for you to see, okay, their next video, they're talking about something totally different. But the thing is that there are some people, like I'll use myself as an example. If I'm playing Tekken, I know if I am talking about, like, say, what's going on in the gaming industry, well, that's not me talking about fishing or talking about cars or some shit like that. Like, it's still gaming related. But I still understand that there's some people like, hey, if he's not playing Tekken, I'm out. And that's the problem. That's what happens when you're not being hyper focused on one thing. And then it's like, if you try to pivot, it becomes very difficult. So you have to I have to accept that if I post something totally different, I'm not gonna get that type of viewership. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how many people I have in this stream right now. Let me see. What is like 30, 40 something people here? I can guarantee if I was playing like a fucking, I don't know, if I was playing like an old school RPG like Knights of the Old Republic or Jade Empire or Virtua Fighter, I wouldn't have no 40 people here. Fuck no. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Maybe not now. Maybe in the future. Maybe, but it's just something you gotta like you gotta grind it. And honestly, like if you're not a content creator, you want to understand. But it is frustrating because you know when there are other games out there, and this is where the people that would come to my Tekken stream, let's say if I had 10 people that subbed, to the channel, I would keep my fucking fingers crossed. I'm like, all right, out of those 10 people, I'm hoping there's at least like 2 or 3 of them that actually do something other than fucking play Tekken. And many of the subs I do have, they were among that 2 or 3. And I figure, well, if I keep plugging along, pushing along, eventually, I'll get to where I need to be. But I cannot play. Believe me, I thought about it. I was like, you know what? Maybe I could reinstall the game. I could reinstall Tekken. Fuck it. I'll just stream. And it's like, I genuinely hate the fucking game. I genuinely hate it. I would sooner play Street Fighter 6. And that game, people that know, they know Street Fighter 6 is not perfect. That Street Fighter 6 has its issues as well. But I'm willing to endure playing that shit than Tekken 8. I'd be willing to even play fucking that Guilty Gear Strive game, because I'm interested in that 2.0 update they have coming out. But to me, I just feel like there's so many games out there. Why should I box myself into this fucking little corner? And I think that's a problem with a lot of content creators, and especially streamers. You feel like if you do something else, everybody's gonna leave, and maybe they will. Maybe they fucking will. But it's like, if you keep doing something you don't want to do, then it's sort of like, I feel like the stream, like the people that's watching, they can pick up on, like, at least I think some of them, I feel some viewers can pick up on whether or not the creator or the streamer, they're actually enjoying what they're playing as opposed to just going through the motions. And I do think that kind of translates. Like sometimes I'll watch Main Man, for instance, right? Because I do follow him. I've been following Main Man for fucking years. And sometimes I see him playing Tekken. And it's like, I just see, like, it feels as if it feels like he feels he is trapped in Tekken. And it's not bad if it's a Tekken game, because believe me, I've been following Main Man for fucking years. So we're talking about, I've watched him in Tekken 5, Tekken 6, you name it. So in Tekkens that he enjoys, but Tekken 8, there are many moments where I can see he hates this fucking game, but he has such a large following that he might feel like, you know what, if I do make an extreme pivot, I might lose a lot of my audience, or I might not get the ad revenue, or maybe I might not get the sponsor deals I have. So when you get to those larger levels, it gets very tricky. And that's why I feel like I enjoy playing a wide array of games. I like to talk about a wide array of things, but I try not to get too crazy, because believe me, I could talk about boxing, I talk about combat sports, I could talk about fucking Dragon Ball, but I try to at least, all right, let me focus on gaming. Even though I do feel like talking about the fuckery that's happening in WWE right now, you know what I'm saying? I do feel like talking about the 2 unks that had the fight last night that looked like they were fighting over the last chicken wing. I felt like talking about them, but like it just the hope is trying to like get to a point where I have that type of audience that wants to show up for me, and not necessarily, oh, is he playing this game or not? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's the hope. And that's when you know you really made it. That's why when I look at people like Asmongold or Penguin Zero, like these are guys like really, really big. They can literally talk about any fucking thing, and they got people lined up. I know it takes a long time to get to that point, but that is a goal because I damn sure can't play Tekken every day. I would probably die on live stream. And maybe that will be the viral moment I always wanted, but I'd be dead. So it wouldn't matter. Shit wouldn't matter. Yeah, man, shit. But yeah, man, it feels cool to kind of just yap and just have some people, especially when you guys are kind of talking. It's like almost like a small little community and shit. It feels pretty good. I gotta admit, it's pretty nice. Rela1ated? That's an interesting name. That sounds like aristocratic and shit. Rela1ated. Sounds like a fucking Mortal Kombat name. Rela1ated. Hey Red, it's been 2 weeks since you played Tekken 8. You went back to playing beat 'em ups like, oh wait, we went Streets of Rage and Absalom. Oh yeah. Nothing beats playing what you want to play. You know, you would think that's obvious, but when you're a content creator or a streamer, you kind of feel like you're like almost a slave to the audience in a way, or you might be a slave to like sponsors or whatever, or you're chasing after a certain amount of numbers and you're like, well, I want to play Absalom, for instance, or or another type of game, but I'm not getting that viewership. Okay, I'm gonna go and play this. I mean, it's fine to have a balance, and believe me, I thought about it. I thought about like maybe I'll do a suffering stream like maybe twice a week or something like that. And I thought about it as we got into like season 3. I thought about that shit. I was like, you know what, maybe I can fucking deal with like one or two streams a week, you know, and in that way I feel like I'm catering to those hardcore Tekken people that sub to me. But then even that, bro, when season 3 came out, I was like, I can't fucking do this. Like, I think if season 3 was in a better position, at least for me, even without having Lei, like if I felt like if the overall game was in a better state, I probably would have endured a few streams. I'll be honest, because I think I mentioned that toward the end of season 2, I said like, yeah, I might, if it goes well, I might do a suffering stream maybe once or twice a week, but I'll schedule it maybe on the weekend or so. And now it's like looking at what Tekken 8 is right now, I'm like, bro, I can't fucking do it. I mean, Xbox controllers are expensive, and I can totally see myself flinging my controller at the wall. I can totally see it. And yeah, it just isn't worth it. And I guess to those people that want to unsubscribe from me because I'm not playing Tekken, I just have to I have to take that. I have to eat that. And I understand. Like, look, if all you want to do is eat, sleep, shit Tekken, I can't do it. I tried. I would tell those people, I gave you guys 2 full seasons. I endured. In fact, you know something? Since there's a couple people here, let me see. You know how streams work. You know, you might have like a huge drop off or whatever. Okay, well, it's like 37 or so. I got to show you guys something because I was laughing my ass off on this. So there is I want to show I thought about uploading this. It was a clip. It was a clip that somebody took of me. And this was toward like the middle of season 2. And bro, you want to talk about rage? Okay, you guys got to listen to this. Oh, did my headset die? Okay, I got to like charge it. Yeah, I was fucking livid. I was livid. Real shit. Yeah, nah, Jules. I'm not gonna die from Tekken because I've done, but I am. You guys got to hear this shit. You guys got to hear this. Let me set this shit up. So we got clips by viewers. So I think it was it this? I think it was this one. Now, as you could see, I think you guys could see this, right? It says clipped, the one on the bottom, clipped 6 months ago. My God, this is so frustrating. This is so fucking frustrating. I swear to God. Let me guess, Rage Art, right?
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Fuck this fucking game! Fuck this fucking game! Jesus fucking Christ, this game is trash! Fuck!
Oh shit. Oh my God. Bro. It's just that was so
Get ready for the next battle.
so fucking mad. I was like, fuck this fucking game. My God, this is so frustrating. Oh my God. This is so fucking frustrating. And the thing is, I called it too. I called it. I was like, yo. It was like you couldn't fake this. Let me guess, Rage Art, right?
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Fuck this fucking game! Fuck this fucking game! Jesus fucking Christ, this game is trash! Fuck!
Oh shit, I could laugh about it now, but oh my God, I was so fucking mad, bro. I was so yo. There are like sometimes you have people that might react, but that right there, like I think that was a priceless like, bro, like that right there was 100% like that was unbridled rage. I think in that moment, when I think back on it and I vaguely remember it, I really was like, I just felt like he's gonna really do this, but you know what? He might not. And it's like I fucking knew it. Like, just, it's like. So obviously the thing that you can play armchair quarterback and just say, okay, well then maybe I should have just not pressed anything. And that's the point. And that is just the point is, let's just say if I didn't press anything. So that means that I'm giving up my earned momentum. Like I'm giving that up. I'm literally saying here, I've built up that momentum and whatnot, and I'm giving it up because I don't know if you're just gonna do that fucking bailout or not. I don't know. So what happens if now you don't do that bailout? So now I've surrendered my momentum, and now you as the player getting up, now I'm not pressing anything. Now that means you can go on the offensive. And maybe now I might not survive your response, and now I end up losing a round that I should have won. That's the problem with rage arts, is that it forces you to now go into this stupid bait mode situation where it's like, okay, well, is he gonna do it? Is he not gonna do it? Why in the fuck am I worried about what you're gonna do when I have you at death's door? Like, what the fuck? Make that is like we in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like we that's like we shooting a fair one, right? And I'm like, you know, I'm hitting you, whatever, and I'm in a confined space right here, but you get what I'm saying? And all of a sudden I give you a good hit, and I got you on fucking Queer Street, and then all of a sudden now you wobbling and shit, and now I back up, and I'm like, oh wait, I don't know if he's gonna rage art. So now I let you recover, And now you go on the offensive and then you catch some fucking haymaker and now I'm out of there. That's what the fuck that shit is like. That's what that shit is like. It's like, why the fuck am I worried about what you're gonna do when you're the one at pixel of life? Make that make sense. How in the fuck am I now, because I wasn't worried about you a round one fight when we both had even life? So I did everything I needed to do. I executed my game plan. I made the right reads. I outplayed you. So now your ass is about to fucking lose. Now I have to fucking go into bait mode and I gotta be like, oh, wait a second now. He has that rage art. Fuck this game, man. Fuck this fucking game. I'm like getting all upset talking about this shit. I'm getting beside myself right now. Shit. God, man. That shit is fucking crazy, yo. Oh, I see SPR. What's up, man? Spicy punk rocker. Yo, there's something I've been wanting to say to you, bro. I know you made your decision to walk away from the game. I don't know how much you're gonna stick with it. But since you are a musician, I don't know if you've done this, but it would be interesting if you were to do content where you're reproducing, I don't know, video game music or something. I thought about this, and this is, you probably know who I'm talking about. I'm going to show this. In fact, it should be in my history. At least I think so. Because I was really listening to this, and it was like really, really good. Fuck, where's the... let me go back to my history. Go to channel. Let's see. History. Well, it's probably way deep into history now. Let me see. You guys are like seeing all the shit I watched. Oh my god, this fucking music is godlike. This is like one of the best themes I've heard. But I won't annoy y'all listening to it though. All right, let's see. Where is it? Let's see. Where is it? You guys are all up in my YouTube history right now. Let's see. Damn, where the fuck is this shit? I must have watched mad things. Shit. Did I save it? Come on. It must be around here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Finally. Fucking finally. All right. Let's put this on. I was like, yo, I know I had to
This video is made possible by our generous friends and family over at Patreon. To find out how to help us continue making our music, head over to patreon.com/jmusicband. Thank y'all and enjoy the video.
Yeah, this shit. Yeah, this right here, man. Oh, this is godlike. I was thinking about Spicy Punk Rocker right here. This shit is godlike. This shit's godlike. Yo, beat the guy on the drums, yo. Yo, he feeling this shit. Yeah, these guys are godlike. Shit. So you gotta get spicy punk rocker, yo. So you gotta do shit like this, bro. You gotta do shit like this. Fuck that. And this was like 6 years ago. Yo, facts. If the game has good music, yeah, 100%. If the game has good music, I would definitely be in on even if it was a bad game. I've done it actually. I've done it. I would say. Well, I gotta listen to some of their tunes then. I love, like, this is like outside of music, like outside of gaming and fitness, music is like my third love. But I was really thinking about Spicy Punk Rocker a lot because I remember he's part of a band and such, and I feel like this would be a really good lane for him. Because like these channels do good business. They have a lot of views. So it's not like, they're like small potatoes. Oh, this guy is feeling himself right now. Hey. Ha. I can't, like, I'm so, like, this is the type of shit that takes so much actual talent. It's just how everybody is in sync. They're all doing their own thing. I don't know how they do it, honestly. But I love it, though. I heard Gran Turismo has some good music, though. This godlike. Yo, look at the guy on the drums, yo, he's going ham. Let's get it. Man. Yeah, they going in, yo. In the comments section, the drummer was everybody's favorite. Oh man, yeah, I love me some good music, yo. I love good music, like when people like will recommend you, like, hey, you know, there's an anime you can watch. Like shit, if people give me like a good good tune to listen to, it'll be just as good for me. So what y'all talking about here? Was it final boss of Ridge Racer? No. Oh, you probably oh, you guys are talking about what Final Fantasy. Oh wow. Yeah, I never played Final Fantasy 13. I played 12 though. 12 was kind of weird. I would, you know, I don't know if they actually would add a tournament. That's what I don't know. But as you can see here, this has like 500,000 views 6 years ago. They got like 126,000 subs. So this is them right here. So let me see something. Okay, so they did something 3 weeks ago. Kirby Air Riders, Jazz Fusion. 2 weeks ago they did this. Okay, so they're still active. They have like their albums here. That's pretty cool. I like seeing people that, you know, they're doing their thing. They got this Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Yeah, fuck it. I'm subbing. Yeah, fuck it. Give them a listen and whatnot. You post. Huh. Isn't that Ridge Racer? No, that's probably like... Oh, what game is this? Is this Ridge Racer? I'm not sure. It's definitely not... Well, I don't think it's Daytona USA, but... That's something. But I definitely love, like, great music. I have to at least play this one because
this video was made possible by our generous friends and family over
let
at
me
Patreon.
see. There's one tune that hold on. This right here. Oh my god, this is like my favorite. I gotta fuck with it. I gotta play this. There's so many points in this that is just absolutely godlike.
What you want and the image.
I fucking love this fucking shit. There's so much going on in this tune. It's amazing to me. Like this right here. Bam ba ba da da da. This shit is fucking ridiculous. And then it picks up. See the transitions? Yo, the transitions is so godlike. And then now it slows down. Now it's like it's setting the fucking mood and shit. It's on some creepy shit right here. You like stumbling around in like the fucking darkness of hell and shit. Now it's almost like you're kind of in this feeling of despair mixed with a little bit of hope as well. And it speeds up little by little. I've actually never played this game, but this shit, unbelievable. Oh, this part is godlike, right? Dun, 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 dun. Oh man. When I first heard this transition coming up, this got me fucking, it got me ridiculously hyped. Like right here. Yo, that transition is godlike. Ah, shit. Oh, that's the story? Oh, wow, damn, that's fucked up. He became Dracula, the cursed god, because he did everything in service. Holy shit. Damn, that's fucked up. Yo, that was God. He's like, oh, fuck this shit. fuck this mortality shit. Oh man. Oh boy, seems like we have a Tekken 8 defender here. Man, there's so many tunes from this that was like, when I first came across this, I was like, bro, like, I was like looking for like just some random tune to play and listen to, and then I came across that. I was like, what in the fuck is this? Like, that shit just got me. But like I said, I never played the game, but from what you described, like, shit, it definitely sounds like it's worth to watch a playthrough on YouTube. Because I'm pretty sure it's definitely not coming to Xbox. So, but yeah, that definitely sounds crazy. It took his wife away, and he's like, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna go and do some fucking alpha male type shit." I mean, I heard when it did come out, I heard that it wasn't like in the best, like it wasn't that well received. But I had no idea the music was so damn good. But I mean, that's what one of you guys said. Shit, you'll play the game if the music is good. Shit, fuck that. Yeah, sometimes, man, I be fucking vibing out, listen to a whole bunch of tunes and shit. I'll be listening to music that games you probably would never ever thought of, like this game called Shantae. It's like this old school like side scroller, but yo, that shit has a crazy soundtrack. But I'm definitely gonna be watching the cutscenes probably later on YouTube and shit. Because that's what I did when if it's a game I don't own, like that's one of the things I love about YouTube. I could just go and bless somebody with a lot of watch time and just kind of just watch the whole fucking playthrough. So I'm gonna do that with this game here. because the music is absolutely ridiculous. I love games that just have that. It's like the music takes you on a fucking journey. You know what I'm saying? Like certain tunes from like, you know, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, Sekiro. Like I still love the opening stage music of Contra 3. Like that shit that tune just makes me want to like sign up and join the military and fight some aliens, yo. I have heard Jet Set Radio. In fact, did they say that they might come out with another game of that? I think so. I don't know if I heard that might be a game they might end up trying to bring back. I don't know. I have to find that out. Yeah, Diablo. That's another thing. Diablo has some really good atmospheric music. In fact, on their YouTube channel, I think they have like the whole like thing. Like you just play and it's like really atmospheric. Like if you just want to just play something in the background while you're like, I don't know, studying or just contemplating your fucking position in life and shit, like those are pretty good tunes to listen to. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, or you just got yourself a nice little cup of wine, or you getting right on the herb or something. Like having some good music is what's up. Can't deny that. You know what I mean? But yeah, between some good Castlevania music, even Tekken had some good music. Like some of the older games. Like I remember there was like this one turn, I think it was called Call of the Inferno. And every time, like if that music came on and I was playing on that stage, I would play out of my mind. I fucking love that tune. And then of course the fucking what's that one with the Hell's Gate? That shit was godlike. Tekken Tag 2 had some great music. Tekken 8 had it's a mix. You know, I'm not overtly like, oh, Tekken 8 has great music. Like Tekken 6 had a lot of fucking good tunes for me. I think Electric Fountain, Tekken 6, I'd still jump rope to that music. I was not really a fan of that music. It just the Kazuya shit that you talking about. It wasn't like, I guess because it was different purpose. Like it might be good for atmospheric, but it wasn't something I'm gonna like walk down the street and listen to it. You know what I'm saying? Now Tekken 2 Heihachi, I think it was Heihachi, or was it Tekken 3? Tekken 3 Heihachi, the dojo. I love that tune, and it wasn't the arcade. It was the PlayStation version. That music I fucking loved. But yeah, Anger of the Earth wasn't bad. I enjoyed that. Electric Fountain. If I'm going to jump rope, if I'm going to do something quick, godlike. One of the best tunes you can fucking listen to. This is where you working out, you running or some shit like that. It's fucking amazing. Dead or Alive. I felt like 100%. Dead or Alive had some of the best character select music. I love DOA 3. There was a tune, I think it was Hayate. I think it was Dead or Alive 4. That guy, Emery Reigns, he's a big DOA creator. I remember some of his earlier videos. I think he would start off with that song playing. It was really, really good. Yeah, it was really fucking up. Oh no, that fucking song is trash. That's the Yoshimitsu song. No eyes, no ears. That shit's trash. I hate that fucking song. But there's some people that like the shit. Helena, I guess so. I guess it's been a while. And besides, it depends on like which DOA. And then also, I mean, shit, we on the topic. Fucking Darkstalkers. If you ever played a game called Darkstalkers, they had some good ass music. Like Dimitri, Morrigan, Pyron had some godlike ass music. Jeddah, a lot of people love Jeddah. I wish they bring back Darkstalkers. That fucking game was nice. Yeah, that game was great. Yeah, but yeah, man, we can. we have so many different favorite musics, favorite tunes that we would be here all fucking day talking about that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, let's play this one, play that one. So that. But I always like hearing like other people's thoughts. Like if it's something I never heard of before, like I would give it a listen. Like I remember there was one time I was vibing out to some music. Might have been like maybe a month or two ago. And and that stream, it was a 12-hour stream. So I was like a fucking zombie at the end. But toward the end, like the last couple of hours, this one, I forgot who it was, but he was putting me on to different tunes from like I think it was Demon Souls, I believe it was. I can't remember the tune, but I was like, okay. When I listened to it, like, you know, I listened to it and it was very good. It was very it took me on a good ride emotionally. It wasn't like super upbeat, but I liked that it had a bit of despair and it had moments where you would overcome, which makes sense because you're in a fucking that type of game. So I like when music they kind of match, or at least as best as they can, that the actual atmosphere of what the game is. I think that's when you have good music, is when you're like, you know, when the tune can make you feel something. I think I think that's when you have a good tune and it makes you feel something. Do I think Sony makes the best game music? No way. No way. When you say the best, nah, I can't say the best. Can't say the best. I don't think anybody. There's so many things out there. It's hard to just nail like one thing, you know, because you can argue and say, okay, well, I can throw in FromSoft, you know, they have some great tunes in Sekiro. Like in Sekiro, that boss you fight when he's on the fucking horse and it's like early on in the game, like that shit is like, I feel that. Like it feels like I'm on fucking horseback about to fucking lop heads off. Like I love that shit. It's not something you probably gonna, you know, do the fucking dance to, but it's something it just makes you feel like you about to go to war. Like I love that shit. And then you got obviously you know, you got fucking Ill right here. Haven't seen him in a bit. Yeah, Symphony of the Night. Yeah, that's a given. Everybody knows that. You know, that's if there is not one track in the Symphony of the Night soundtrack that you don't like, then I question that person's musical judgment. I question that musical judgment. But I mean, you know, you got so many tunes. Like, you know, you can go to like Streets of Rage. You can go to fucking like, you know, what he said, Phantasy Star. There's so many tunes out there, and some of which we probably forgot because it's probably been so long. You know, it's just really, really, you know, Shinobi. That's another good game. I actually managed to beat that game, you know, even despite mass amounts of frustration. But the one tune I remember in Shinobi, I think it was something to do with, like, I think it was in the factory. It was a factory tune, and it was fucking amazing. The fucking stage was frustrating as all hell, but the music kept me going. Shit. And then of course Virtua Fighter has some solid music. Like even with VF Revo, there's this one tune I've been listening to a lot. It's called Abandoned House. I fucking love that tune. It's like something I wouldn't expect to hear in a Virtua Fighter game. And then the other one, I think it's the Forest, or is it the Temple? It's pretty like that tune sounded pretty godlike. I think it was the Forest. I think it's the Forest or the Temple, one of those. But that fucking music was godlike. Expedition 33. I didn't play enough of it, but I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna say everybody's lying. So I have to play the game more, even though it is a part of Game Pass. But I've been focusing so much on Diablo and other games and shit like that, and I think I might want to do a playthrough of Kingdom. I was about to say Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Come Deliverance, because they finally have a 60 FPS mode finally, and I've been sitting on that game for years. I bought that game in like 2019 or 2018 or some shit. And I haven't played the game at all because it wasn't a 60 FPS. But yeah, there's like a whole lot of stuff, bro. Let me see. I think, you know, I think like it is so many good talented songs out there, but in terms of like soundtracks, like where you know, back in the day we used to have like here in New York, you know, if we listened to like a rap album or whatever, we would sometimes judge how good the rap album was based on how many tracks we end up skipping. If you find yourself not skipping any track, then you got an album that's like a fucking like a banger. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit is fire. Like I can tell you, like for me, you know, you got Ghostface Killer, Supreme Clientele. That was a great album. I didn't skip anything. There's very few albums or just soundtracks in general where the majority of it is something that you can like listen to. You know what I'm saying? Like, because sometimes you might have a soundtrack that might have like 16 songs on it, but you like maybe 2 of them. It's like the rest you can kind of just like throw away. You know what I mean? So it just depends on it just kind of depends on like your fucking, you know, the flavor of the month, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, Expedition 33, I mean, I take everybody's word for it. I played a bit of it. I think I streamed it a while ago. I didn't get very far. Not because I sucked or anything, but I got sidetracked with something else. So I just kind of I was very early in the game, so I didn't really get that far. But actually, no, I did suck at the game. I forgot. Yeah, I was getting killed left and right because you have to kind of learn the enemy patterns and shit. And so, yeah, I was kind of getting my ass beat. But yeah, that's a game. It's a lot of trial and error in the combat. Every enemy, I think, has like 2 different attacks or some shit. So I'm like, I'll come back to this shit. And I never came back to it. So yeah, that's but it is still part of Game Pass though. I think they put it on Game Pass Premium, which means that it should be in the service for like another 6 months at least. So I'll get around to fucking with it, but yeah. Let me see. Oh shit, I gotta pay my fucking cable bill. God damn it. I was like fucking looking to save some money this month. Yeah, I gotta take care of them. Probably after I get done with the stream, I guess. I'll probably fucking send them their blood money or whatever so they can leave me alone. Shit. But yeah, man. Let me see. You said, hey, if y'all like Tekken music, if y'all like Tekken fans, y'all heard that Pac-Man theme on Tekken 7? Damn, you know what? Did I? I don't remember. If maybe I never bought the stage. I don't know. I remember the Snoop Dogg stage. I remember that. Shit, I remember that one. But the Pac-Man stage, I don't remember that one. And I damn sure don't have it for Tekken 8. I don't have anything for Tekken 8. I think the only thing I have for Tekken 8 was the season 1. I bought all the characters, but so I bought the season 1 characters. And I did buy Did I buy anybody else? Oh yeah. I bought Fakam. So that was literally all of my contributions for to the Tekken fucking whatever. That was my contributions for them. So, you know, that's about it. But yeah, you know, but yeah, back in the day, like we used to like if you like I said, if you have an album out and you got like maybe 1 or 2 good songs and your fucking album is like 16, 17 or 15 tracks, and it's like, you got like that's like you're like the fucking the one hitter quitter. But what he says here, I see get rich or die trying. Yeah. 50 Cent, legend, you know, I think and even just like just to speak to like his mastery of the game, like the guy, he's managed to stay relevant. He's in good shape. He's taking care of himself physically. I don't think he's in any fucking stupid scandals or no bullshit with females and that bullshit that trips motherfuckers up. Like he's got money. He's done great shows. Like he's winning. You know what I'm saying? So not many people that get into that space have that type of career. So I always salute and respect him for that. I know one of my favorite tracks from him that I listen to a lot is What Up Gangsta. Like that's my shit. Yeah, that's my shit. Yeah, what up, gangsta? What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? Yeah, I love that shit. You just had to pay your Wi-Fi. Yeah, I'm behind in the bill. You know, when you get behind, you're like, all right, you know, I'm gonna, you know, just hit me later on and shit. And because I'm seeing they hit me up on the cell phone right now. Oh shit. Shit, there we go. Hold on. Yeah, they hitting me up. Shit. Yeah. Yeah, shit, here they are right here. Shit. So I gotta do my little adulting pretty soon. Shit is rough out here in these fucking Bill streets. Shit. Let me see. Oh yeah. Somebody asked if I was playing Dead or Alive, or did I miss that? Well, I think somebody said if I was playing DOA. Oh, Keon. Yeah. Yeah. The problem, like, I would play. See, the problem. All right. So I got a problem when it comes to like playing certain games because I don't have a. Well, actually, no, I do. I'm lying. Actually, I do have a capture card, but it's pretty old. Like I got the fucking where's that shit? Yeah, I got this shit. Yeah, this shit is old. Yeah, this shit is ancient. Like if y'all don't know, this is a very old capture card. Like Elgato don't even like fucking like it's one of their legacy products. So it's kind of it's a hit or miss when it works. And the thing is when you're running a capture card, a lot of it does put pressure on your laptop. You know what I'm saying? So my laptop isn't like a powerful computer. So what I've been doing is I have the Xbox app on my laptop. So I'll go on my Xbox app and then I'll click remote. So if I'm playing my Xbox, it's going to show it's going to display what's on my Xbox within the app. So then I OBS capture the app, and then that's how I'm able to play my game off the TV. But you guys on the stream, you guys are seeing it through the laptop. Some games don't work that well in that situation. Like for instance, like back when Ninja Gaiden 4 came out, I wanted to stream that. But when Ninja Gaiden 4, I found I had to, because I remember when the game first came out on Game Pass, I remember I did a stream for it, and it was hilarious because I was trying to get the game to work, and I was like, yo, like, what the fuck is wrong with the game? I was thinking like the game glitched. It turns out that I was able to play the game, but when I was trying to start it, the controller wasn't registering. What I had to do was I had to start the game. I had to like press start. Like I had to press start in the game normally. And then once the game is kind of going, then I can go and do the remote feature. And then like a game like Doom: The Dark Ages, I don't think it really lets me play it at all. And then when I tried to play Dead or Alive 6, the minute I go and do the remote feature, it's like the whole screen goes black. So I'm like, what the fuck? So I guess I can't. That's the main reason why I haven't done any real Dead or Alive content. Otherwise, I would have done like a few videos on that already, like in terms of like B-roll and shit like that. So I don't know if, maybe hopefully, Dead or Alive 7 might be different. I hope. I know Invincible Versus, that they have a beta coming out April 9th. So hopefully I won't have no issues streaming that game, because I do want to try that game. I gotta kind of take some time to watch the Invincible show. I've been watching a lot of clips on it, so it looks pretty good. But you only got so much time in a day and shit like that. So it's like, fuck, you gotta try to do the best you can with the time you have. But yeah, let me see. If y'all play a game on PS3, then maybe 360 called Fury. Oh yeah. I know the game. I never played it, but I've seen it. I've seen the art. I'll give it a shot. I'll give it a shot because I've seen that game. And I've never played it, but I know what you're talking about. Let me see. Yeah, that was the HD 60. Yeah, that's the thing is, so when I'm in my room, I don't know if you've been on a stream where I was streaming a video game before, I'm not too sure, but if I'm streaming video games, I'm usually in my room. So I have the laptop. So I'm literally laying on my bed, and my Xbox is off to the other side of the room. So for me to have a capture card, I have to have my laptop close to my Xbox, because the HDMI wires have to connect and all that shit. The problem is that if my laptop is super far, that means my webcam and all the other shit has to be pretty far too. So the way my room is set up, it's not set up in a way to work well with streaming type shit like that. I thought about bringing my Xbox out here, but then I'm like, I'm sitting on this hard ass fucking chair, which I don't mind when I'm making a video, but if I'm sitting here for like hours upon hours on a live stream, like I've been here for like 6 hours almost, so my ass is kind of like, kind of getting numb because these are wooden chairs. So I put a little pillow on my ass to try to, help me out. That's why I usually stream my games or whatever, like in my room, I'm laying on the bed. But like I said, it's kind of hard for me to take advantage of capture cards and shit like that. So I don't know. I do what I can. You know what I'm saying? Maybe at some point I'll be able to afford like a viable computer. That's why I'm looking forward to seeing what Microsoft is doing, because I've been up on that. Says they have a PC console hybrid coming out. I've been making a lot of videos on that sort of thing. and keeping up on that on technology. But I already know that's going to be pretty expensive, so I'm going to be saving up for that. But yeah, we'll see. I'm here in this apartment. I'm not going to be leaving out what am I going to do? Just change my apartment I'm not going to do all that. But I can rearrange certain things if I felt like it mattered, but I'm cool with my setup. Like sometimes I'll test to see which games work. And so far games that I would be playing maybe like Diablo 4, Mass Effect, that works. Virtua Fighter 5 works. Tekken 8. Well, I'm not playing Tekken 8 no more, but yeah, Dead or Alive 6 for whatever reason doesn't work. I don't know why, but hopefully the other games work, like Invincible Versus. I think when I played Guilty Gear when it was on Game Pass, I think that worked because I have some interest in that game. It's such a weird, different game than what I'm used to. I'd be willing to fuck around with it. I like the music of that game too. It has pretty good music. The best Sega console, it depends because, for instance, I feel Sega Saturn could have been really good, but unfortunately, they did. I think they made that console too difficult to program for, and that's why that's why the PS1 beat that system out. Because it was much easier to program for the PS1. Even though the Sega Saturn was more powerful, and then the Dreamcast was great, but a lot of their better games were stuck in Japan. And the Dreamcast was pretty ahead of its time, So Sega, I don't know, man. I just think that they just made a lot of bad decisions. I think their hardware was good. It's just that they made a lot of bad decisions. That's what I think. King of Fighters was good. I'm not good at that game, but I do respect it because it's a game that, at higher levels you can see some really incredible players. But yeah, I definitely like King of Fighters. I think they have some pretty good stories too. I've always loved the interaction between Iori Yagami and Kyo Kusanagi. I always loved that. I always thought that their rivalry was really cool. Yeah. I have heard that there's been talk about a CVS 3. I've heard that there's some rumors there. So that's going to be pretty exciting for some of the old school 2D fighter guys. So that'll be interesting usually where there's smoke, there's fire. So, and it's been a number of years, so I don't see why they wouldn't. I think CVS 2 was pretty popular. I don't see why they wouldn't pull the trigger on that. But I would know that it would be a lot of licensing deals because obviously it's both Capcom and SNK, so they'd have to, it's not like making Tekken where all the characters are yours. So it's like two companies coming together, so that also plays a role in how long it takes for those type of games to get greenlit. What's up, Isabi? The Jaguar? Who said the Jaguar? The Jaguar. I don't know. Shit, if you're gonna be mentioning the Jaguar, you're gonna be mentioning the fucking what's the other one? The Turbo. Well, Turbo, funny thing, some people like TurboGrafx 16. Some people like that. I mean, Bonk's Adventure, maybe the first one was pretty solid, but I think they had Splatterhouse, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, TurboGrafx 16 didn't last very long. Sega CD was kind of like a gimmick. It was more like an extension. It had that full. I remember it had that full motion video game with the girls. I think they were trapped in a mansion or some shit like that. That shit was silly. I forgot the name of that shit though. I think I had a friend of mine that actually had a Sega CD. I remember I was like, yo, you actually bought this? Oh shit. Those are the days, man. It's you know, it's funny when you're like in my age bracket, like it's just so funny to know that you lived, like you experienced when Nintendo came out. Like I had a Nintendo when I was 5 years old, thanks to my mom. And then I had a friend of mine across the street. He was a big Sega head, you know what I mean? So he had the Master System, Genesis. It was like I was the Nintendo guy and he was like the Genesis guy. So I would go over to his house to try to play like Tommy Lasorda baseball and Sonic and all the other shit, Shinobi. So that was fun. That was pretty fun. And then watching him get frustrated when he tried to play Battletoads, that was fucking hilarious. He almost threw my controller against the wall. I remember those are the days. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, man. Shit, maybe I should change the thumbnail of this stream, right? Because people thinking I'm like going ham on the Tekken creators. Little do they know that was like fucking 3 hours ago. Shit. Oh man, shit is wild. Rob the robot, yeah, man. I never had Rob. I think, did I ever want it? I don't think I ever wanted Rob. I think I looked at it and I was like, what is this? And because in my household, it was my parents hit me with all right, we're going to get you one or two things. So you better pick wisely. So I was like, 2 games or 1 game and some gimmick that I may or may not use and may or may not break. So I chose the 2 games. So that's how shit used to be back in my day. Shit. But I man, it was funny. That's why, yeah, he says like Rob worked with like 2 games. Like, fuck that. I definitely made the right decision. Shit. I made the right decision on that one. Shit. Ninja Gaiden, I was definitely one. I was one of the I would say the proud few that actually ended up beating that game. And Castlevania 1. Those games were ridiculously bullshit from a difficulty standpoint. I appreciate it because I felt like those older games, I feel like it does something to you. Like, well, for instance, when people say Elden Ring is hard or these Souls-like games, I'm like, you guys really never played the games from our era. Like, you don't know what it's like to fucking suffer and struggle to play fucking that's the fucking Lion King and motherfucking games that were designed, as they later found out years later, that they were designed to fuck you over. You know, games like fucking what's this other one? Battletoad, the race joint. Everybody hates that fucking shit. Castlevania 1. That shit had some of the worst fucking. If you do not almost do a just frame timing to walk down steps in Castlevania 1, you are going to go to your death in like 5 seconds and hear the shit. Fuck that shit. I never played Kid Icarus, actually. I played I don't know, like Kid Icarus, like there were some games some of my friends loaned me when I was in school, but Kid Icarus was never a game that got into my possession. The only way I knew about Kid Icarus was like, I remember I saw it in like a Nintendo Power. I think it was like classified information. It was like those little sections that tell you how to like beat the game and shit like that. And then they had another one called Counselor's Corner. I like from an adventure game. I loved Battle of Olympus. I wish I could play that game right now. As I never beat the game, but I really love. Sometimes I would love to go back and play the games that made me fucking want to field goal a puppy, and I would like to play them now to see like if shit changed, like if I would still be stuck on that shit. Like I'd be curious though, man. Yeah, games had no fucking say. They're like, shit. You better be here for the long haul. The minute you shut that fucking system off, that's it. And better get ready to start from scratch. Shit. But GameCube, that was a good system. That was a good system. I wasn't really sold on it until later. Like I was at that time, I was more on Xbox. Like that's when I ended up getting an Xbox only because of Splinter Cell. And that's a game actually I do want to stream, since I do have almost every Splinter Cell, and it's like updated with like, you know, it's enhanced and shit like that. So, but I remember when I first saw Splinter Cell, I was like, all right, this is my kind of game. This is 100% my kind of game. And but I went back and bought GameCube because of Metroid Prime. That was the main reason why I ended up getting a GameCube. And then I later played Star Fox Adventures, which for some reason I heard people didn't like the game, but I fucking loved it. I think I beat that game like 3 times. Like I think maybe because I think people were expecting more of a Star Fox like game, and I think that's the only thing I can think of, because like I really enjoyed the game. You know, I beat it 3 times. And then of course Eternal Darkness, I think that's what it was called. I think that was called, right? Eternal Darkness? Something Darkness. If it was for GameCube. That was pretty good. Shit. What else? Let me see. Metroid Prime, Star Fox Adventures. Oh, Resident Evil. Yeah, Resident Evil. That was definitely, I bought that. They did a great job on that game. 100%. Oh, hidden one. Oh, you bring up Injustice. So you know what I feel like doing sometimes when I go live? And I know there's nothing, I can pretty much do almost anything. I feel like not playing Injustice. I felt like watching Injustice. Like NetherRealm Studios, they do some of the best story anything in fighting games. Like they raise the bar. Like I remember I watched the entire playthrough. It was like the entire movie of Injustice, and it was I was like, yo, why the fuck they just don't make this a movie? And then when I saw Injustice 2, and you look at the facial animations of Superman, the voice acting, I was like, yo, this shit's on every DC movie in theater. Like if they were to literally just play Injustice 2 and just cut and edit to where it's only the cutscenes, that shit's on pretty much every DC movie they ever made. It was so fucking godlike. And of course Mortal Kombat, those games, they did such a great job with the storyline and just the voice acting, and the fight scenes were fucking godlike. It literally feels like you're watching a goddamn movie or like a TV series. It was amazing. Like there's so many things I can pick out from that CG. It was such top notch. I feel like shit, NetherRealm should just go and make a fucking movie and call it a day. That's what I think they should do, because that Injustice was amazing. Obviously, Injustice 1 is a little bit dated at this time with the graphics, but Injustice 2 still looks amazing. Paper Mario. I heard of Paper Mario. I never got into it, but I watched a friend of mine play it. It looked cool. I did play Mario Sunshine though. That was like the one where he's like a janitor, I think. That was pretty interesting. But I think the last Mario game I really played was like Mario 64. That was like the last one I really played. Turok. Wow, that was I think I played Turok, but I didn't own it. Somebody lent it to me. And I played it for a little bit. But it was pretty interesting. It was pretty good. I mean, of course, you know, games like that, GoldenEye, you know, all those games, you know, even if you didn't really play them, you know of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Injustice and MK, like their interactions are fucking legendary. Like, I love good CG. That's one of the reasons why I really enjoy Diablo. Like, I don't know if you guys, some of you are into Diablo or not, but that upcoming expansion they have, Lord of Hatred, they came out with this series that this cutscene that was so fucking good. It was so good. I don't know if any of you seen it. It came out like maybe a day or two ago. I think it would help if you understood some of the lore, but even still, if you just look at it from a quality standpoint and what's happening, it was a holy fuck moment. It was really a holy fuck moment. But I definitely feel like sometimes just playing, you know, just you know, hoping nobody copyright strikes me and just watch their fucking Injustice 2 playthrough, just all the cutscenes, and just get something to drink and just let that shit play out. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it looks that good, and it's like watching a fucking movie. MK Deception was good too. In fact, and when you say Conquest, I think about the old TV show that used to come on before Monday Nitro. that MK real the real actor sit, like that shit was godlike also. Great fucking show. Oh, what's up, Lieutenant Guratina? Well, that's an interesting name. Hope all is well. Hope all is well. You missed me talking shit about the Tekken 8 content creators. That was like almost 3 or 4 hours ago. So, yeah, Blizzard, yo, bro. Like, if you have not seen it's abs like, you know, I'm probably gonna fucking play this shit. Oh man. Yeah, fuck that. Why not? Because it's too fucking good. Like, it's too fucking godlike. It is too fucking good. I gotta play this. I gotta play it. Even if it's just the first one. The first one's also godlike. Because that's an automatic purchase for me. Fuck all that. That is an automatic purchase.
The path to domination.
This shit is fucking god tier.
With the souls of the willing. Soon, all of Sanctuary will be bathed in hatred.
Yes.
And none shall escape the flood.
Man, it's getting ready for war, yo.
Mephisto, you shall darken the world no longer.
Yo, this shit is fucking godlike. Yo, that now, can you imagine that being a first-person view? Like, that's god tier. Get the fuck out of here.
There will be those who believe that they alone can stand against the inevitable.
This shit is ridiculous.
I invite them to try.
Yo, stop it. Take my fucking money, yo. Fuck that. Take my fucking money. Fuck all that shit. Fuck that. That shit is fucking crazy. And the thing is that there was like this little subtle part where when he threw the fucking shield the first time, the fucking Shang Tsung, like he made part of his like little aura thing behind him kind of disappear, like a subtle little flex and shit. Like that shit is crazy. That shit is fucking crazy. But this is the current shit right here. Oh, well, outside of these fucking advertisements. Yeah, this shit was fucking godlike. Hold on. I gotta fuck with this.
On this day, a pilgrim comes to our shores. Let him wash in the waters.
Yo, this shit is
so that he might prove himself worthy of the sand.
Yo, Shang Tsung.
Many of you walked with me to the fires of the mainland. Now, your faith will be rewarded. The pools of creation, the path to a better future, is near. And by the grace of Queen Adriana, we will reach it.
Adriana. Adriana.
I definitely would check that out.
Of all times?
It seems a new pilgrim has joined us.
Listen. He's a demon. The mainland burns because of him.
Lies.
You're in danger.
I don't understand. The people say he's a saint. What proof do you have?
You have my word.
Translation, trust me, bro.
Red Dream?
As someone you once called friend.
That will be enough.
Afraid I'll spoil your show?
Not at all. I barely knew you existed until today. But now you've stepped onto my stage.
Yo, this is crazy.
There would be no consequences. You are but a man. And men are just so small.
No.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Enough!
Yo, this. This is ridiculous.
Blood to this city. Blood and hate. No more.
This is beyond godlike. I love this shit. They can literally make this into like a full movie. So he basically turned everybody against him because fucking Shang Tsung made Lorath see what he wanted him to see. And now he's bringing this chick back to life, which is further establishing him as like this great guy, but he's really Mephisto in disguise. So now everybody's gonna be hating on Lorath now. Now he's gonna be the saint now on some Palpatine shit.
You really are what they say.
Yo, this is godlike.
Show mercy. We must all show mercy.
And still wearing her blood. That's crazy.
My queen, let him walk free, so that all who look upon him will be reminded of what hate can do. It is in our nature to hate, Lorath. And that is why I've brought you here, to change that nature.
Yeah, right. Oh man, bro. April 28th, man. This shit can't come fast enough for me. This to me, that is like on that day is Diablo time. Fuck that. Fuck Tekken. Fuck every other game. I'm gonna be all up on that shit, and that's gonna be the end of it. What's up, Lieutenant Giratina? Appreciate you subbing. I just got caught up in the whole, in Diablo joint. But yeah, like just like the story behind it, because I didn't play the Vessel of Hatred yet. I remember I was using that as like to break down, because a lot of times gamers don't really understand terms like value proposition. So, like for instance, like I made the video where I was talking about, Dead or Alive and how the Team Ninja, they screwed over their community and they're coming out with DOA 6 and that's for $40 fucking with no crossplay, no rollback netcode, none of that shit. Well, what you see here on the screen, for the same $40, you're getting a major expansion and you're getting the prior expansion included for $40. That means you're getting 3 new classes, essentially. Especially like for me, I haven't played Vessel of Hatred, so it's going to be new for me. So for me, it's going to be Spiritborn class, Warlock, and Paladin. 2 new regions, 2 new story campaigns, new skills for every single class in the game, new mechanics, all for $40. So when I compare that to what the fuck I'm gonna be spending $40 for to buy a fucking Dead or Alive game that literally came out 2019, that you're not even giving any rollback, you're not giving no crossplay, like what the fuck? And the thing is, the people that's in the Dead or Alive community, sometimes you have gamers that they got blinders on. All they see is one particular thing. So they don't look to see like, we're getting fucked over. Because even when you look at Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, Virtua Fighter 5 Revo has rollback netcode, has crossplay, and it's a 20 fucking year old game basically. It looks good, it plays really good, and it's $19. So you want people to pay $40 fucking for a game that you came out with back in 2019 that your development studio basically fucking abandoned and left the DOA community high and dry. And now you're coming back damn near fucking 6 or so years later with the same game, basically asking for $40 fucking. Like, so this is why I even said when I was talking about the Tekken community and the content creators, I can't exclude many of the DOA content creators and streamers as well, because they're literally like, they're not, a lot of them aren't calling this shit out. And, you know, I don't want to jumpstart this whole thing again, but it's like, you know, it's like, how are you charging the DOA community $40 fucking for a game that they played in 2019 that you abandoned, and they're not even including Mai or Kula, because those were paid guest characters that was in the original game, but because Team Ninja, they don't want to or they can't secure the licenses to those characters. That means if you go and buy this upcoming version and you are like a Mai or a Kula fan, you're assed out. So I'm like, where's the fucking value proposition? Where is it? So when I look at some of the top level DOA community influencers and shit, it's like they're glazing the fuck out of this shit. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? But then, you know, I have to kind of take a step back and realize, yeah, they are content creators. So what that means is that they're going to spend that $40 no problem, because they know they're going to make back all of that money in ad revenue and fucking super chats and motherfucking gifted subs and shit like that, to basically do the same content that they did in 2019, because it's going to be the same fucking game. So that's why I feel like a lot of the DOA community, like the big content creators, it don't matter to them. And I just feel like, again, much like I said about the fucking Tekken side, the same can be said about on the DOA side, you know? So I just don't think that's cool, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? I think that's just fucking crazy. I think, yeah, it should be, for me, I honestly think, yeah, I think $20 is much. I think shit, $14.99, but they're not gonna do that. I would live with if they came out and said, look, DOA 6 last round, $19.99 for the base model. If you want, you know, some added perks and little gimmicks and knickknacks, fine, it's $40, whatever. I can live with that, because that's basically what Virtua Fighter did. Virtua Fighter came out, I think it was $19.99 on PlayStation and Xbox, and I think if you get like the enhanced version, you have like added like costumes, little knickknacks and shit, and that's up to you. You know what I'm saying? If you wanna pop for that, but you know, if you just want the game. So I think what they're gonna say is, well, if you want to play DOA 6, you could just play the core version. Well, the thing is, the core version, yeah, you have access to the game, but you only have 4 characters you can play. So I think that's their way for the marketing to kind of make the excuse like, well, we are offering a free version. Like I already see this shit, but a lot of gamers aren't gonna catch that. They're gonna get beat over the head and be like, yeah, it's a great value. No, it's like sometimes in marketing, like, understand, here's a quick little lesson from marketing for you guys, right? Sometimes, I feel like I'm doing a quick little lesson here. Let's say you have these 2 phones, right? Obviously, I want you to buy the more expensive phone. I want you to buy this phone, but I'm gonna have this phone as a low option. Well, the problem is, if I have this phone as a low option, that might cannibalize the sales that I will get for this right here, because I really want you to buy this one. So I'm giving you this choice, but what ends up happening is, you as the consumer, you're going to end up buying this one because it's the cheaper option. However, When you add a third phone, when you add one that's in the middle, now you're like, okay, well, I can go for the lowest option, but look at the middle. The middle is not too bad. Well, how much different is the middle version to the more expensive one? Oh, it's like maybe what, $20 difference. That right there ends up getting people to buy the product that the company actually wants you to buy. Because when they add that middle option, more often than not, you're going to look at that middle option, say, well, it's better, but I could probably get the best option if I just spent a little bit more. And that tactic has been used and hoarded out more than a fucking ivory cutter from Nina in Tekken 4. Like that's literally a problem that was solved many years ago from like businessmen, that they wanted people to they wanted to give choice, but what ends up happening is that people would just automatically default to the lowest option if you had to choose between one or another option. But when you introduce a third option, now there's a higher percentage, if anything, you'll end up probably buying the middle option, or in a lot of other cases, they'll look at the middle option, be like, well, if I'm willing to spend for the middle option and it's better than the cheapest one, how much more expensive is the top option? And then people will rationalize it in their head, and then they'll go and make the decision. So there you go. That's a little blood red marketing, little fucking 101 there. The only thing missing was a two-piece suit. But that's been almost every company has been using that tactic, like lock, stock, and barrel. Like, and then it's not so much like the fear of missing out, but it's more like, I'm willing to go that little extra mile if I'm already considering the middle option. And that's now the fear of missing out, that really comes down to like more of like if it's a time sensitive deal, you know, if it's a limited time only, or, you know, something of that nature, or like, oh, we only have a limited supply. We only have 2,000 that we printed. Bullshit. But that's what they'll fucking say. And then it's like, oh, well, if I don't get it now, I won't be able to get it later. And then next thing you know, like fucking 3 or 4 months later, here comes the fucking shit that you thought was going to be gone forever. And there it goes. You know what I'm saying? And cheaper. So there's that's why like I'm a big student of marketing and just understanding business. Like I love this shit. You know what I'm saying? And so when you look at that in the gaming space, you see how like these game developers, and not really the game developers, more like the company, like the publisher, you see how they framing certain commercials. Like for instance, if you see and I made a video about this, if you look at the in fact, hold up, let me just fucking do this because I'm live anyway, right? Why am I talking? I can just show it. You know what I'm saying? So, and you'll see what I mean. In fact, I don't even need to play the music from because I've already watched this. Many of you have already seen this before anyway, but I'm gonna play it anyway. And I don't need to play the music because I'm pretty sure you guys know what this shit sounds like. So basically, what I want you to see is, all right, I want to take you what I'm looking at. So okay, so first of all, the first thing they have you look at. This is the first thing. I want you to. And this is something I want you guys to really understand. So try to bear with me. Okay. So the first thing that you see is Kasumi. So the first thing you see is Kasumi and this particular stage. So you mean to tell me that these guys couldn't even create a new stage? And also, if I'm playing the music, you'll hear that the music is the exact same music. So they didn't change. They're not showing. So that's why it's important to see what is the first thing that they're showing you. They're showing you Kasumi, which she is clearly the poster child of the franchise. Much like when they showed Virtua Fighter 6, they showed who? They showed Akira. Same premise, right? So now you go and break down further past. Now, the only fancy thing about this shit was the fucking logo here. So now we move forward. Ooh, last round. Ooh, okay, last round. Okay, the Dead or Alive series returns. Okay, what else are we seeing? Same stage. Okay, so we're seeing these two characters. And mind you, if you know Dead or Alive, you know that this is from the fatal, I think they call it the fatal blow or fatal strike, where you press the button 4 times and it ends up with, before they cut away, it would have ended with Kasumi doing like a Kamehameha move. So now they cut here. This is another stage we've already seen already. 2 characters. These are all the same moves. Now this person just did like that reversal that takes like half the fatal meter. Okay. Now the curtains of battle arise once more. Now adjusted for latest hardware. Now what the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that mean? Adjusted for latest hardware? Because I can tell you this right now. Back when I got DOA for the first time, back in 2019, it did have a performance mode and a graphic mode, and you had to select either or. Well, now that we have an Xbox Series X and a PS5, you're pretty much playing the game 4K 60 at this point. So what are they going to really be fucking doing? They're going to make you play the game in 8K? Get the fuck out of here. Anyway, let's move on. So same fucking moves, same shit, nothing new. Same fucking moves. Okay. Now they're going to show you all the characters. These are all the characters that that were like DLC and that you picked up or whatever. Okay, so these are the characters that they're going to bring in. Notice they don't have Mai and they don't have Kula because they can't bring those characters back. Okay, so all right, so we're going to have these characters. Now, one of the things that I heard the DOA community was really upset about and animate about was that this character, along with what's her name, Momoji, they were in DOA 5. So that's something, because I didn't really play DOA 5 like that. So it's kind of like you're just bringing back characters that were in the prior game. So it's like I would hardly call that a flex. You know what I'm saying? So moving forward, just to expose this bullshit fucking trailer. Again, this right here, what she was just doing, let me rewind this right here. This right here, I think this is her fatal strike. Much like Kasumi was doing hers in the very beginning. So this is her fatal strike, right? Okay, so now you have that. Now she's doing her fatal strike. This shit is fucking trash. Let's see, okay. Okay, we got Momoji. That's her fatal strike, basically. Okay, a stage interaction of a stage that we've already seen. Now we get 46 seconds into this fucking trailer. Now we get what's new. Okay, now here's the funny thing. This is the funny shit. This is the funny shit. What do you guys know that there was a photo mode in Dead or Alive 6? There was already a photo mode in DOA 6. But look what they're saying. It says new photo mode available. Okay. So mind you, remember this shit started at 46 seconds. So they're making damn sure to highlight this. They made sure to make that as like an actual key selling point because they revealed it around the middle of the trailer. Now they're going back and now they're saying, okay, new characters and costumes will be released post-launch. Now, when you listen to some of the shills that are fucking glazing this fucking bullshit, usually they're gonna go back to this. You see, they have new characters and costumes. Okay, and it says to be released post-launch. Do we know what post-launch means? We know what it means, but like, do we have a time frame? Okay, so basically what you're saying is that you want us, the consumer, to spend $39.99, basically $45 and change, to play basically Dead or Alive 6.1. You're showing absolutely nothing really new in this trailer. I'll keep it going. What else we got? Okay. Okay, we got her. That was one of her basic fucking string, her 3-hit string. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you got Izuna drop. Okay, that's nice, but we've seen Ryu do this like 50 million years. Okay, what else? Okay, again, didn't they show this at the... Didn't they show this shit at the beginning of the trailer? Wait. Hold on, this was what? 1 minute and 3 seconds? Yo, let's go back to the beginning of the trailer right here. Wait, I'm having fun right here. Hold up. Let me make sure I get it right. Okay, 12, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. There we go. Yeah, buddy, I thought that looked familiar. Oh God! All right, let's continue. Okay, we got a little cutscene. Nothing new there, of course. For those that actually played the story, more striking and intense battles. Really, more striking and intense battles. Okay, how are you doing anything with the frame? Are you doing any frame adjustments? Are you adding any new moves? Are you adjusting any of the mechanics? Are you adjusting anything with the meter management of the fatal blows? Are you doing any fucking thing? Of course not. So to end this, let's see. Okay, cutscene, yay, winning animation. Okay, and there you go. And we got this. Okay, now of course they made sure, you see how they make it here. They make sure to make you see that this is here, right? Because obviously they have to put the date in the middle, because usually our eyes are going to go from top down. So you're going to see Dead or Alive, then you're going to go down, see it comes out June 25th, and then now it's going to have Core Fighters, and that's why also it's in different fonts in terms of the size. So that's another thing to actually pay attention to. That's another thing here. Now we're gonna move on, and then they're gonna show you this fucking outfit. Like, okay, so you're gonna pre-order and you're gonna get this. Okay, whoop-de fucking do. What else? Okay, and basically now they're breaking down which of these characters you're gonna be able to have access to, and that's basically it. And that's it. And that is your Dead or Alive last round trailer. And so the thing is, this is why I say people, and the thing is, I know it may sound fucked up and it may sound like condescending. I don't mean to be that way, but like I say, a lot of gamers, they don't look at things in this way, and they don't understand how, when you're putting together a trailer, the way you organize things, the first thing that you see is usually something that is very important or is something very familiar. And it gets different when you're coming when you're doing a game that you released prior. If it's a brand new game, it could be something similar. It could be a character that they want to position as like the main character, or like in that, like, okay, this is the character that, we want you to see, because this is the character we're backing for our story and have as like our mascot, so to speak. Like how, you have Jin for Tekken, you have fucking Goku for Dragon Ball, and so on and so forth. So they do that on purpose. And then you have to look at maybe the style of font, what they're showing in text. Like, there's a whole fucking system behind this shit. And if you're not really skilled and you don't have that understanding, you're just gonna be like, ooh, Dead or Alive is back. It's back, and it's gonna do what? Now, if all of that well, of course, and that's it. That's it, right? They showed Kasumi. So that is essentially what I said, right? I said that, look who they have on screen. Who was the first character? It was Kasumi. So, but again, it does come down to, I get that the game was or is, you know, I've heard the term gooner. I've heard that term, you know, gooner bait or whatever. I don't know if I'm using it in the right way, you know, but it's a term I've been hearing lately. But again, when you're showing this sort of trailer and then it's like, okay, oh yeah, it's $40. So what am I really getting that's for $40? Like, what am I getting? Now I'm going to show you a different trailer. See, this is good to understand how this works. Fuck that. Now I'm going to show you some shit that actually is worth something. Now, this particular trailer, let me see. Was it this one? I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it was. Let me make sure. Okay, it was. Okay. So this is the Guilty Gear upcoming trailer, right? Not upcoming trailer, but this is like the 2.0. Okay. So when I see this, okay, so all of this, that's pretty cool. So right there, remember what I said, the first characters? To my understanding, these are the two, I guess, main characters of Guilty Gear, or at least the more prominent characters. I know that one is Soul Bad Guy and the other one is the Kiski. So you have that. So they're establishing them. 2.0 update. Okay. Now, boom. Major battle changes. So they're already drawing your attention like, hey, this is not only 2.0, but we're also doing major battle changes. So this is more than just, oh, we're tweaking some of the characters. No, we're actually changing the fucking game itself. So they made sure to highlight that. That's why, and another thing to pay attention to, this is why they're not showing anything else on the screen. They want you to focus on this. See, if they had like, you know, things going on in the background, there's a possibility people might it might distract. So that's why they're showing nothing about the game, but they're making you see its major battle changes. So that's why they're making sure to draw your attention for that. So to move forward here. So now I don't know anything about Guilty Gear in terms of the play, so I can't tell you what's new, what's old, or whatever. But I mean, somebody that is up on Guilty Gear, they can tell that. They can tell what's a new move, what's an old move, or what have you. So obviously they have something to show here. I have heard somebody say that this is like a new thing from this character. So now they're showing, okay, boom, new battle mechanic. Wild Assault, Counter Blitz. So with all of this, they know people will tend to probably replay, slow the thing down for those that would do that. But that's the reason why they put it in as they do, because they figure people are going to slow it down, rewind it, and so on. See, like for me, when I look at this, like this is like, you know, I can't, like I said, I can't tell if it's a new move unless they unless they say it's a new special move, like what they're doing right here. So they're saying this is a new special move. So I guess what he meant, he was able to control it or something. It looks like it. Let me slow it down real quick. Let me slow this down. Okay. Oh, okay. Huh. New play rewards. So you're gonna be like giving, you're gonna be having like other things that you can strive for, to like, you know, have a different character looks and such, more accessories, outfits. So that's cool. So that's good for people that like to customize their character and like grinding the game and shit like that. So that's always a good thing. It helps that always help with like player retention and having longer game sessions for those people that are interested in that sort of thing. So that's always a good thing. Yeah, they got some wild characters. Battle UI skin. So there's a lot of little knickknacks that you can get. They got short stories. So that's pretty cool. So they have something coming beyond. So that's pretty cool. See the difference? The difference when in the Dead or Alive trailer, they said, oh, new characters and whatever coming post-launch. They couldn't even commit to even a time frame. Even if it was like a ballpark, like, oh, maybe, I don't know, September or something like that. You know, like these guys are telling you like, hey, we have something else lined up for May 2026. Now, somebody would argue, say, well, this is a battle pass. Characters are more detailed and take more time. I would say, yes, they do. However, you as Team Ninja, this is not your first fucking go around. Like, and if this was something you were planning on doing, you know, then you should have an idea of what characters and how long, or at least an approximation. This is not like Dead or Alive 7, where they're probably creating characters using brand new assets like what they did with Tekken 8. They're largely using characters, the same graphical assets they use from 2019. So what are we talking about here? So I guess the trailer is almost over. So let's rock. Okay, we got that. So I guess all of these are like the little short stories. I guess that's why they have in a collage. April 9th. And then they got this, you know, the characters. That's pretty cool. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but I already seen the trailer for her already. So that's pretty cool. So again, you see they have upcoming. So it's like, why they couldn't do this? They couldn't do this for Dead or Alive last round. Like, come on, man. And you're asking people for fucking $40? Fuck out of here. That shit is trash, bro. So if I'm going to give my money to any particular product, I would give my money to Guilty Gear. I wouldn't give my money to Dead or Alive 6 last round. I wouldn't give it. Like, it's the value proposition and the amount of effort, you know. I think it should. I think honestly it should be 100% clear which development studio is doing more. And people can't say, oh, well, you know, it's an old game or whatever, because they're both old games. Guilty Gear Strive has been out for 5 years, and Dead or Alive 6 came out in 2019. So they're both old games. So, you know, you can't really I can't see how DOA community people will make the fucking excuse. I just can't. Like, I just think it's just. And that's why it goes back to what I said about the Tekken 8 creators. It's like they're just fraudulent, you know, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the DOA community that will glaze this fucking DOA 6.1 thing, I think it's the same thing. It's like there's nothing there that it's like if when you know that, okay, both, like, this game has no rollback netcode and no crossplay. Okay, so what you're saying is I'm going to spend $40. Like you're asking me to spend $40. I won't be able to play my friends on another platform, and I'm going to have a suspect netcode because you're not using rollback, which is like a fucking current day standard. And it's not like you can say, oh, well, we ain't got the money because you're Koei Tecmo. Maybe you can beat other people in the head, but I know that you just came out with a game called Neo 3. So shut the fuck up with that bullshit. So this is just a matter of you just trying to cut corners and try to be lazy by not implementing these mechanics within this game. So you're hoping that you have a bunch of Dead or Alive players that are so fucking feverishly fucking desperate to play something new that you're counting on them that's just going to go out and buy the shit. And that's the part that I really don't like about the DOA community, because I feel like the DOA community deserves a better treatment, but unfortunately it's up to them to see, or it's up to the community themselves to recognize they also deserve it. It's almost like I can think that you deserve something, but if you don't feel it, then it doesn't matter. And I just think it's really fucked up. And I 100% believe that every single major DOA content creator and streamer should be completely decimating this shit. 100%. I think they should really be calling this out. Like, they should be doing like some fucking hashtag 1999 or bring the price down, do something, because you are not giving those fans anything. Nothing. I would say, at least to be fair, at least Namco has never abandoned a Tekken game in that way. So that's the one positive that I can give Namco, the Tekken developers, credit for, that they never screwed the fans in that way of the Tekken community to where they abandoned an entire fucking Tekken game after 1 year. At least not to my fucking knowledge, so I just think that this is it's just really grimy. You're asking for $40 for something that's like, what are you giving me? A fucking an enhanced photo mode to do what? So I can put a smile on Kasumi's face while I'm trying to tweak the camera to get some favorable angle? Like, get the fuck out of here. That shit is stupid, man. That shit is stupid. But hey, if their community doesn't feel like, if their community is fine with that, then you're just gonna get shit. And it is what it is. It would be good. It would be nice, Who is Furious Kai? How is our community fraudulent? I don't know which community. I was talking about two different communities, so I don't know which one you're talking about. If you tell me which one, I could break it down to you, since it seems like you just popped in and I've been talking about this for like almost 7 hours now. Desti, to be fair, most communities should be dropping hash. I agree, because hashtags is a very powerful social media tool. Obviously, if you use it properly. But you need to have those big community. I'm getting tired. You have to have those big content creators and streamers, because without them, it's hard to hold that weight in terms of trying to make that push to get the developer notice. It's possible for smaller users, but you would have to do a completely different approach. You would have to pretty much have all of the smaller players, like, that's not really content creators. It would have to be a situation where they just boycott the game. They would have to do that, but that would require a lot more organization. Trying to get a few key content creators and streamers is a lot easier. especially in a community where a lot of these content creators / streamers, they kind of know each other or they know of each other. And if they were to all get on the same page, it's very likely that they, with their influence, they can spark something. But if you don't do nothing, nothing is what you're going to get. And that's the problem with a lot of these communities. And like I said, you're like, if you don't mind getting the shit end of the stick, if you don't mind playing Tekken 8 as it is, that's good. If you don't mind playing basically a copy and paste of 2019 Dead or Alive 6 and you're going to pay fucking $40 for it, it is what it is. Some people like getting scammed. Like they say, a sucker is born every day. You know how many times when I used to work at Best Buy, I would have people literally, I used to work in the computer department, and I would have people come up to me and they would be like, oh, basically they would want like an Apple laptop because that's like the end all thing. Like, at least for them, like, ooh, Apple is like the end thing. And once I would ask them questions like, well, what are you planning on doing with the laptop? Are you a college student? Are you a content creator? Are you a streamer? Are you into graphic design? Like, what are you looking to do? And a lot of times the answer I would get is, I'm a college student and I surf the internet. I do some research. I type up papers. And I'm like, so why are you looking to buy a $2,500 laptop when, like, I'm just letting you know, like, you can do everything that you just told me utilizing this particular laptop. And I would show them the laptop, and I would also show, like, instead of paying $2,500, you can pay like about, I think, I don't know, be like maybe between $600 to $800, maybe even $900. A laptop that will do everything that you just told me that you need to do, and it would have room to grow. Like, if you end up doing a few other tasks in the future, it will cover you. And sometimes I would they would go along with that recommendation. Sometimes I would have people that just, they're hard stuck on, or not hard stuck, they're fixated on, they're going to get that Apple laptop. And I'm like, okay. In my mind, I'm like, shit, I wish I knew where you work. Shit, can you give me some money? Fuck that. That's like saying I'm going to buy a fucking Lamborghini just to drive in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. Like, what the fuck? Like, are you serious? Like, so you want to buy like a fucking $250,000 or however much a Lambo costs just to drive it in the side streets? Like, I don't know. This is why I say people are not you want to think people are intelligent, but not everybody had the different levels. I'm like, okay, all right. So you gonna have a Lamborghini and you're gonna be riding through the side streets at like maybe 40 miles an hour if you're lucky. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But you have people that they don't mind getting scammed. They don't. Or yeah, like you said, it's probably just for the flex. It could be. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, the thing that always messed with me was that I cared a little too much. I can admit that. I mean, I'm almost fucking, what is this, 8 hours? No, 7 hours in the stream. I'll fucking say it. So it's on some personal shit, right? So I've always cared. If I'm like, I want to help out, I want to make sure I give you all the best information I can give you. Because it matters to me, because if you're going to make a decision based on what I'm telling you, then I want to make sure I'm right, and I want to make sure I'm doing everything I can to at least give you everything you need to make an informed purchase. So whenever I worked at Best Buy, Circuit City, fucking wherever, whatever like fucking electronic company I worked at, and whether I'm selling you a TV, a laptop, desktop, a fucking game console, I'm basically like, hey, what are you like? If I'm like, for instance, I'm a huge Microsoft guy, but there were times where I'm like, hey, based on what you told me, I would say, hey, I think a PlayStation would probably be more beneficial for you. You know what I'm saying? But not everybody's willing to do that. Some people are like, oh, I'm just only going to be Xbox. I'm going to be only PlayStation. It's like, no, it's not about you. It's about the customer. It's about trying to give them as much information as they can so that they can make the best purchase for them, because they're relying on you to kind of fill in those knowledge gaps that they have. And so I used to take that real seriously. So I would love to be able to, you know, and I have in the past, you know, saved some people money. And sometimes, you know, I've had moments where I've had people come back. It didn't happen very often. I had one particular person, it was close to the holidays, and it was somebody I must have serviced maybe late spring, and they came back close to like Christmas. And I don't know if it was on purpose, but you know, I was working in a different department, but I guess they must have saw me because I kind of stand out. I'm like fucking 6'5". I'm tall and fucking got freckles and shit. So I kind of stand out. And next thing I know, I get a tap on my shoulder, and I turn around, and you know, it's this dude and this lady, and they were like, oh, you know, I want to thank you and blah blah blah. And the guy goes to shake my hand, and basically it was a check, and he was like, this is for you. And I was like, oh shit. And it was a check for $100. And that I never forgot that. That was really, really unexpected. But I can't even tell you what I may have. I know I dealt with them early. No, not early, late spring, but I can't remember what I sold them. But regardless, they remembered me. And that's where that old saying is, people may forget your name, but they don't forget how you made them feel. And so, yeah, that was great. That was great. Yeah, it was definitely a W. I felt good that day. Felt good. But, you know, some people, you know, they come in and they know they're know-it-alls, and you can't tell them nothing. And I'm like, all right, whatever, you know, shit, you know, hurry up and, you know, just don't stress me out. Shit, you know, that's how I look at it. Shit, if you want to be like, oh, I know everything. All right, that's cool. You know, I don't mind an informed customer. That's nothing wrong with that. But at least be open. You know, just like if I deal with somebody who is an informed person and they're telling me about things that they know about a particular a CPU or a GPU or something like that, I'll listen to shit. I've learned a lot from customers that came in that kind of knew the technical aspect of things, but when it came to like the connectivity, in terms of like, okay, you know, you have this capable product, but what are some of the, like, for instance, a person may get, a person would get like a PlayStation, right? Then they would settle on a television. But then I'm like, well, how big is your room? How far away are you going to be sitting from the TV? What type of cables are you going to be using to connect to the TV? Do you have a sound bar? What type of sound bar are you using? Like, so basically it's like, yeah, I concede that, you know, you have knowledge in one particular area, but now we're crossing into more my zone. So as I listen to you, I would hope that you would listen to me now. But then some people, they fucking ego, and so sometimes it doesn't always work that way. So that's why it's like I got out of retail, because after a while it just got really like for every like good thing there was like fucking 8 or fucking 9 stressful moments, and it's just like the stressful moments just completely outpaced any of like the small good moments. And I'm like, I can't do it. A lot of times these people come into the stores and they're just pissed off. They just want to take it out on somebody, you know. And I'm like, bro, I'm not the one. I am not the one. Like, like if you catch me on a bad day, shit, we may step outside or something, or I'll hurt your feelings, one or the other. Like, so I've gotten into a lot of trouble on that front because I just couldn't deal with it. I'm like, bro, like, I'm not here. I didn't clock in to get disrespected. You know, I'm here for fucking 8 hours to help, to inform, to make sales. Nowhere in that does it say I clocked in for 8 hours to get shit on and disrespected. We ain't doing that. So, but yeah. Oh boy, I can't believe it's like 1. Holy fuck, it's like 1:03. Shit. And that guy, he never responded. At least I don't see. He asked a question. Mr. Yeah, I guess basically he felt some sort of way at 12:46. How is our community fraudulent? I don't know which community he was. I don't know what he's talking about, both. So I don't know. I deal with all sorts, and whenever I deal with these comments and these live streams, just really fucking strange. But I try to be respectful, but it's kind of difficult sometimes because the way some people come at you, and it's like, you know, they come at you with like almost like an accusatory tone. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there was one guy I kind of ignored. That came in talking about how something about Tekken 8, that I apparently I suck and I don't know how to play the game and all sort of shit with Tekken 8. And I'm like, I looked at the comment and I'm like, I just ignored it. It's like a fucking low IQ energy. Like these are people that the thing that just boggles my mind, right, is all throughout Tekken 8, I use the character that is not my main for the most part. I've never really used Raven at all. I've always been a lay player or Steve. And so here I am, I'm using Raven in Tekken 8. And for my credit, I end up getting, what was it? What was my highest rank? I think it was my rank was Tekken King or some shit like that. I think that was my highest rank. I think it was. No, wait. Did I get? Yeah, I think Tekken King was my highest rank. I think it was. And then for season 2, I ended up, what was the one after Emperor? Was it Tekken God? Yeah, Tekken God. That was the one that comes after Emperor, I believe. Cause you got Tekken King, Tekken Emperor, and Tekken God, and then I think it's Supreme after that, I think. So I ended up getting Tekken God by the end of season 2, and then when they did that rank reset, I think it's like I think I was like in a blue rank. I think it was like Kaishin or some shit like that or something. I don't know. And I'm like, whatever. Like, do I feel like struggling and dealing with this shit again? Like, and especially when I didn't really like the changes that I seen with Raven. I didn't like the changes at all. I thought it was lazy. And the thing is, I did speak about that briefly in the first video I did. It was a stream. It was a 6-hour stream that I did March 18th, I think, or 17th, and I did talk about it. And I like there was one thing I liked about Raven, but the things that I wanted him to have, which wasn't even really anything attack wise. It was just the option to remain back turned after back turn 3-4. That's all I wanted. I mean, I wanted more, but I would have been just happy having that. But it's like, okay, so now you can warp out of the way while you're in the soul zone little fucking stance, which quite frankly is like, okay, so you're going to warp away and do what? What are you going to do? You took recoverable damage and now you've warped away. So now what? Like, I just didn't, like, for instance, I can you know, since I've been talking about Tekken, right, just for shits and giggles. So without obviously having the game on the screen, the way Tekken, the way season 3 for Raven is now is that it allows you to play Raven if you want. You can play him using his that quarter forward, the crouch dash. You can do crouch dash 1, and so now. Because they gave you extra frames if the move is a counter hit, not if it. So if the move is a counter hit and you happen to go into soul zone, I think it's like plus 17 or plus. It's a high number, but that requires you to. You can't wait and see, so you have to fully commit to that. That's number one. Number two, getting a counter hit off of that move is not really the easiest thing to do. Now, if it was off of a regular hit, that's different because you could mix up your crouch dash with, like, you could probably do that. But it's relegated to the counter hit. So okay, to get that really good plus frames. So like, okay. So that means if you block the quarter circle forward 1 from Raven, if the op mashes and you go into soul zone, the only thing that you can do to really keep yourself safe from a 10 frame retaliation is to do soul zone 4, which is now minus 14 on block at close range. So you're getting launched by another Raven, you're getting launched by Kazuya, you're getting launched by fucking Jun. For what? Okay. Now, when you go in that same situation, you go into soul zone. If they mash, now you can just warp out of the way. Well, that sounds good on paper, but when you come to realize this situation, now the opponent can just simply, every time they see you do that move, and it's not hard to react to it. Now every time they see you do it, they could just fucking just mash. So it's now going to force you to warp away, and you're going to be building up recoverable damage. Then eventually, if your opponent is any good, they can time you, because if you do down forward quarter CD1, your opponent doesn't press anything, but now you're doing the warp animation with Raven. Now you're open for a free full launcher. So when you break it all down, if this works, you warped away with recoverable damage. If the opponent times you, you're going to eat a full combo. Oh, Jesus Christ. But you're not going to hear a lot of even the almighty Raven elite content creators. They're not going to tell you this. They probably don't even fucking realize it. From their perspective, they're looking at it as, well, we get the counter hit. Yeah, that's if you can get the counter hit. And then that means that you have to commit to going into Soul Zone every single time to fish for that counter hit. This is not the same thing as fishing for a counter hit with that fucking bullshit Li Chaolan back four, which is a 20 frame mid. That's not the same thing. That's a true mid counter hit tool that you could just throw out on a whim and get a huge payoff, you know, if it lands. And if it doesn't land, do it safe. But with Raven, in order for you to really get anything, you have to commit to the Soul Zone. So it's just it's fucking stupid. It's like, it's good if it would have just been like, all right, if it was by itself and you got the counter hit without going into Soul Zone, and then you could do something else. But the fact that you have to go into Soul Zone to really take advantage of something, so you can't, like, there's no like, oh, okay, I'm gonna wait and see. No, you have to commit to it. It's not like a fucking king down 4-2-1 where you could be like, do down 4-2, but like, did it land? Did it count it? Oh, good. Now you do the one. No, you have to commit to that with Raven. All they did is they just allowed you a way to escape out of Soul Zone without forcing you to only be able to use the slide to get around quick 10 frame retaliation. So that's why I said, if you really break it down, if you like, okay, so if it works, right? Like it's trash. It's trash. It's just not good. And then when you look at, oh, he has that little teleport fucking kick, that had to be the most gimmicky fucking bullshit I've seen, bro. I understand people like to cope and they want to try to invent shit, but at the end of the day, that kick, what would have made that kick much better is if Raven covered a little bit more range. The fact that you have to be literally damn near range 1 to make that move connect, and that is an easy snipe. Any fucking decent player is going to see that and snipe your fucking ass out the air. You have to hope that they are completely whiffing and vulnerable, which now it becomes this gimmick. Like now you have to do a specific setup, and maybe that might work maybe once or twice, but in a real match where you're going against a real player, that shit becomes like irrelevant. Now it's just another move that's going to be gathering dust. It'll work on some scrubs online for like the first few weeks. Like, ooh, I got this setup, this gimmick. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's nice. Now what? Now what happens? Now everybody knows. That's the difference between a move that's actually a solid technique versus a fucking gimmick. That's what it is. Like, it's just really fucking trash. And people that, I think with Raven, they really didn't know what they wanted to do with Raven. Or they didn't want to make Raven good in that way. Because, for instance, when I look at other ninja-based characters, I look at Kage from Virtua Fighter, another ninja. Now, much like Raven, Kage can actually turn backwards. He can turn backwards. And you know what Kage can do? Kage can backflip towards you, and he can hit you with a grab while he's backflipping. And as he backflips, his legs connect on your body on some fucking Scott Steiner shit and can fucking flip you over. So it's forcing you to deal with something when the ninja is backflipping. You know another character that can do that? Ayane from Dead or Alive. She could do the same fucking shit. So I'm like, why was this not added to Raven? Like, what the fuck? And the funny thing about this is, for the longest time, Raven had the slowest while running move in the game, along with Eddie Gordo at 26 frames. And for season 2, they bumped it up to 22 frames. So I'm like, okay. That's fine. That's fine when you really realize and say, wait a second, why does Jack have faster while running moves than Raven? Why in the fuck does a robot that weighs several tons have a faster running attack than a fucking ninja? And isn't this the same character that I remember seeing in the fucking cinematics where they showed Raven cut through a fucking Jack robot like in a blink of an eye? Like, are you like this trash? This fucking trash. But yet and still you give Li Chaolan, what is he, a 15 frame running attack? You give fucking you give Lydia a 13 frame running attack. And the funny thing is with this situation is Lydia, or maybe might be 15, but I do know you can mix both of them up. I think you can you can mix Lydia's forward 2 and her running 1. So I'm like, what? But yeah, so you have Raven with a 22 frame while running move. And here's the funny thing. Okay. If they block the move, Raven is only +4. So you mean to tell me with all of the bullshit that these characters have, you mean to tell me that you couldn't give Raven some extra plus frames for making an opponent block a 22 frame running move, but yet and still you can have fucking King run at you with a fucking running knee that gives him a guaranteed forward 4 while you're on the ground. I think King is like 18 frames or some shit, running 3, I think it is. I'm like, what the fuck? So whenever I talk ill about Raven, it's for a reason. And many people that want to go in on the Raven defense force, these are people that are fucking coping. That's what it is. It's absolute shit. When I was Kunimitsu, so I've actually was messing around with Ayane. I really like her. I think I like that first of all, when she goes back turned and the way she can go in and out of back turn, that right there is a thing of beauty. That shit is godlike. Early on back in 2019 when I first got Dead or Alive 6, I kind of stuck with Kasumi. I tried Ryu, because Ninja Gaiden or whatever, and then I eventually got into Christie because I love the snake. I love the snake fist style, like that. I love the snake fist styles. I love it. That's part of the reason why I love Lei so much. But I wanted to try something different, and Blackheart. Oh man, that guy. Like I said, I like the guy, but unfortunately, he's one of the guys I would kind of say is a bit fraudulent because he's literally make a fucking... I didn't want to just go and just throw him completely under the bus, but literally it's like every fucking day it's like, bro, like... And he is he is a larger channel than mine. I think he's like around 7,000 subs. And I'm like, he's constantly, around other creators, many people in the community know him. I'm like, why don't you... But it's neither here nor there. I've already talked about it. It is what it is. These people are just, they're out for self. They're not looking to really benefit the community at all. But anyway, I've already spent like fucking, I don't know how many hours talking about that. But like I wanted a new project with Dead or Alive, and like Ayane, she has enough complexity Like for instance, like I'm definitely I'm very skilled at finding the blueprint of characters. So I like that, for instance, I would do standing kick and I would hold forward and she would do like this California roll. And I think you would do, punch kick. And she does like this little side blade thing from behind. I fucking love that shit. But I also know from there, you can like mix up with something else. I think I mixed up with either a grab. I think it was like she roll back, she can grab you. I think, yeah, that's what it was. She could roll back and then bam, she could flip up on you and just grab you. So it's like, okay, so once I condition people for that, now they're ducking. Now we do the roll back into the little knife thing. Like I thought that was really cool. I found like a little combo with her. It's nothing like high end. But yeah, I wish I could play the game on stream, but for whatever reason, I can't get DOA 6 to work properly with the way I stream things. But maybe I'll just record some B-roll and maybe I'll probably talk over it or something, you know. But I really did enjoy it. In fact, I really enjoy the game of DOA 6. And I remember I was so pissed off when the company decided to abandon the game. I felt like, you know, you guys had something here, you know what I'm saying? I enjoyed the combat, like just the mechanics itself. Like I liked how, and this is something I really wanted to show, like for instance, it's almost like you can do different combos in that game, and you kind of have to, because if, like for instance, when you stun somebody, and then for instance, if you do like say a 1-2 punch that's high, now they're in a larger stun, which allows you to do slower moves. But if the move you're looking to do is a mid kick, you as the player, you can scout that out and you can hold that. So now that's forcing me to bait your hold to go for a grab, or I do a different move entirely, which changes my combo route. So for instance, if I do a move that stuns you, like I know Kasumi pretty well. So when you do up punch, she has like she leaps in the air, which I think is a great move. I think it's like 20 frames. When she hits you with that leaping move, it's like you're stunned. So with Kasumi, if I do just a regular 1-2, same thing. Now you're stunned for a longer time. But if you know I'm going to do that, you could just high hold. So now that's forcing me to do a different move, but it's putting you in a different stun, which is forcing me to go a different combo route. That's something I really liked about Dead or Alive that I feel is very unique. Like with Tekken, it's literally the same fucking combo every fucking day. It's like the same shit. Because you have different ways you can launch somebody. Like with Kasumi, you could do I think it was like quarter circle back punch. She has like this leaping, I don't know if she does a headbutt, she knocks you in the air. She has back kick. She does a reverse. She does a kick. It's a high kick. Then she's back turn. But if you do back kick punch, after the kick, she does like a launching, like a high launcher. Or you could do down forward twice, like crouch dash kick, and she does like a handstand and kicks you in the air. Like there's so many different ways you can start your shit, and it's just very early on. I did not know that Dead or Alive had that level of complexity. I didn't know. And once I learned, I was like, oh, because I would play some people online and I would learn one combo and they kept holding me every time. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? I'm trying to get my fucking combo out and motherfucker just cutting me at like as soon as, you know, I'm like, what the fuck? And then I was like, all right. You know, I got off the game. I calmed down. I think the next day I was like, all right, let me go in the lab and see what's what. Go through the, you know, try out some different things. And then I found different combos, but in different ways. Like all right, so if I do move A, I could do move A, B, and C. But the thing is, well, if the opponent is expecting B, I now have to probably replace B with move F, which is now going to change the moves I can do for the third part of the combo, where now I'm probably doing AFD instead of ABC. And at higher levels, you have players that just recognize combo strings and where they end and things. It's a very, like, when I watch high level DOA, I'm actually pretty surprised. Like, I really enjoy the game. And also, I feel like the characters, like, I feel like the move set for each character is pretty fleshed out. Like for instance, like, I love Christy, right? So I love the snake fist thing, and I think she's so fucking cool. Again, the same thing with her. She has like this move where she kind of sidesteps off the screen, and she could do, like, I think, like 2 different moves. She does something like, let me see if I can do it. She does a move where it looked like she does this going up diagonal and then down forward. She has another move. I think it's like a kick move. She has one where I know she can roll forward and she can grab you and do like some little thing and then they kind of do a snake strike or whatever. It's real, and it's like every character has different ways they can get you in the air. They have different ways to stun you. It's really, really interesting. Some characters have like a lot of plus frame moves. I noticed like Ayane didn't have many plus frame attacks on block, but at least from what I saw, but I noticed that she did have a lot of strings that she can cancel. Like, for instance, she has this move where she can spin and she just like she twirls and does a massive kick, but you can cancel the spin. It's really cool. I've never really seen any other character have some shit like that. Like she'll spin, like she's gonna do the mid kick and then she goes low. I was like, what the fuck? And I remember I played somebody online and she did like the little pat, 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 and she's spinning like this, and I'm ready for the hold, and the motherfucker grabbed me. I was like, you son of a bitch. It's like, shit. See, shit like that, you're probably going to get a positive message from me on Xbox Live. I'll be like, all right, you got me there. Shit. You know, some good, it was some good scummy shit right there. Like, I got, you know, but I go and play Tekken 8. I'm like, here we go with the bullshit. Back to the bullshit. Like, you know, and the thing, and the thing I would say about with Virtua Fighter, from what because I know, well, I don't, I actually, I'm getting almost equal in terms of skill with DOA and VF, but with Virtua Fighter, yeah, I noticed that she doesn't have. That's the thing. I noticed she didn't have many plus frames, so I knew I was like, okay, it's not just me, you know. It's not something I'm not doing. Like, that's just not like, that's not the nature of her character, and I like that. I appreciate that. It seems like she has a few moves that's probably unsafe on block, kind of like high risk, high reward. But, you know, I like that when she's back turned, you know, you can, well, I can see that, like, that's where she's like really dangerous. Her forward facing moves are serviceable, but like, she really takes off. Like if there was a tier list, if you would rate her on a tier list for her moves, like facing forward, probably would be not that amazing. But what she can do back turned is definitely something else. And yeah, I like that characters, like, again, comes down to identity. I feel like the fact that she doesn't have like those domineering plus frame type moves like some other characters have, that's unique for her. And I appreciate that. That's why I'm like, yo, these guys just they had something there and they just fucked it up. So I don't know. Let me see. I will say I do like Zach, but I just don't like the stance. I wish I know Zach is, I know his like kind of a comic relief character, whatever, but I kind of wish he kind of, it's not him, but I wish he had more of a traditional Muay Thai stance. It just kind of, like, I try to use him, but it's just weird for me. Yeah, it's just weird for me. They care more about the Bills, yeah. But I really, the funny thing when I try to tell people like what Virtua Fighter is like, I feel like Virtua Fighter is more like a tennis match. Like with Virtua Fighter, there's a lot of I go, you go, I go, you go. So for instance, in Virtua Fighter, there's a lot of moves that are not punishable. Very few moves are punishable. So you'll do a move that you're like, there's no way that move is safe. And you're like, that move is safe? What the fuck? And it's like with Virtua Fighter, it's like, all right, let me put it to you like with Lion, for instance, right? So with Lion, you could do forward punch, right? So forward punch, like this little elbow shot, it's like a mid move, right? But if you do forward punch or forward PP or whatever, I'm not into the notation of, I still think in terms of Tekken language. I'm not about the, was it like 9K or any of that shit? Like, I don't, whatever. So forward punch, we know what I'm talking about. Forward punch with Lion. Well, that move is safe. I think it's like -6. So if the opponent is mashing, you can sidestep. It's a fast sidestep, and you can go and attack again. And then now it becomes like this. It's almost like a tennis match. Well, the thing is, if you're busy sidestepping, you could do tracking type moves that's going to catch the opponent sidestepping. And if you make contact, I don't think this is. I don't think Dead or Alive is like this, but if you catch somebody with a certain move while they're sidestepping, the property of that move changes. So before, that move might have been a kick to the face, but if it lands on you while you're sidestepping, it becomes a launcher. Like you get kicked and now you're floating. So it's a very interesting thing because now you would do moves to just kind of like put them on your opponent's guard, and now the fight starts. Now it's like, okay, who is thinking a few steps ahead? Because if I do forward P, you mash, I step, I retaliate, you step. Now, after you step, you do a tracking move, I step, I get caught. Now it's on you. So it's a very so Virtua Fighter is very interesting in that regard, and also grabs like DOA is a key part of the game. So you would typically punish a lot of things with a grab, as opposed to like an actual technique, because there's not many moves in Dead or Alive. In Virtua Fighter that's just going to launch you clean. If it's a counter hit, yeah. There's a few moves I've seen in Virtua Fighter that will launch you just, like Tekken. But and it's the same thing with DOA. Like I've seen some moves that'll launch you on normal hit, but it's not that many. Usually a move will launch you while you're in that stunned state, but you can still hold. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I like playing Virtua Fighter and playing Dead or Alive is very it's an interesting experience. It's very interesting. It's very interesting. Like going from like Brad Wong to Shun Di. that's a whole that's a party right there. That's a party. Oh man. But yeah, I definitely got to play more Virtua Fighter. There's a guy, Crypto God. He loves Virtua Fighter, and there's another guy, Temujin, I think his name is. I know they're both VF guys, and it's a great game. Like I said, I wish I can play it on stream for Dead or Alive, but for whatever reason, I don't know why it just doesn't seem to work with my the way I do my Xbox app and all that shit. Maybe it's because it's just an old game and whatever. But I would have been streaming DOA if I could. But I mean, I can record matches and probably upload some matches, but in terms of like doing this, probably not, which kind of sucks. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, like you say, I see what you mentioned here. Ayane's only plus frames are back turn. Yeah, I noticed that. But again, that goes back to what I said. It's like, you know, when she's back turned, she is more dangerous. You know what I'm saying? And they wanted her to be that way. You know, when I look at like Raven, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, it's a joke. It would be, and that's the thing with Raven. I've said many times, like that back turn 3-4 move. I think that is Raven's best thing in Tekken. Is back turn 3-4-4. That is the best thing Raven has in Tekken. That's the best fucking shit. Back turn 3 is 11 frames. If you block the first kick, if you do 4, if the opponent is mashing, Raven then gets a guaranteed down back 2-1, which is very good damage. If they block the second kick but try to mash out, the flip over kick connects and gives a guaranteed back turn 1+2 for Raven. So that's like 40 plus damage. And you just do it again. Just do it again. The problem is that when you do that with Raven, this is the one change I wanted. The minute Raven does back turn 3-4, if you don't do anything else, Raven goes back to default stance. It's like he's no longer back turned. I want him to stay back turned so I can loop the kick. So now what ends up happening is if you're defending against my Raven, you don't know if I'm going to do the third part or not. So what ends up happening is you're not going to press buttons after the second kick. So what I'm forced to do in Tekken, I have to manually now go back turn again to reset the kick. Well, the problem is that in these fighting games, all it takes is a few, like a second or two. So the time it's taken for me to go back to enter the back turn stance to do the kick again, you're gone. As opposed to keeping the character back turned, which is what you should have that option. The fact that Raven literally has, I'd say almost every move Raven has from back turn, you have the option to keep him back turn. There is no excuse for this. No fucking excuse. Back turn forward 3, the knee lift. You can hold back. He can go back in the back turn. Back turn 2-1, hold back. Punch, he goes back to back turn. Back turn 3-4 is like the only move that once you do it, he is forced to go out of the stance. That is bullshit. It's bullshit. There's nothing nobody can tell me. It is absolute bullshit when you see the other characters getting away with fucking virtual murder. It's absolute bullshit. Because if Raven was able to do that, then it comes down to back turn 3-4. Are you going to press? Are you going to mash? Okay, you didn't mash. Now I can do back turn 3-4 again. Back turn 3-4 again. Now it becomes a Jin Kazama situation with 2-1. 2-1. You mash, 2-1-4. That's what would happen. But it wouldn't be as bad with Raven because you still have to initiate the string while back turned. Whereas Jin could just walk up to you, just press 2-1. This is why I tell people they don't know what they're talking about. Like, that's what Raven fucking need. That's what he needs. All this other shit that he's trash. They gave him bullshit. They gave him participation trophies. Because at the end of the day, and I've shown this countless times, you block back turn 3, you mash on the second kick, it's a free trade, down back 2-1. Now, not only am I +8 off of that, but I've also fucking taken at least 40-something damage from you. And it's a trade that's in my favor. Next. Now you don't want to mash. Now you're like, fuck. He's going to do back turn 3-4. Fuck, I don't want to press nothing. Back turn 3-4. Now I'm gonna mash. Oh, I do the second foot. Now the flip over kick. Now I gotta guarantee back turn 1+2. Bro, you cannot beat that. That is Raven. That's what he should be. All this other bullshit, the soul zone, all that shit's trash. It's a fucking gimmick. It's a fucking gimmick. That's why I say he's dog shit. People want him to be good, and I understand it. But when you really understand how these characters should be, you're like, this character's lacking. And you look at all the other characters on the roster, it's like they're far more fleshed out. Look at Ling Xiaoyu. That bitch could do almost anything. Look at her options for back turned. Like, the fuck? Bitch can jump towards you and be +6. Easy. Oh, and if it's a counter hit, you're getting fucking launched for like 1 million damage. Like, what? Oh, and she grabbed you from back turn. Oh, something that Raven somehow forgot how to do. Like, it's just that character, man. I've spent months advocating for that character and trying to be like, look, this is all this character needs. If he has that, he'd be a much better character. What do you give him? You give him what? The ability to warp when he's in Soul Zone? Okay, and? Like, what the fuck is that? Okay. Oh, he can do that little drop down kick that nobody really gave a fuck about. Okay. So you're just asking to get sniped out the air and get a float combo. Okay. It's going to work on scrubs. It's going to work on scrubs. I have no doubt about that. Because, okay, if I do Raven, if I do 1-2, Soul Zone, and the opponent mashes, if I try to do the Soul Zone and warp from the air and come down, you know I get sniped out the air? So, because that would be a great time to use it. Because that would set up, okay, a standard 1-2 punch. Because if I do 1-2-4 with Raven, I am back turned and I am fucking at -14. Why am I -14 on this? Who knows? So what is my other options? Okay, so I could just do 1-2 and not do anything. Or I could do 1-2 and go into Soul Zone and do Soul Zone 4, which no longer gives me a free combo on counter hit, and it's -14 on block. So, okay. So that means that all the opponent has to do is time me one good time and they're going to take all my fucking life. But if I hit them with the slide, I'm doing 20-something damage? Okay. Oh, but wait. Now, if I do Soul Zone, I can warp away. Yay! I can warp away and accrue recoverable damage because when the opponent is mashing, I'm going to be like, just a shadow, and warp away to do nothing. Oh my God. This shit is crazy, man. But yeah, man. Oh, Callisto, I didn't even know you even... All right, well, hey, Miss Callisto, you're going to have a lot of hours. I will tell you the first couple of hours is me laying into the content creators. So if you want to skip that part, I suggest you skip past a few hours. Oh, what's up, Crypto God? Yeah, when you do back turn 3, 4, literally every time I see a Raven player fight me and do that, it's Christmas come early. I'm literally like, okay. I love when I see that. It's just a free punch. Like, some people don't have those reactions. Like, for instance, there's another move, for instance, that Eddie Gordo used to have. He would do like, some people would still do it. They'll do like 1-2, and Eddie Gordo will like flip in the air, and he can either do a mid kick or a low. I just fucking punch him out the air every time. There was another card that had something similar. Who the fuck was it? It was I can't think of it right now. It's been a while for me. But oh, you mean oh, okay. I think you talking about, yeah, I did see Blackheart. I did see something about that. And I think Immortal Sky talked about it, I think. Yeah, I think the Raven player did forward 2, 3, and then went into Soul Zone, but they whiffed the first, they whiffed the string, and I think the person got up and they tried to attack, and but like I said, all of that, you know, you have to you have to, like, I gotta say that, yeah, I enjoy both games. I enjoy Virtua Fighter, but like I was mentioning, Nono Diari, unfortunately, I can't seem to stream DOA. I like the way my setup is. The minute I turn DOA on, it's like my screen goes black. Like when I try to capture it on OBS, it just goes black. So, I mean, I can still record matches and I'll probably post some things, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'll be able to stream it. I know I can stream Guilty Gear. I can stream Virtua Fighter. I hope I can stream Invincible Versus. I hope I can stream that game because I know the beta is coming on in 3 days. So, but yeah. But I really do. I was talking earlier. I don't know when you got in here, No. I was talking about DOA earlier, and I was like, yeah, I really enjoy the game. It has a very unique system. I really like the stun system because it forces you to do different combos. It forces you to explore different combo routes, because in Dead or Alive, if you're trying the same combo, you're just going to get held. You're just going to get held unless you want to do that and bait out the hole. But there is the strategy, and that's just something that doesn't exist in Tekken. Tekken, it's like literally the same fucking combo. It's the same combo routes, same shit. It's like, okay, there's like nothing you can do about it. At least with DOA, you can play against the player. Like, for instance, I gave the example with not Ayana, Kasumi, because I kind of know her pretty good. I gave the example of you could do up punch Inari. Oh, okay, my apologies. I'll try to remember it, because after a while I'll get used to saying it. Yeah, with Kasumi, I love that she has this leaping up punch move. I'll just say it again. So it's like 20 frames. Well, if you get hit by that move, your character's stunned. Now you can use a hold to break out. So at that point, if I'm Kasumi and I just do a standard 1-2 punch, now your character is further stunned for a longer period of time, a lot more frames. So let's just say if I do that particular move, I think you get like plus 28 or plus 27 or something. So that means now I could do a much heavier move. But in order to get there, I need the jabs. Well, if you get stunned, you can just go and counter high hold. Now you killed my whole combo. Now the next time I get you in that, I have to decide, do I go for the 2 jabs to get the larger stun, or do I go for a different move? That's something that you never think about in Tekken. That never crosses your mind, because it's just, oh, I got a launcher. Yay. Let me do my dial a combo fuckery. Okay. Same shit. And there was one thing I did like about Soul Calibur before it went to shit. I did like that you had the ability to air control your character. So it kind of like, I mean, there were a few things of Soul Calibur that was guaranteed, but it wasn't like, you know, crazy. Now the wall combos in Soul Calibur was kind of fucking OD. But outside of that, you know, if you air controlled a certain way, you would escape a lot of other combos. So I did like that aspect, you know. And in Virtua Fighter, you know, Virtua Fighter is more, I explained it before, it was more like a tennis match. You know, it's almost like you're doing moves with the intent to land on your opponent's block. And then that's where almost like the match happens, because now it's like, okay, if you retaliate with something, I'm stepping, I'm going to attack you. Now you step. Now, at what point in time is one of us going to do a tracking move to try to catch that step? And if that tracking move hits, it changes the property of a move, where now maybe it would have been a normal hit, but because it caught you while you were stepping, now it becomes a float. So both Virtua Fighter and Dead or Alive, they have very interesting gameplay mechanics that lend itself more to rewarding good, solid gameplay, as opposed to fucking Tekken, where it's just, you just flip a coin and be like, oh, it's heads. Oh, okay. It's just, I don't know, man. Like, I know in both games, you know, you can get absolutely destroyed. I've seen people lose in like 5 to 7 seconds in Virtua Fighter, and in Dead or Alive, I've seen them guess wrong every like, you can get fucked up in both games. But the thing is that I like about them is that unless it's like something like, you know, which doesn't happen in Virtua Fighter too much, but like there were times where I've played people with horrific lag, you know, but if I had a good connection with somebody in DOA, I'm more willing to accept that, all right, maybe this person he was just better than me. You know, he got me. I thought he was going to hold, you know, I go for something else, I get tricked. Or maybe I thought he was going to do like a punch kick combo, but the kick was like a mid kick. I go to hold the mid, but then he just does punch. I go to hold, he does a fucking grab that launches me 20,000 feet in the air, does some fucking crazy combo, but it's like, but I understood where I lost. I lost because he got me. Like, I just feel like there are moments where I feel like I legitimately got, and I feel like I can get better. In Tekken, I don't feel like I'm getting better playing this game. I feel like I either just got lucky or I just got you before you got me. Like maybe I activated heat before you did and I just mauled you. Like that. Like, that's what it feels like in Tekken. It really feels like that. It's like, okay, like, there ain't shit I can do. Flip a coin, all right, that's it. That's all. So, I don't know, man. I definitely look forward to the, I hope I can play Invincible, like, in a stream. I hope it doesn't have any issues. Because they did have a recent post, they did have a recent post saying that they're going to have training mode, which I was keeping my fingers crossed for this, because some fighting game betas, they don't give that. And I was happy that they given that, you know, because sometimes some games be like, oh, you can only play online. Well, what if you don't want to play online? Maybe you just want to like learn the game, and, you know. So I appreciate that they're having that as an option. Like, you can go into training mode, learn a character and whatever. So I do appreciate it. In fact, I think they have a few different modes that you can fuck with, and couple of characters. So, you know, I'm not the biggest fan of assist-based fighters. I'm really not, but I'm willing to give that one a try. Because I've been watching some of their developer videos, like on their channel, and I've been learning more and more about the game and, you know, the mechanics and such. And I was like, okay, you know, it's looking like it's piqued my interest. And I think, you know, having an open beta like this, I hope there's something like that for that upcoming Avatar Legends fighting game. I hope there is. I think it's only a benefit when you have an open beta for people to try your fucking game. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, you know, you have people that's on the fence. Some people be like, look, I don't know this game. I don't know these characters. And, you know, having a little moment where you can fuck around with it, you know, it can warm you up to like, okay, this game is, you know, it's cool. You know, I see the direction that they're trying to get to. And maybe by the time it officially launches, it'll cross home plate. Right now, they're probably on third base, you know. But if you don't have a way to play it, and it's kind of like, you know. That's why I love games that have betas and demos, you know. I wish that, you know, I have very fond memories and experiences playing DOA. Like, I can play DOA 6 right now. You know what I'm saying? And but the way they're marketing this upcoming game, I just think it's shit. I think I broke that down, actually. I kind of did I hope I stream marketed it, because I think it was pretty good. I broke down both trailers, and I explained it from a marketing standpoint. It was horrible. When I compared the upcoming DOA game Last Round with their Guilty Gear 2.0, and I compared both trailers, and it's like, there's no question which game has the better value proposition. There's no question. It's Guilty Gear all the way. Whether or not that and that's the thing, whether or not that this upcoming update will make Guilty Gear Strive a better game remains to be seen. I just speak to the effort that I see the developer is putting in for this update in relation to what I'm seeing the Tekken devs are doing with 8 and what I'm seeing Team Ninja doing with DOA 6 Last Round. It's not even a comparison. You know, it's definitely got me wanting to watch the show. I know by the time I can't believe it's like 2:00. Can you believe me? If I've been streaming since 6 this morning, so I'm amazed I'm even still awake here. I know the minute I close my eyes, I'm probably not gonna. It's probably gonna be the next day when I wake up. So that's what it is. So I'm like, shit. Maybe I should try to see if I can stay awake or something, and then go to sleep at like maybe 10, and then kind of get my sleep cycle back on. But I don't know, man. I don't, you know. I talked a lot about those Tekken creators and streamers, and around 6, 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, and so I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it. I can always private the stream, because I don't fucking know, man. I feel like none of this shit really matters any fucking way. Like, they're, you know, people just gonna talk their shit, or not talk their shit. See, I'm fucking falling asleep. People are gonna play Tekken 8, and which is nothing wrong with it, but it's like, these people, I feel like they are in a position to make a real statement, and I just feel like that's why I say I feel like they're fraudulent. You know, you're like, oh, Tekken 8 is this, Tekken 8's bad game, Tekken 8, this character's broken, this character's busted, this character lost their identity. Yeah, but here you are, day after day, playing this fucking game without failure. Like, I can't help I can't help but not call it out, you know? So So I'm pretty sure I'm not going to win any fans with that. I'm pretty sure, you know. But it is what it is. What I could do, I could just simply because I feel like at the end, like sometimes I would like I'll end up saying something on stream, and then it's like I feel like, is it even worth it? Like, you know, I felt it in the moment, but then it's like when I look back on it, I'm like, is it really gonna do anything? You know, and it's not like I make like a lot of money off of these streams. I really fucking don't. Like, I might get like $2 or $3 in ad revenue. So for me, it's like whatever. You know, if anything, I just hope maybe I came across a few people that might have subscribed or checked me out for the first time. But you know, it's not like I'm Maximilian, dude, where I'm pulling like 500, 5,000, 10,000 a stream or some crazy shit like that. Where okay, it's best, you know. Like, if that makes sense, you know what I'm saying? But like, I can easily like just isolate which part I want to just get rid of. You know, I could do that. I don't know, I might not do nothing to it, but I just feel like when I say certain things like in this way, like talking about the community and shit, like it just feels like it's a waste. Like, I feel how I feel about it, but it's like, I just feel like in the end, nothing's going to change. That's what it feels like, you know? Oh, what's up, Alvin? Yeah, I just feel like nothing really changes. And it's almost like talking about the government, you know what I'm saying? Like, you feel like you saying this, you're saying that, and you just feel like at the end of the day, nothing's going to fucking change. Like, the world is going to continue. People are going to do what they do. And the people that could make a change, they fucking don't. And you just feel like you're this small ant, and it just doesn't fucking matter. You just feel like you're talking into the void. And I don't know. I'm sure some people might have felt like that in their life, but like talking about this whole Tekken situation, it's like it's just. I would love for it to change, but it's like I just like it's almost like what Thanos said to Tony Stark, where he's like, "You're not the only one cursed with knowledge." Like, I just know how this story ends. I know that there's nothing that's going to make these developers change anything meaningful about Tekken 8 unless you have either a widespread boycott from the community in general, which is going to be very difficult to organize all of that, or have certain key, very popular and prominent streamers and content creators make a video, uninstall the game in their video, tag Nakatsu, and be like, look, we're done until you do such and such. That is like, at this point, it's the only thing I can see that is going to make real change. And then I think people would say, what's the $1 million question is why? I can all but guess this. A person will probably say, well, you've already given up on Tekken, so why do you still care? That's a fair question. And it's like, I still care because I do want the franchise to do well. And because I've been playing it for fucking like 3 decades. I've been playing for 30 fucking years, 31 years this year. And so it's like, I want it to be in the best possible spot. And right now it's not. And it's just, I don't know, man. Yeah, it is what it is. I have not been asleep at all. No, I have not been asleep. I've been up since 6 this morning. Haram. So maybe I'll try to be up. I'll see. But like I said, if the minute I fucking close my eyes for longer than 3 minutes, I am done for the rest of April 6th. I'm not gonna wake up until like fucking 2 in the morning or some shit the next day. So I don't know. I don't know if I should just try to see if I could just stay up and then go to sleep just so I can kind of get my sleep cycle back. I don't know. I guess we'll yeah. But yeah, Alvin, I was definitely losing brain cells there. Like it just like I understand that you know, I just felt like being on Hollow's stream, it did give me a little bit more exposure, but what I was hoping to accomplish, I just felt like honestly I was amidst a bunch of people that just wanted to hype shit up, talk shit, act the fool. And I was like the only one there really wanting to discuss things in a serious way. And in fact, I think somebody in the chat, I remember I glanced over at his chat one time, and I think somebody said Red is over here expecting a serious conversation. I never forgot that comment because that's actually what I was hoping for. And I was like, fuck this. Like, you know, after a while, it just got really stupid. And, you know, and then it's like, you know, I wouldn't mind, you know, for instance, talking to Hollow directly, but you know, he's trying to be entertaining. I don't think he has any interest in just having only me on. I don't think he really wants that. Otherwise it would have been offered. But it's been mostly like me and a bunch of people that's gonna, you know, get hype and do wild shit. I would love to do something with me and real MK Tom Brady. I would love to do that. You know, there's a bajillion things him and I can talk about. You know, I mean, shit, we've known each other for quite a bit. You know, and it's been a little while. You know, even throw Perfect Legend in there, it'd be like a little bit of a reunion because I haven't seen either of them in quite a while. And but you know, I guess whatever. You know, it is what it is. I don't know, man. Spag, he's I don't know him personally, but he just seems kind of weird. I don't know. Like that the glasses thing just throws me off. It's like I don't know. I guess that's like his gimmick, I guess, but yeah, it's just kind of strange to me. Not as strange as like VTubers, you know, those people that have the animated fucking avatars. Not as weird as that, but like I don't know, like you know, I can see if it's bright outside, but you know, the fucking dark ass shades and you're inside. Like I don't know what's up with that. But yeah, the Tom Brady, like ultimately he's one of the only people I can think of that in certain areas, very specific areas, I would have to defer to him. Like I would have to like I could not talk to him about Mortal Kombat or Dead or Alive or something of that nature. We can discuss the business, and that's where I think maybe we would be on a more even field. But like the finer points of like the DOA and Mortal Kombat, the history and all that shit, like yeah, he would run circles around me. As he should. And I would be under his learning tree. I would be learning all, you know, what I can learn, because I 100% believe that if he was a part of the NetherRealm development team, you know, at least just like play testing like the upcoming patches of the game or being able to give actionable feedback, I think Mortal Kombat 1 would have been a lot better. But unfortunately, I looked at the fools they had during their combat cast. I don't know who the fuck. You had some fucking transformer. I don't know what the fuck that dude, whatever the fuck it was. Clearly, they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. So it is what it is. But I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, it's been so long since I've seen Tom. He used to be a part of Empire Arcadia, you know, with me. years ago, but that was a long time ago. So we lost contact. I interact with Perfect Legend here and there. But yeah, I don't know. And I don't think him and I, me and Tom, I don't think we had a falling out. So I don't think, at least I don't think so. But yeah, he is definitely he's one of the sharpest minds in the fighting game community that I've come across. And I don't say that about many people. I don't say that about many people. But it's just getting in contact with him. Half the time, I don't even know if he even has a social media. I don't fucking know. I really don't. I know he did something with his channel. I think he gave his channel over to Hollow, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I don't know. Last I remember, I think he was living in Virginia. That was the last time I know. So I don't know if he, it's been so long in between. It's like the same thing with me and Fighting GM. Like, it's been years since I've interacted with him, but we ended up on bad terms because of me. So that's a different situation. But yeah, it's a lot. I mean, I think he's on Twitter, but I don't know. I'd have to see. Is that what Mike is doing? He's having the VTuber? Oh, okay. Well, I guess he found are you sure? Because I remember, I think the last time I interacted with Hollow was a few days ago, and I was responding to a post on Twitter that involved her, by the way, and he ended up getting in the well actually no, she said, why don't I come on to her podcast? And I said I would much rather do it on the Hollows. I feel it would be more of like a neutral territory. And then that's when I tagged him, and that's when he came in and he was like, well, now I didn't know that he dealt with that for like 14 hours. I didn't know that. So that's where he basically was saying, well, if we do a podcast, what will you guys talk about? Because she's pretty steadfast in her beliefs, and I still wanted to be a little entertaining for the stream, blah, blah, blah. So I just felt like, okay, well, I guess so I just kind of left it alone. I was like, I think the last word I said, I was like, all right, I understood, and just kind of moved on. Because the only thing I knew of that chick, the Sophie individual, was the little, I saw, what was it? It was a YouTube short, and it was a clip. I think Blackheart was kind of going back and forth with her. Maybe, I guess you guys fucking seen it. You guys probably know what I'm talking about. And I just was like, who the fuck is this person? Like, it was like, I was like, is this a real person? Because you don't know. Sometimes, these people, that you think that they're a chick and they're really like a fucking 50-year-old dude that's out of shape, eating fucking Cheetos, with no shirt on and just stuff in their face, and they change their voice online. Like, you don't fucking know, because the voice it didn't sound like something like a real human. Like, it just seems all fake. And it's hard for me to kind of respect somebody that if I'm talking to you, unless I know you, but if I don't know you and you're like you're engaging with me, but you're off camera, it just feels kind of weird. And that's where, like for instance with Finn T, for instance, he doesn't look like he shows himself on camera, but I didn't really make much of an issue with him because what he was saying and how he expresses himself, he sounded sensible. So I was like, okay, I can kind of deal with that. It's still not my thing. I know people are free to do what they want, but I'm from, if we're going to talk in that forum, I'd much rather like you can see me, I can see you, let's have a conversation, you know. But that's just my train of thought. It's not like me being right or wrong. It's just that's, you know, whatever. But when I see like a person using a fucking animatronic or whatever, just a animation, it's like, what is this? It's a gimmick. Let me see. Yeah, he's going to have a podcast in an hour. Really? Oh, Shinblade and that VTuber on the thumbnail. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess that's going to be interesting. I don't know. I you know what? Let me let me see if he actually hit me up on Twitter, because sometimes he'll hit me up. Let me see. Just for shits and giggles. Let me just see. Let me reload Twitter real quick. Yeah, I see. Here it is. The Tekken Defense Force. Oh boy. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I just wish, like, my position is simply this. I don't mind if people are just, they're making their YouTube videos to make their money or whatever. I just feel like I since I saw Blackheart, apparently he liked my the stream. Apparently he liked the announcement, and like I said, like I think I did throw a stray bullet at Blackheart on this, but I mean, yeah, he definitely fits the mold of, if you go to Blackheart's channel, for instance, it's a video, this character's broken, this character's this, character's that, this character's that, and I'm just like, I can't go too well, because my interactions with him was positive, but I can't, my integrity or my beliefs is that it's still a hypocritical position. Him personally, he seems like a really cool guy. He's a great Tekken player. I think he's very skilled. I think he has like every character at a high level. But it's like, if you're playing a character or excuse me, playing, that's why I know I'm falling asleep. I'm like fucking saying weird shit. If you are in the position of you are not part of the Tekken Defense Force, like the Sophie and the Shinblade, then it's like, in order for the game to be changed, there has to, I think honestly, now that I think about it, I think, and this will probably unlikely not happen, but if it did happen, if I were to somehow, like I said, this would not happen, but if I were to somehow speak to, basically punch above my weight in terms of a content creator, if I were to somehow get in contact with Main Man, if I can, I mean, Lil Majin is one thing, but I don't think he would do anything, because Lil Majin, I think he enjoys Tekken 8. And Majin has always been that type of guy that Majin usually stays away from drama. He's not really, he's kind of like in his own bubble. So I wouldn't see Majin be a person that would like be a part of something to rally to a cause. I don't see that in him. Blackheart maybe. Finty, I could see maybe, but still they're smaller channels by comparison to Lil Majin and Main Man. So somebody like King J, Fitty X, you need channels of that type of size, and then the smaller ones. I wouldn't count Mike Hollow too much because Mike Hollow doesn't really focus or prioritize on Tekken. Hollow is more like, I would kind of call him like more like a variety. But somebody like Shinblade would be good, but Shinblade Shinblade's part of the Tekken 8 defense force. So yeah, it's kind of it's tough, you know. Maybe the Spaghetti Rip guy. Hopefully he doesn't see my comments, and you know, it's just a little thing about, like I said, I don't know him personally, just the sunglasses. In fact, it was the same thing with when I first met Tasty Steve. I was like, what's with all these fucking things on his arm? Like, that's kind of, but when I met him and I asked him, and and he kind of broke it down to me, and I was like, oh, okay, but yeah, that would be something, because the guy Spaghetti Rip, yeah, he is a pretty prominent person in the community. I didn't, well, it was years ago. I interact with Aris like once upon a time ago. But those type of players, yeah, that would matter. But it's just a lot, man. Like, ultimately, the way my elevator pitch is simply this. Like, when you got a 60-second elevator pitch, I would simply say this. If you want the developers to actually do meaningful changes for Tekken 8 at this point in time, in the position we're in with season 3, the only viable outcome is either an outright boycott amongst the greater community of Tekken, or the prominent YouTubers, Twitch streamers / Twitter people were to actually get together, coordinate, and basically put their foot down, and I guess in a sense a bit of a boycott, and direct that to the developers of Tekken 8. That is the only thing at this point that I can see that's going to have any real significant impact. I mean, I'm probably over a minute now, but you get the point. That's the only thing I can see at this point. Before, with season 1, we didn't know. Well, we kind of did know based on the beta, but we're like, okay, it's first season. Let's see how shit goes. Okay, season 1 comes to an end. All right, now let's see for season 2. That really fucked up a lot of shit, because season 2 should have been the one. Season 2 should have been better than season 1. There are many people out there, not all, but there are some people out there that actually believe that season 1 is better than season 2. I've heard those arguments, and it should be like the other way around. So now the general consensus was that season 2 was not good, and now you go into season 3. Yeah, like you said, season 2 already said everything. You go into season 3 and you're like, wait a second, like, what are we doing? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That shit is crazy. I don't know. But where do you go from here? Because I can tell you right now, this places a lot of undue and unneeded pressure for season 4 to really shape up. And because the thing is, it's like a cascading thing. It really is a cascading thing. That's a good question. I've actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me put a stream marker here just for shits and giggles. So the question here is, do you think Mary Sue's abilities hint at what the developers have in store for Tekken 9? If so, would it be part of the L1 and L2 buttons? Or should it replace the heat ability? That part I don't really quite understand, because I never bought Mary Sue, so I have no idea. but I can definitely answer the first question. The first question, and I think I said this way like hours ago on the stream. So based on what I understand, there was an interview several months ago when Harada was still in charge, and in that interview, they were talking about, Ogre and, what is the connection with the new Mary Sue character and so on and so forth. And it was revealed that, Mary Sue is a person that has an ogre spirit tethered to her or something of that nature, or she's like a vessel or something. And apparently that there's an ogre on every single continent, which if we're looking at the Tekken universe, like how we look at our world, that would mean that there's 7 continents. So that would mean there's 7 ogres. So one question I would ask is, if they're going in that route of, Mary Sue is a vessel or something for an ogre, then who are the other vessels for the other ogres? That's one question I have. Then moving past that, I can totally see that the story of Tekken 9 is going to go in a direction similar to like what you've seen in the Avengers, where you have a group of people that's going to band together to combat a greater threat. And that's going to change the dynamics between Kazuya, Heihachi, and Jin, and everybody else, even people like Lars and the other factions, right? You had the faction that was ran by Victor and the faction that's ran by Lars, I think the Tekken Force or whatever. So all of that, it's going to force people to come together, because the ogres are not going to be on their side. I can tell you that much. So with 7 of them, you're probably going to see a callback to Heihachi, where he's going to say, well, I dealt with the ogre in, I think it was Scandinavia or something like that. I dealt with the ogre in the past, and they're going to consult him for that information. And after that, I can see them probably trying to further awaken, unless they've done it already, Reina with her devil gene, so that she can basically be on par. It kind of reminds me of when Goku was training Gohan to get him to become Super Saiyan in the hyperbolic time chamber, where that was the mission to get him elevated. So I could possibly see that as a possibility. If they want to go down that route further, to further develop Reina's powers. And then you're going to have people in the group that's going to be kind of like suspicious, like, can we really trust you? Can I trust you? Like, you're going to have that type of dynamic. And then throughout the time, the story, the ogres are gonna be gathering strength. They're gonna be fucking things up. They're gonna cut to like the fucking the news. The ogre in America is fucking shit up. The ogre that's in the UK is fucking shit up. And they're gonna be like, yo, we gotta strategize. They might end up going with a story where I could see them going one of two ways. They can have it where they're battling against Mary Sue's ogre, because Mary Sue's ogre will probably make its appearance. And then just when they're getting the upper hand, out comes another ogre. And everybody is surprised. They're like, where did that come from? What's going on? And then they'll look to Heihachi and be like, is this the one that you? He's like, no. He's speaking in Japanese. It's like, Nandato, and then basically, you see Kazuya. He turns devil form and he tries to solo the ogre, but then he gets fucking bitch smacked. and then his body flies right over by Heihachi, and Heihachi looks down as Bakana, and then Heihachi then goes in and he tries to do something, and then the other ogre comes in and kind of catches him off guard, and then they'll say, "Wow, what speed! Something that large can move that fast? We have a problem here." And then we have to retreat. We have to regroup. That's the word. And then they'll be like, I am Mishima. And then they're fighting, and then eventually, then all of a sudden now you see the other ogre. Now there's 3 of them. Now they're like, you see Kazuya looking at Heihachi, and they look at the ogres, and then there's like, let's move it, and then they fucking leave or whatever, and now they're on the run, and now they're planning like, all right, what are we going to do at this point? Like, what can we do? It's 3 of them, and then little do they know it's really 7 of them, and then eventually, at some point in time, I like to think Akuma makes his return, because you never really saw the conclusion of their fight with Kazuya and Akuma. And I'd like to believe that Akuma always knew that Heihachi survived. So when you see that part where Akuma is like standing in the volcano, they would have a point where he'll say, I sense that you are not dead, Heihachi Mishima, or something like that. And that's when you see Akuma leave. But then they'll show you a few flashback moments of the fight between Kazuya and Akuma, and so on and so forth. And I appreciate that, Lieutenant. I appreciate that. I can go fucking deep with this shit, yo. But ultimately, they should probably hire my fucking ass to do this story. But I definitely see this being more of like, we need to band together to combat against the ogre threat. I do not believe that Harada and those people saying that there's an ogre on every continent, I don't believe that was just a throwaway statement. I believe like you're saying that for a reason, and you're not saying that, oh, okay, and not gonna use it. So I do believe that you're gonna see more ogres. I do believe that you're gonna see, enemies are gonna become friends, or at least temporary. Because they're gonna have to combat against a universal threat. In fact, look at what they did in Tekken 3. They had to do something about ogre, and that was one. That was one ogre. You know what I'm saying? So I can't see this story going any differently. And it's just like when it's just like I told my friend what I thought, what the next Gears of War. I know it's totally fucking left field, but I really do believe I 1 billion% know exactly where they're going with Gears of War 6. And it leads me to believe, I know left field, just give me a moment. I just had to get this off my chest, like breast reduction. But I 100% see that the reason why they're coming out with Gears of War E-Day is because they being the coalition, they realized that Gears 5 did not do well, or as well as they hoped. And they basically wrote themselves into a wall, and they do not like where they have to go for Gears 6. So in the meantime, they're coming out with Gears of War E-Day to try to soften the blow. Because I have never in my life ever seen a trilogy interrupted while it's in its trilogy phase to tell a prequel story. I've never seen that before. So while I know a lot of people are excited about Gears of War, I'm like, there is a specific reason why they're coming out with this game in between 5 and 6. This is something you would do after you finish your trilogy or before. So So yeah, I definitely, I feel like I feel very confident that I know the exact way Gears 6 is going to end. I'm very confident. With Tekken 9, I have a lot of theories, but I do have a central theme that it's going to be quite a few Tekken characters that were enemies, and they're going to be forced to work together under strenuous conditions to combat against the ogre threat. That's what I can't see it going any other way. I just can't. If they did, that would be the Tekken developers completely abandoning the entire story of this Mary Sue shit. Like, I can't see it, because then it's like, what was the point? Because the only thing of interest about that dumb RPG like character is the fact that she has a connection to an ogre. That's it. That's all. Aside from that, they could have fucking saved her for a Tales of series RPG. They could have fucking went down the hall to where they do all the Tales of RPG games and be like, hey, we have a concept art for you guys. It ain't gonna work for us, but we think it'll work for you. That's what I think. Shit. Let me be honest. Oh man. Shit, is it really fucking, what time is it? 2:37? Holy shit. Let me see. At this point, you just look forward to Virtua Fighter. I don't like how anime fighters have become. Honestly, I don't know. I don't know how like, I think anime fighters has their place, but I think as standalone fighting games, I think they struggle. But I think, you know, because of their fan base, I think they do well. Like, you know, a game, like when I look at a game, even though it may not be classified as an anime fighter, but I kind of look at Guilty Gear in that way. It just, like, Guilty Gear just looks like an anime style fighting game. And I don't mean that as a diss, but I'm just looking at just how wacky and over the top the characters are, the animation style. It just looks very, like, if somebody told me, oh, this is from the Guilty Gear anime, I would totally believe them. I would 100% believe them. You know, same thing when you look at Invincible Versus, right? You know, that's definitely an anime, right? Avatar Legends, that's an anime. I don't know about Blaz Blue. I don't know jack shit about that franchise other than it exists. That's all I know about Blaz Blue. Yeah, I think like those anime style games, whether they're fighting games or if they're like, say, single player games, like I think I made mention of this one time before, like you have a open world game that's based off of One Piece. Right, so people that love that One Piece anime, they would be more connected to that One Piece game than someone like me who really doesn't know much about that world. Even though when I played the demo, you know, I enjoyed the game on its merit as an open world adventure, but somebody that knows more about the anime, they would get, you know, certain references, maybe certain quirks and jokes and things like that. That's why I also use the example of Dragon Ball Kakarot. You know, somebody that's not familiar with Dragon Ball, they could enjoy Dragon Ball Kakarot, but not to the same degree as somebody that knows Dragon Ball. So I think when it comes to anime fighters, I think if the audience shows up for it, I think it can survive. But you would still have to make the game a quality game for those people who may not be familiar with the anime. And so when I look at Invincible versus, right, I've really, I don't think I've watched one episode of that show. I plan to, but you know, if I'm judging it just purely off of the fighting game without having that, oh, it's invincible, oh my god, I get to use Omni-Man or whatever, well, you know, they're gonna be already excited and they haven't played the game yet. So that's why I feel like with those type of games, it's like, you know, you can have an already built-in audience, but you know, you're really winning if you can also get those people that are not that familiar with it. And I think that's a hard thing to do, but if you can pull it off, that's where you can see games really shine. Used to like Soul Calibur, but 6 annoy me. I forget there's a 6. I forget there's a 3. I forget there's a 4. I forget there's a 5 and a 6. The only Soul Calibur games I remember is Soul Calibur 1 and 2. Those are the only games I really remember. Everything after 3 is a blur. I don't even think they exist. I don't think they exist. I don't. Maybe they exist. Maybe in another realm, another universe. Maybe in NetherRealm they exist. I don't know. I have no idea. Perhaps. I was curious. Let me read the comments of this thing here. Let me show you guys what they're saying here. So you got Blackheart says, "Oh my fucking god." Oh shit! I have to laugh at this one. I gotta laugh at this one. Oh my god. Please get Finn T on as co-host. I want to hear the will. I want to hear the will to live drain from his voice. Oh shit. That's fucking crazy. This is cool. My only question is why people bash Tekken 8 so much but praise Tag 2. Game which had as much rubbish and broken nonsense that no one wants to play. I'd rather use Tekken 5 or Tekken 7 examples of good games. About to be Sophie arguing for 3 hours and then doubling back on their claims. Still gonna listen to it now. That's fucking crazy. Why King shouldn't be nerfed has to be a question. Why you keep giving that Sophie dude, oh shit, dude, a platform? Bruh done grifted his way back in the tech community with these podcasts. What are the odds all the Talmud, oh, they probably means Tekken 8 defenders will have a certain background? What in the world? Street Fighter 2 Super Turbo vets watching the kids talk about season 3. Oh shit, it's fucking hilarious. We doing call-ins too. They're gonna fix it, bro. Just trust the process. Oh my god. Nice of you to give low IQ people a chance to speak. It's nice to have some mentally disabled representation in Tekken talks. Oh shit. Oh, they definitely want my ass there. Let me see. Here we go again. Oh boy. Well, they're gonna have a good old time. So I wish them luck with that. I feel like I would be amongst children. It would be like, let me put it this way. When it comes to people like that, it would be like a tiger versus like a a gazelle or some shit like that, like a fucking like a fucking marsup, like some sort of mammal. It would just it would not be fair. I would more than likely spend most of my time addressing the chat and seeing what, if I can, because I know he has a large chat, so that's probably going to be like going like 1,000,000 miles an hour. But if I can pick out certain things, that's probably what I would do, because I don't think that Sophie person is really that bright in this regard, and I kind of know where everybody else's perspectives are, so it would just be me trying to like, but I think that would be boring to his audience, so I wouldn't be on there, honestly. Let's see. Soul Calibur 5 was disappointing. They got rid of a lot of characters or replaced them with fake ones. Yeah, I heard about that shit. I think I have Soul Calibur. Is that the one with Geralt? I think Geralt was on the cover, right? I think I have that game. I'd be forgetting I have this game. Like, I have... Hold on for a fucking minute. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Uno momento. Hold on. All right. Okay. All right. So, let's see. So we have this. So we have that. Just felt like showing some shit off. We got this. We got that. What else we got? Oh, we got this. And what else? Oh, yeah. We got this right here. I play all this shit. We got that. Oh, we got this one right here. And what else? Oh, wait. There's more. Well, bam. We got there. Even got the deluxe edition. Look at that. I actually paid more money for this. And of course, something people forget about, which I kind of enjoy. Yeah, buddy. This game is still alive and kicking after like what, 10 years or so? And of course, we have this right here. So that's what I got. So yeah. So we got this one. So I think that's all of my fighting. I think that's it. Well, physically anyway. That's all of my physical fighting games. That's it. Let's see. It was fun. Just hated the choice of characters. Patroclus. Wait, Patroclus. Yeah, Patroclus. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. So wait, so that character is Sophicia's son? I didn't even know that. I had no idea about that. Shows you how much I kept up with the shit. Because I think that character Patroclus. I think the opposite of that character was a character called Grow, I think his name is. Yeah, it's a stupid fucking game. And then the Natsu situation. I don't know what the fuck. They just took out Taki, because I was a big Taki character, Taki main. I like Taki and Maxi, but I just couldn't really, like, I use Natsu here and there, but it just wasn't the same for me. Yeah, it just wasn't the same for me. I think I feel like they were just they did too much crazy stuff with Soul Calibur. And this is the reason why I say everything that happened after 2, I'm just not a fan. Like, you know, some people, they tolerated 4. In fact, I think I have Soul Calibur 4. I think it was in my, I think I probably just didn't notice. I have so many games. But I don't know, man. Soul Calibur just got so outlandish. They were changing around so many, like the way Soul Calibur 1 was. I remember, what was it, on Dreamcast? I think I was playing it. I remember I was playing that. I was playing Soul Calibur 2. Both of those games, I played those games all to hell. And it's like that game, it was fast. It felt responsive. It wasn't, the mechanics wasn't overly difficult, but it had a layer of complexity. It was one of those, like, it was easy to play but tough to master, you know. I just, now they added all this other I don't know. They added all sorts of fucking mechanics to Soul Calibur over the years. I'm just, I don't know. If they ever bring that franchise back, which I have heard rumors of, I just have a feeling it's just going to be one crazy fucking mess. And that's actually what has me concerned about Virtua Fighter 6. Like, I'm hoping that Virtua Fighter 6 is not going to be chasing after the direction that Tekken 8 has gone. I hope that they don't, because if that's the case, then it's just going to be a Virtua Fighter, you know, a Virtua Fighter that's a wannabe Tekken 8. Like, I don't fucking want that. I hope that Sega does not do that. But time will tell. Time will tell. Let me see. Oh boy. Oh gosh. Let's see. Why is this thing? Oh, okay. It took a while for that thing to go off the screen. 4. I'm not a fan of 4. I mean, that Hilda bullshit, the Doom combo, all that bullshit. I'm not a fan. And I think 5 had that fucking Algal, that stupid ass character, and you had another character that had like a crystal ball. Like, it almost felt like, I forgot what her fucking name was, but then you had Grow, which had like some other gimmick, and it almost felt like you were playing like Marvel vs. Capcom characters. They had like almost like an assist type thing they had, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this shit? Like, it literally felt like I was playing something out of like Marvel vs. Capcom or something. Like, I'm just like, I really don't give a fuck about that shit. If they never bring that franchise back, I really wouldn't even bat an eye. I really wouldn't. I really wouldn't. I truly wouldn't. Oh, oh yeah. Okay, there you go. The Zui. That. Thank you. Because yeah, I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, yeah, the wolf. Yeah, I was like, come on, man. What is this gimmick bullshit? Yeah, I was not a fan of that at all. Like, I didn't mind, like, way back, another fighting game I kind of forget that I really enjoyed was Samurai Showdown. And Samurai Showdown, you had Galford, where he had the dog, you know what I'm saying? Or you had the chick, Nakaruru, I think her name was, and she had the eagle, and then she can hop on the eagle. Like that was a creative way to use the animals, but to have the motherfucker like do like it's attacking you here, but then you got to worry about this dude. Like, no, if you want to have it like send a wolf out, boom, it doesn't attack, and that's it. It gets off the fucking screen. That's fine. Okay, so wait a second. All right, I'm getting confused here. So, okay, so the Zui is not in Soul Calibur 6? Huh. That shows you how much I fucking remember. Shit. I didn't like neither of them. I must have played both games only because a friend of mine fucking went out and played it, and he enjoyed. He was having a good old time playing me. Because Grow was his character. So okay, so Zui. Okay, so the wolf guy is in 5. And Grow is in 6. Okay. So then, okay, so I played both, but for a period, like not long, because I remembered fighting against both those characters because I remember a friend of mine. Okay, so I played I played 6 when he had it. And he used Grow, and then he activated some. Oh, okay. You're on working hours. Oh, okay. All right, man. Enjoy your shift. Try not to get too stressed out at work. Yeah, but I remember Grow. He had like a blade, but then my friend did something like, it was kind of like I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was like heat, and where now it's like the weapon changed into something else, and he just became real stupid and bullshit. And I remember, I think Killick ended up getting long hair and kind of, I don't know, it was just, I guess I didn't know at the time. Obviously, nobody else did, but I look back on that and I just think, okay, this was what heat is. They just activated heat, and I was like, all right, it's just trash. Not a fan. Not a fucking fan. Let me see. Oh boy. All right. Okay. I wonder, let me see. I feel like my brain is starting to shut off. I literally cannot believe I've been streaming for like, I don't know how many hours. Shit's crazy. Sometimes I feel like, I could like literally black out and go to sleep on stream to say fuck it, just wake up, be like, oh shit, I'm back. Shit. But yeah, damn, we had 9 hours, and I guess whoever is gonna actually decide to watch this back, I'll just say right now, shit. Well, you're gonna have a good 2 to 3 hours of me going wild talking about Tekken creators and those that I feel are fraudulent, at least from a content creation side. You see the thing, you can be fraudulent. It doesn't mean that you're an asshole. It doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means you're a fraud in this regard. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't mean you're a complete asshole. You just mean that that's just it's a selective. Just you're just a fraud in when it comes to utilizing your platform to try to do something to rally the community by taking a stand and just saying fuck this game of Tekken 8 and move to something else. It's not like they can't. They have a large audience. You know, pretty sure they wouldn't mind playing a different game or watching them play a different game. You know, but I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I think all of the passion and fire that I had in me at the start of this stream back at 6 a.m. and with it being 3:01 p.m. Yeah, I think at this point I'm just like, I don't know. I'm on some fucking, people want to ask a question, that's cool. If they want to lurk, well, I'm just gonna call it. I'm just gonna fucking probably go to sleep. So we'll see. In fact, let me look through the internet real quick. Let's see what's going on in the world of the internet. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, Kratos mode activated. That's funny. Oh, seems totally. Oh, I hope this is a funny video. Let's see. Tekken 8. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Did I just see that? What in the world? Yo! Yo! Yo, Tekken 8! This shit is hilarious. Oh my god, bro. Like I said, every time I watch these videos on Twitter, it just make it, you know what, fuck it. We go. Should I even add this? No, I don't think I need to post this. I'll let this one rock. It's too oh my goodness. Oh shit, Double Dragon creator Yoshi Hisa? No, Yoshihisu Hisa Kishimoto. Oh no. Oh man. Back to basics. That was wild. Justin Wong. What is this? Oh, some Pokemon shit. Oh. Ice Age. Wow, I haven't heard from him in a long time. Holy shit. Oh, he's still in South Carolina? Man. I gotta reach out. Let me see. It's really weird to see folks point to Tekken 6 as their ideal Tekken when that was literally when everything they hate about Tekken today started happening. Oh shit. That's funny. Let me see. Oh, what in the world? I don't know if I even want to click on that. Oh boy. Wait, I can't be racist because racism is a crime. And what in the world? They got all sorts of shit here on Twitter, man. I swear. All right, let's see. Oh, this piece of shit right here. Unfortunately, this is the fucking mayor of my city. Oh god, can't stand this guy. Oh, Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Oh, okay. Now this is a, oh wow, look at this. Wow, that's interesting. Huh. That's a nice beat 'em up. I really enjoy that. It's definitely a game I definitely will be purchasing at some point. It's a pretty solid game. Astaroth. Is it too much to ask the Tekken devs to bring back fluid movement? I think it would be a big step toward making the game actually enjoyable. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, we got what is this AI slop? Would this be considered AI slop? Because I've been seeing so many of these fucking cat cooking videos. Yo. Yo. Yo, Fluffy is chefing it up though. Yo, let's go Fluffy. Oh my goodness, this shit's hilarious. Oh, we got more Tekken. Let's see. I would also like to note that this DSS parry does not spend heat, but actually recovers it, even though it is an action locked by heat, where other characters would be expending their meter. It's a lot of recovery. Oh, I love seeing this. I love seeing the bullshit. Yes. Oh my Lord in heaven. Let's zoom in on that heat. Oh my goodness, that is a chunk. Yo, that is like a full segment. Well, that's the game these guys love to play. That's the game they love to fucking play. We got Mr. Spag, speaking of which, Mr. God of Destruction 1. Okay. Is red rank good for a noob? Chat asked me an interesting question. I'll reply to it, link in the comments. Charlotte Flair. I'm sorry, bro, but every time I look at this person, I'm sorry, I do not see a female. I just don't. I know it's fucked up, but I just do not see a female. I just do not. Let's see. Huh. What else? Marathon. This is another thing. People been clocking this marathon shit, man. It's like they just want this shit to die. I'm like, do people have anything else better to do than to fucking just constantly plot on a game's demise? Like, I mean, seriously. I mean, this shit is wild to me. I'm like, it's almost like Tekken. Like, if you don't like to play the fucking game, then don't play the game. Because I enjoyed my little time with Marathon. I don't know if I would buy it because, you know, I don't have a lot of money to spend like that. But if I had the money to spare, I'd probably give it a chance. But yeah, people be like, I've been watching like mad content creators, like they'll literally post like 5 or 6 videos and like it's like they're detailing like, oh, it's at you know, like they're tracking this shit, you know, the player, oh, it's like 17,000, and then next video it's 16,000, and another video it's 10,000. I'm like, man, you know, like that's got to be a sad existence, man. Like that shit is sad, but it is what it is. This chick asks, why are men always okay with doing nothing for their birthday? I gotta read some of these. Maybe some people have some good answers. Because we genuinely don't care about our birthdays. Zero excitement. It's just another day. Oh shit. I usually like at this point, I mean shit, I'm like pushing 50 at this point. You know, I'm 40, I'll be 46, maker willing come September. So, you know, I think the last time I really enjoyed I think the last time I did anything on my birthday was, it's been a little while. It's been a little while. Let's see. All right. Oh, I guess this is Blackheart versus Immortal Soul with this little Raven tech. Like I said, like when it comes to Raven, it's just another gimmick. You know, you're gonna get caught by you're gonna get caught by some obscure shit. It's Raven, you know what I'm saying? But it's like that's really the true mark of a good character is how many things does that character have that is really solid? Like when all the chips are down, what is something that you can actually legitimately rely on? And, you know, I honestly don't feel like Raven has much. I think like for him in Heat, I think the best thing he has is the while standing 3-2, because at least that it becomes like a safe launcher. And you can mix that up with like a low option or whatever. But I mean, as far as his heat goes, that's basically it. I mean, honestly, I mean, so he loses so much heat for a blocked like a down forward 1-4 clone. And then I think he gets like half a bar back. Whereas like fucking Law gets a full segment if he connects with his counter. Like it's all bullshit. It's like, I don't know, man. This game is. I will definitely be playing Virtua Fighter more in the future, or at least, ironically, I put out a short on Virtua Fighter. I was messing around in practice mode with AOE, the Aikido chick. And I was just kind of did a few throws, but what the short doesn't obviously you guys want to know is at that point I think I was already playing DOA. I was already like about an hour and 20 minutes in the lab, and I was I don't know, I was just kind of like messing around with Brad Burns, just kind of like, you know, seeing his flow with the sways and everything. And it's almost like when I look at characters from Virtua Fighter to Tekken, it's like when I look, for instance, when I look at Steve Fox versus Brad Burns, it's like it's not even a competition. It's Brad is 1 billion%, like 1 trillion times way better overall. He has way sleeker movement. It's more smooth, looks a little more realistic. You know, just, I don't know, man. And then when I look at Lei Fei, you know, as much as I love Lei, Lei Fei is just like Lei Wulong done right. Like that's just what I see. He's just Lei Fei done absolutely right. When I look at what's the other one? Kage versus Raven. Raven just, he's like serviceable, but Kage is definitely the better ninja, you know, in terms of what you can do. Oh, and then you have the Jean character, you know, he's like, I guess he's like Jin, I think he's like Jin Kazama. I haven't seen much about his gameplay, but Jean looks interesting. I think when I did see some of his play, he looks like he has a lot of charge moves. He's like karate based. Kyokushin, I think, karate. It just seems like the characters that are very comparable to Virtua Fighter, it just seems like the VF versions are way better. Like they're more like dynamic. They look better animated in terms of the choreography. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks better. Just, I don't know. And the characters look like they have more functional moves. You know, when I look, for instance, here's another one, like Asuka compared to Aoi, you know, and I rarely ever pick that character in Virtua Fighter, but I messed around with her and she seemed pretty interesting. I like that when, like in Tekken, when you do Asuka's where she's like this height, when she does this, it's interesting that in a Virtua Fighter, you can tap forward, up, down, you can go back, and then it allows you to do different moves. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, that's pretty interesting. Like when Aoi, when she does her version of like this and she taps back, and then you kick, she does like a flying kick going back to the opponent. But she can also do like some sort of palm strike that is caused like a guard break. So that's kind of like the mix. And then when she goes forward, she could do some sort of uppercut looking move, or she can attack you low. So it was very interesting how they flesh out the character's moveset. It doesn't feel like there's much wasted motion. It feels like the character is able to do something that's meaningful. You know, it's very interesting. Very interesting. I've been using more Lion, so I've kind of like I've gotten to a point where I feel like I feel like I'm I would say I'm decent. I'm not going to disrespect the true Virtua Fighter players, so I won't even say I'm good. I'm not ass. I'll say that I'm not trash, but I'm decent with Lion. Yeah, so I would say I'm decent. Yeah, there's still a few things with Lion that I feel like I could do, but I just don't have the mental, like the muscle memory to kind of pull it off. But I like his kit, you know, I like his kit. Like I have a much better understanding, and I have a much better understanding of how to use him. But yeah, the fighting in VF is way more, like it looks way more realistic. Tekken really, and it's always been like that. Tekken has always been like a true arcade style dial a combo game. That's what Tekken has always been. Virtua Fighter was always known as like the fighting game simulator. Those were like the actual terms, you know, and it hasn't changed really. So, you know, Tekken is just really, it's easier. It's easier. It's more of an arcade experience. It's like playing Gran Turismo, right? Where like if you grind the side of the wall with your car, you know, it can affect the chassis, it can affect the tires. But if you do that in like fucking Ridge Racer, you can crash into a wall like 40 miles an hour. You'll be just fine. Like that's kind of how Tekken is. You know, like a lot of people don't even know that. Tekken has just always been like this arcadey, mash your buttons. You know, it has some complexity to it, but it's no Virtua Fighter. It's no Virtua Fighter, and that's really like that's the reason why Virtua Fighter was never really popular, because yep, I'm still here, Jules. Can you believe it? In fact, can you tell me what time did you leave the stream? I'm just curious. When you were here the first time, what time did you leave? I would love to know this, just so I can see how incredibly ridiculous me still being on is. Because I can't even, and actually I think since you did leave, I think I got up from this chair. I think I got up from this chair twice. That's crazy. I got up to get some games. Oh my God, 11 a.m.? Shit. That's crazy. And the funny thing is that before you showed up, I was streaming at 6 a.m. So yeah. You might as well say I fucking clocked in and did almost a double. I think, like, even when I'm looking at myself on OBS, I look like I'm high. But I'm not smoking nothing. I'm just like, let's put it this way: if I had to absolutely do something of some importance, I would absolutely fail right now. Like, if I had to like do a task for somebody, or I had to go train, or if I had to fucking, like, I feel I want to go to the store, but I feel like, bro, I'm just like, I might be nervous to, like, I'll probably walk into live traffic and not realize it until it's too late. Yeah, this shit is crazy. I do feel like I'm a little bit high. It does look like I'm looking at myself in the camera. It's just crazy. But yeah, I must have yapped for, like, I don't know how many. I think there's only been a few moments where I was not talking. Wow, that's you know, it's funny. I actually did not drink any water. Yeah, I used the Fine mic. Yeah, because we got. It's funny, when I started the stream, I put this jug right underneath the table, and I don't even remember if I even. Well, I don't know if I took a swig. Well, fuck it, I'm doing one now. So. Yeah, there we go. Yes, Fine microphone. K688. That's the designation. K688. Yeah. Shit. I don't even, like, I think I'm just kind of like floating. I'm like not really saying anything. I don't even know what to talk about right now. I'm just going random. I'm actually surprised there's even some people here, like, outside of the few that, like, leave a message here and there. Like, I'm actually surprised. I'm like, I don't know, they must be lurking or playing, getting frustrated in Tekken for all I know. I don't even know. But it's just wild. I've been at this since 6 a.m. I think the only thing I can definitely say for sure is I definitely won't be streaming later today. I know that. Yeah, I follow Coast Contra. I've had a few message exchanges with them on their social media, so yeah, I'm definitely familiar. What was I gonna say? I don't know them personally, but, you know, I've interacted with them and they're doing great things. I haven't heard their new music yet, but I'm sure it's pretty interesting. As for games, honestly, number one, I gotta pay my cable bill. I gotta see. I gotta hope, because that's another thing I gotta do before I go to sleep. I have to call them up because they were hitting me up. You know, when you send you those messages in your phone, you're like, oh boy, here we go. So I know I'm gonna have to give them something. You know, just kind of give them some hush money. So because the one thing I do want to get the Diablo expansion. I do want to get that. Yeah, that's definitely what I want to get. The other games, I mean, there's tight like that RPG I think I showed you last time, the last stream. I think that comes out in June. Crimson Desert is always an option, but I'm not in a hurry to get that. There's a lot of things on Game Pass I can mess with, but I don't even have Game Pass right now. I haven't paid for it yet. So I've been spending so much time in Diablo, I didn't really need to buy Game Pass. And then I have my other games, like, so I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think there's really anything that I'm like, oh, I really need to get this. There's a few past games I would not have mind to get that the Dragon Quest game, the remake. I have a demo for that. I played it. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think everything else I could mess around with is on Game Pass. The only games I know for sure, which I mean, I'm pretty sure there are a few, and I have seen a few things on sale for Xbox, but I just don't have the extra money for it because I'm gonna have to cut a deal with Optimum to see if, you know, hopefully, you know, I can work something out with the cable, and then I'll see what happens after that. Yeah, that's about it. So okay, so yeah, I have heard that the Hollow is doing that stream with the chick or the guy. I don't know. Is it a fucking female? Because I mean, some people referring to that person as a dude, and I mean, I don't fucking know, but I don't know. That's what people are arguing. So I don't know, because it's like a VTuber. It's like it's using like an anime girl character with like a. I think it sounds like a fucking an animated girl voice. It doesn't sound real, so I don't fucking know. I can't keep up with half this shit. But I'm pretty sure they're having a good old time on that stream talking about, you know, whatever, a bunch of foolishness, I guess. But yeah, Dragon Quest 7, was that the one? I think that was it. I think it was, yeah. I think it was Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined, because it's there's a demo for it. I really enjoyed it. It's a really good game. Mortal Shell 2, I still haven't watched the gameplay, but I have seen some still images of it, like in the promotion. It does look good. It does look cool. But my mind right now is just on Diablo. That shit is looking so impressive right now. I did see like I showed it on the stream, that their first cutscene, the CG, like it's just so wild. Like you have this Mephisto character. He's like a fucking primeval in Diablo, and he literally has taken the form of one of I think it's humanity's most like beloved characters, but people don't know it's Mephisto. And the one guy that kind of knows goes to meet him while he's with this Queen of the Amazons. And the Queen of the Amazons, whose name I forgot, she knows the old guy, Lorath. They have some words exchanges. He's like, look, Queen, you know, you're in grave danger. This person is not who you think it is. It's a demon. And she's like, well, what proof do you have? And he's like, Trust me. That's what people in the comments will be like, yo, he's hitting her with the trust me, bro. And then the dude that looks like Shang Tsung, he's like, you know, like I guess I don't know if I can only assume everything is happening in his mind. And basically the Mephisto gets Lorath to kill the queen, thinking that like Lorath is thinking he got Mephisto. So then when he brings him out of the illusion, you see the queen lying dead with her neck slit in like on the ground with her blood on Lorath's face, and then the Shang Tsung looking guy, he's doing some fucking Emperor Palpatine shit, winning the public over by bringing the queen back to life. And then, yo, this shit is fucking godlike, yo. Like that. When I saw that, I'm like, shut up and take my money. I'm done. I don't need any other game for like a good 2 months. I'm good. I am fucking good. I'll fucking bash monsters. I'll fucking pick different classes. And if I gotta play something else, I'll probably restart Game Pass or one of my other games. Yeah, it's absolutely phenomenal. It's, you know, those action RPG games, they're like, I finally understand why so many people play those type of games. Because, you know, I've spent so many years playing RPGs and JRPGs and stuff like that. Outer Worlds 2, that's actually on Game Pass. I could play that. But I do want to finish Avowed. I actually have, I enjoy that game. I actually enjoy it, especially since they patched it. And, you know, I always like being the sword and shield type build. So I really enjoy the combat in that game. So I kind of want to get back into that game. And I think by the time, because I think Outer Worlds is still part of Game Pass Ultimate, so it's probably gonna come into premium probably next couple of months, and then by that time I'll probably already be done with Diablo. I'll be done with Avowed, and then I can probably move on. And also and we already have Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 in Game Pass, so it's kind of crazy. So it's like there's tons of shit to play, you know what I'm saying? So that's why it's like I don't really need to pick up another game, because it's like there's so many great titles to mess around with. And then there's Hades, the Hades 2 game, that's also on Game Pass. Yeah, so it's like it's a crazy amount of stuff that Microsoft put on there, and a lot of them are on the premium pass, which is like $15, you know. So I remember I saw an article, it's one of those game publisher sites, and they're saying that Microsoft has like almost made it like people are like downgrading from Ultimate to just play on the premium pass, because premium pass, I can tell you, like, first of all, you got Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2, you have Witcher 3, the Ultimate Edition, you have Cyberpunk 2077 on there, you have Avowed, you have God, what other game you have there? Now they got Expedition 33 that got to premium now. Fuck. Yeah, there's like a ton of great fucking titles on Game Pass Premium. Like, honestly, when I look at Ultimate, I'm like, shit, what would I get Ultimate for? Like, I mean, I would get it for something, and one of those somethings is no longer there. It's on premium. That would have been a Hollow Knight Silk Song. So now Silk Song is on premium. So the only title right now, like, if if Doom the Dark Ages were to come to premium and Marvel Cosmic Invasion and Ninja Gaiden 4, if those games were to come to Xbox Premium, I'm good. I'm good. I am good. I'm good. But yeah, like you say, the Expanse, now that's on my radar. So basically, let's go on down the list here. So we have The Expanse, Blood of the Dawnwalker, Clockwork Revolution, Exodus, what else? What else did I have in? I think that's it. I think so. Yeah, The Expanse, Exodus, those are 2. That's like the outer space Mass Effect style games. Blood of the Dawnwalker, that's 3. That's like the Witcher type game. Clockwork Revolution, that's like the first person time based game. Oh, the fucking the little RPG that comes out in June, the one from Square Enix. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yeah, Elliot, I think it's called, or something like that. Artificial Detective game? Artificial. I don't think I've seen that one. Or maybe I did see and I just forgot, and I probably just saw it once. Maybe I just saw it one time. But yeah, there's like so many variety that they have on offer for Game Pass Premium. It's absolutely absurd. I don't think I've ever seen it this stacked before. You know, usually I'm pretty much like Game Pass Ultimate. Adventures of Elliot, thank you. That's the one. That's the one. That was the one the 5th. That was number 5 for me. But yeah, usually I'm generally a Game Pass Ultimate guy, but damn, now I'm like, shit, for $15 I get all these other games? Shit, fuck that. Shoot. You know, so, you know, it works just fine for me, you know. The detective game was on a recent preview. Oh, okay. Let me see. An artificial detective. Well, since I'm online, let's see here. Xbox game, an artificial, let's see, detective game. Let's see here. Crime Boss. What? Wait. Oh, that's the name of it. It's called Artificial Detective. Oh shit. Oh, okay. I feel dumb. Okay. Artificial Detective. Okay, let's see what we got here. Action adventure where you step into the shoes of a robo detective. Wait. Where am I at? I know I'm kind of sleepy. Okay, here we go. In a dystopian city overrun by rogue robots, lead your underdog team of a military robo-dog and a human girl as you fight, hack, and outsmart your enemies to uncover why humans are gone. From talent behind Love, Death and Robots, DreamWorks, and Crytek. Well, I know Crytek. They're very good. They're the creators of the Crisis franchise. Awaken in a deco-punk metropolis maintained by mad robots. You play as AD-2846, a robot detective with fractured memories, together with Dog, your loyal military robo-dog, and Mowgli, a human girl raised by machines. Oh man, they're really borrowing off. Because Mowgli is the name of the character from the boy from the Jungle Book, and he was raised by wolves. Oh boy. So fight and hack your way through the city where crazy robots took over to uncover why humanity vanished. Explore the multi-layered districts of Conglomerate North, a crime-ridden metropolis seized by a malevolent Rise Corp. Use magnetic weapons, hack systems, weaponize the environment, or stay hidden and outsmart rogue robots. Search for clues, gather resources, and approach each encounter in your own way. Your companions are more than just sidekicks. They are your toolkit and your progression. Build trust, unlock. Why do I feel like something? I probably have like a fly in here or something. It's mad annoying. Let's see. Okay, so we got third-person action adventure with sandbox encounters. Shoot, hack, sneak, and or weaponize the environment. Fire, electricity, and magnets. Companion-driven progression exploration. Ride on a flying streetcar across over 10 unique districts. Story campaign with bosses, secrets, and flashbacks to the past of an artificial detective. Okay. Interesting. Well, okay. So they definitely have the look. It looks pretty solid. And you can see like it looks like this person electrified some water here. That's what it looks like here. So okay. This looks like it looks like this person's sneaking. That's what it looks like. It looks like the person's sneaking here. It looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Well, we will find out. This is what I do to research shit. So we're gonna do artificial detective, and let's see. Give me all available details on the video game artificial detective for Xbox. So we hit enter, see what they got coming out. Okay, so that's what we got. So let's see what we got. We read that. Key features, multiple approaches, stealth, direct combat. That's good. Availability, it will be on PlayStation 5. So there you have. So it will be on PlayStation. And so yeah. So you won't have to worry about it only being on Xbox. Yeah, buddy. Let's see. Let's look at videos. What do we got? So we got a week ago. Okay, so who is making the game? Let's see. Who is the developer? We read all. Let's see. Developer Vivix. All right, let's see. Let's go on Twitter. Type in. This is literally what I do every day. Vivix. Let's see what comes up here. Maybe they spell it differently. In fact, oh wait, artificial detective. Okay, well, let's just type this in. Maybe now, artificial detective. Okay. All right. So we got this. Okay, it's pretty interesting. It definitely, you know, it the way it moves, I think it's pretty cool because you have a very, like, you're not moving like a human. It's not like you're using a robot and the robot is moving like how a human would. So it's very interesting. It kind of gives you that immersion that you're not just a humanoid type character. So that, I think that's pretty cool. What else they have here? So it's a debut title. So it's an independent game. So chances are they're probably not going to have much information on themselves. I don't even know if these people even have a Twitter. Because I think I typed it in right. So I should, let me see if I hit at, let me see. Wait, where is that? Okay, there we go. Nope. Wait, right here. And this. Yeah, I don't even know if they even have a Twitter handle for their company. Unless they go by something totally different. Let's see if they probably have something else here. This is probably the partnership. Yeah, this is the partner showcase. That's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's like, I always like seeing when like companies that are not really like the big boys, and they're able to create something that captures a lot of people's attention. It just kind of goes to show you that there's still room enough in the industry to like showcase like your own vision of something. So that's what I like. It does look pretty cool, and the story from what I read, even though I'm half, my brain is half shut off, but the parts I was able to kind of like take into my mind, it does sound interesting. But it's always good to see these types of games because, like I said, it's nice to have. It's nice to have like different perspectives and different ways people approach their game development, because a lot of times you'll see like the larger companies, they'll stick to like a formula because they're too worried about budget. And you know, a smaller development studio can take more risks, and they can create like more unique environments and games. So like something like a very large company, you know, with like thousands of employees, like whatever they do, it's like it has to work. So for them to try to take a chance to try something different, it's very risky. That's why you see a lot of companies that are big, they tend to stay with like the same style of game. You know, it's very rare that they'll deviate. Larger publishers may get different developers so that the publisher looks good, because you like Jules will make, you know, a JRPG, and then another guy will make a first person shooter, and then another person will make a fighting game, but that's all you would make. All you would make is a JRPG. So, but from like most people's perspective, when they'll look at, oh, this publisher makes this and makes that, but when you dive deeper and look at, okay, well, who is making that particular game? Oh, Jules. Okay, well, damn, does she make anything else? Not really. But what she does is really good, but I wonder how she would handle making this type of game or that type of game. Well, because you're under a certain publisher, you won't be able to have that creative freedom unless you break out on your own, which you can, but then you would have to absorb a lot of the development costs. That's why you have some developers they'll willingly seek out a publisher to be under their umbrella, because the publisher will provide them, like, you know, the development costs. It'll help them with the marketing, the distribution. It might help them with like maybe securing certain actors and actresses for voice work. But unfortunately, what ends up happening is, because of that assistance, your game is kind of not really your game anymore, because you kind of sign the rights of your franchise over. And like, there's a lot of like crazy shit that happens in that regard. That's why some companies, they try to stay independent, because then it's like, if Jules wanted to make a JRPG, okay, cool. Well, if she wants to make a first person shooter, she can do that. If you're under like a big publisher, you're not going to really have that creative freedom. And then sometimes, in some cases, if you have a certain vision for your game, and this is where you have the DEI bullshit that comes in, where they want to inject a lot of the gay stuff. Well, you're kind of like beholden to the publisher. So if the publisher wants certain elements in your game, even though you created your game to not really support that, now you have to go back into your game and make room for it to be added. It's a really weird and crazy relationship that a lot of people don't know, like, you know, how it works. So it's crazy. So yeah, that's why, like, I feel when I look at Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, Warhorse Studios, you know, they were given a lot of praise for how KCD1 went. And then all of a sudden they get picked up by a big publisher, and, you know, now like some of their beliefs was altered, and the gamers that were waiting, you know, for Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, they're like, what are some of these changes? You know, where they found that, you know, in the game you had like a homosexual relationship that you haven't, like, it's optional, but it's there. But in KCD1, the character Henry is a devout Christian, you know, and it's like, why would you put some homo fuckery in the second game? And then they're like, well, it's an option, it's, you know, but it's like, still. So there were a lot of people that were really up in arms about that. But that just goes to show, when you're under like a big publisher, you know, they can, you know, have you alter the original vision of your game. And that's what a lot of, you know, and you look at what happened with BioWare. When BioWare got bought out by EA don't know jack shit about video games. All they know how to do is sign a bunch of fucking NBA players and NFL players and make a halfway decent fucking football game or basketball game and rehash that shit every year. They don't know anything beyond anything. So now that BioWare, a fucking amazing, well, a formerly an amazing development studio, when they get bought out, now a lot of their creative freedom was taken away. So when they came out with that game Anthem, that wasn't a game they wanted to make. Fuck no. They did not want to make no Anthem. The fuck is that? You know, but they were forced pretty much to make that. They were forced to make what was it called? A live service game, basically. And yeah, we saw how that turned out. And then, you know, they go and make Dragon Age the Veilguard, and that was originally supposed to be a live service game. And then they end up, EA makes the decision to put their 17-year veteran of The Sims, which has absolutely fuck all to do with Dragon Age. So they fucking insert a Sims veteran from their own EA franchise to oversee a BioWare franchise that is completely night and day. Like, it was just one fucking shit show. So, yeah. Shit was wild. It was wild. Yep, wild. Oh, boy. All right. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna call it, because I don't know what else to talk about at this point. And plus I'm like half losing my mind at this point. I'm just kind of looking through Twitter right now. Just kind of seeing like what's here. What is going on here? Oh boy. Huh. Hmm. 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 All right. Oh shit. Oh wow, I never even knew this. Wow, so I never knew this, and I didn't realize this, that is this for, I guess it's he commented on it. Wow. Requires that his character dies so kids learn crime doesn't pay. Oh shit. That's wild. I didn't even know that. Let me see. That's a pleasant photo. It looks nice. Cheery. Let's see. What game? Video game with the best soundtrack of all time. Oh boy. What in the hell is this? This can't be real. Oh my god, they're going. They're having a good old time with this. If this, I learned about this RoboCop shit yesterday. If it does intend on being something even remotely close to this, I will laugh my collective ass off. Like, this is, oh my god. Shit is wild. Oh boy. Oh wow, they're doing a Netflix special on him? That's pretty interesting. Let's see. Oh wait, I gotta see this. Yo, Jean-Claude. Oh shit. That man going extra. I mean, I would say like he's definitely moving better than most people his age. So he's definitely having a good old time. I mean, shit, that's 1989. Holy fuck. So I was 9 years old. I was 9 years old at 89. So I don't even know how old Jean-Claude Van Damme is, but I mean, shit. I hope I'm able to move like that, you know, in the next 10 or so years. Shit. What's this now? What is this, AI? Hold up. Does anybody... Oh, is this... Oh, oh wait, so this isn't... This is not AI? Okay, that looks pretty good. That look pretty damn good, actually. It's worth another watch. Well, if it plays. Ah, good old Twitter. I have a reset. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Very good, actually. Definitely not current generation. I know that shit. So are these the people working on the game? Oh shit, really? That's fucking weird. I had no idea. I guess I'll follow them because I'll stay up to date. I had no idea. Oh, okay, this is a longer video? Oh, it's Amazon Game Studios. So that means, so I don't, if it's Amazon Game Studios, then I don't know if it's going to be on other consoles. I don't know if Amazon Game Studios plays well with others. Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay, so it is coming to PS5 and Xbox. Okay. That shit looks fucking good. I can't believe that this is a current gen console game. I find it very hard to believe. That's wild. That shit looks a little bit too... I mean, I don't know if I can really believe that. Like, I can't believe that's a... I don't know, man. That shit's wild. Yeah. I mean, the character model, I mean, she looks fucking good. I mean, definitely probably one of the better female models I've seen. You know, shit, especially some of the horrific abominations I've seen other developers have gone with. So, I mean, this character looks very impressive. She's attractive, but also looks capable. You know, so I think they did a very good job with that. I mean, I've seen some fucking hideous abominations. it's like, what is this? Oh my god, that shit's crazy. Well, I'll be following them, and I'll keep up with them and see what's what. I can't believe I am like, yeah, I think I have to take my ass to sleep because I am fucking done. Because what am I gonna do? I'm gonna sit here fucking all day. So yeah, I'm done. I'm done, y'all. Shit. I'm gonna fucking knock out, or rather, I'm gonna try because I do have to run an errand. I just hope I don't walk into live traffic, but yeah, but I should be fine. Or I might just do this later. I don't fucking know. But yeah, I guess I don't know. Whoever, if you guys are still here, appreciate it. It's fucking crazy. I can't believe I've been this has been going on for 10 hours. So I guess enjoy that Sophie and Mike Hollow stream that's going on. Yeah, so I'm sure they'll have some fucking TikTok or YouTube shorts on what the Sophie character was saying.